Chapter 490. This is an amazing place. This was the position that the divinator gave Martial Path Mountain. He only had one thought in his heart. If he could, he was willing to become Lin Fan's most loyal and friendly partner. That night, the divinator stood on a mountain peak in the distance. His eyes shone with a golden light as he observed the landscape around Martial Path Mountain. A normal mountain range with nothing special about it. He was certain that the changes in Martial Path Mountain were all caused by Lin Fan alone. He was just so sick in the head. He had to work hard to get into the group. He had to show his strength to gain their respect. When that happened, luck would be on his body and he would charge forwards bravely. Imperial Dynasty. The lights were bright. In the Imperial Dynasty prison, there were furious roars and shrill screams. Zhu Xiang stood there without moving at all. His expression was calm but his eyes were filled with panic. King Wutong, you despicable person. We came to join you and this is how you treat us? Ah! The tentacle broke through the air and pierced his body. Very quickly, his body disintegrated and his flesh and blood were all absorbed. All that was left was a pile of clothes on the ground. Zhu Xiang sensed that something was happening in the Imperial Dynasty. That was because from the start, mates kept disappearing. Later on, they showed no signs of disappearing, but those experts who joined the Imperial Dynasty disappeared for no reason. He wanted to find out. In the end, he realized that everything was because of King Wutong and King Wutong was eating people. When King Wutong noticed Zhu Xiang, he didn't tell him to keep it a secret. Instead, he patted his shoulder. Everything I do is for the Imperial Dynasty. As my most trusted person, are you willing to head forwards with me? At that moment, Zhu Xiang was touched. He knelt in front of King Wutong and swore that he was willing to help King Wutong expand his territory. But now, he looked at the scenes in front of him. King Wutong's viciousness made him really afraid. This wasn't something a human could do. A living person disappeared in the blink of an eye. Each time King Wutong swallowed a person, he could sense a dark aura spreading out from King Wutong's body. But he could sense that King Wutong's strength had increased. Relying on devouring others to strengthen themselves, this kind of method was even crueler and more ferocious than the corrupt path. But he could understand. The pressure from the Alliance headquarters was just too huge. With the current strength of the Imperial Dynasty, they didn't have the ability to fight against the Alliance. They didn't even have a chance. Very quickly, the screams in the dungeon disappeared. And the people who were captured also disappeared from this world. Congratulations for improving your strength. Zhu Xiang knelt down and congratulated. King Wutong stood in the darkness and his eyes shone red. Very quickly, the red light disappeared and he walked out of the darkness with a smile on his face. He was the same as before and there were no changes at all. How is Lu Xian in the Alliance? King Wutong asked. Zhu Xiang said, Your Majesty, Lu Xian is really ambitious. Everything he has was given to him by Your Majesty, but he colluded with the Alliance. I followed Your Majesty's instructions and told some secrets to some people. I think Lu Xian knows about it and should have reported it to the Alliance. It's just that I have a question. Why didn't you kill Lu Xian? King Wutong was calm. He is still useful. The current Imperial Dynasty didn't have the ability to go up against the Alliance on the surface. The Alliance could use brute force to suppress the Imperial Dynasty. As for the Imperial Dynasty, they could only rely on some schemes to slowly strengthen themselves. King Wutong didn't trust others and only trusted himself. As long as his strength rose to a certain level, all problems would be solved and there wouldn't be any more problems. Zhu Xiang lowered his head and didn't say anything more. Oh, Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan officially started his path of expansion. Now, there were many experts following Martial Path Mountain. Unless they faced top sects, they would be unobstructed and no one would be able to stop them at all. Pre-war mobilization. Those disciples who believed in Lin Fan basically didn't need to cultivate and just worship Lin Fan. As long as they worshipped him, they would be able to increase their strength. This was why only lunatics would work so hard to increase their strength. When Lin Fan appeared, those disciples worshipped him like they were possessed. They were all addicted. Each time they worshipped him, they didn't feel anything, but as they continued to worship him, one day, their cultivation would suddenly increase. In their opinion, cultivation was way too fucking easy. Lin Fan wanted to say something to motivate them, But looking at the situation, he didn't need to say anything. Maybe this was because his charisma was just too terrifying. The divinator looked at the people worshipping him and was shocked. These people were really amazing. To follow Lin Fan, who was so lucky they actually worshipped him so crazily. That was just too terrifying. This was his second day in Martial Path Mountain, and he hadn't merged into the group yet. He knew that he had to think of a way to merge into them. If he didn't work hard, then he would be no different from a salted fish. Sect leader Lin, let me divine your luck for this trip. The divinator waved his palm in front of him and weird runes appeared in the air. He couldn't understand them, but they seemed really strong. Scoff. As time went on, the divinator's expression changed. Solemn, confused, and weird. Lin Fan took a look and didn't bother about him at all. Head out, expand our territory and fight for Martial Path Mountain. Yes, sect leader. The faith disciples left swiftly. They were all pumped up. This was a battle to open up Martial Path Mountain, and it was a huge matter that made them all excited. The divinator was anxious. Haze, I am divining, how can I? Pada. Zhang Tianshan patted the divinator's shoulder. Okay, stop with all this nonsense. We are all on the same side, so stop lying. But your move is really amazing. What are those runes? They are so realistic and I am interested in them. To be able to use such realistic moves and still end up in such a bad state, that only meant that there was something wrong with his brain. Zhang Tianxian was a little interested. He had already spoken like that. Logically speaking, as long as one was knowledgeable, they would definitely express their feelings when they heard his words. The divinator was furious. He felt like he was being underestimated. Such a situation had never happened before and now it really happened. He wanted to question Lin Fan. As the Martial Path Mountain sect leader, why didn't he give him face? But even if he was 10 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to. He wanted to stay in Martial Path Mountain, and if he missed this chance, he would have no more. Sect leader Lin, Swordhead and I have scouted the situation 1,000 miles out. There are more and more sects and there is also a country. Zhao Lishan said. Lin Fan nodded. Our target is the sects outside and slowly occupy them. In the current era, the weak sects don't have the ability to protect themselves. They still exist, but they are unwilling to give up what they have now. The higher-ups of the sects all know that they want to disband their sects but don't have a good reason. They also don't have the determination, so we will be the bad guys. To think that such a shameless thing could be described in such a reasonable manner, Zhang Tianshan muttered. He always thought that he underestimated Lin Fan, but it seemed like he really did. Instantly, Zhang Tianshan sensed the terrifying gaze and raised his head awkwardly. His expression was solemn and respectful as he raised his thumb. Sect leader, amazing. Zhao Lishan said. Young Master Lin, will there be repercussions? Lin Fan smiled. What repercussions can there be? After so many things, isn't the strongest the king? Since the alliance is here, the so-called sects are useless and might as well not exist. So, what we need to do is to let Martial Path Mountain only exist in the world. Shock. Zhao Lishan and the others looked at Lin Fan in shock. It was obvious that they didn't expect young Master Lin to have such a thought. To let Martial Path Mountain only exist in the world, who would have the courage to say such words? Even if others heard it, they would just laugh out loud. Zhao Lishan and the others knew that Lin Fan was strong and at the same time, they were on the same boat. But they still didn't believe it and hid it deep in their hearts. The one who was the most emotional was the divinator. He looked at Lin Fan excitedly. Other people didn't believe it, but he did. Damn. As expected, he had a good eye for talent. If he had divined it earlier and met sect leader Lin earlier, then the situation would have been different. Before the alliance broke through the border, he had been divining it, but it was all gray and he couldn't see the future. He could only see that it was a disaster. After the alliance broke through the border, he made some progress and was able to see some clues. On a certain day, after the clouds were pushed aside, one could see the clear sky. Everything was clear and he saw where his future luck was. This was why when Lin Wani found him, he rejected him right away. Stop dreaming if you want to recover the former imperial dynasty. The former imperial dynasty was destined to be wiped out. Lin Wani's luck wasn't weak, but he dragged a dynasty that was destined to be wiped out and helped the former imperial dynasty survive. His luck was reduced by half and a calamity was destined to happen. Of course, he definitely wouldn't tell Lin Wani all this. The secrets of the heavens couldn't be revealed. If he revealed too much, he would be punished by the heavens. I believe that sect leader will be able to sweep the sects in the world. Such actions will be a huge achievement, and one day, sect leader will become the top person in the world. His light will shine across the world and everyone will worship him. The divinator said. He was really emotional and hoped that such a day would come. Zhang Tianshan patted the divinator's head. You old man, you are so good at bootlicking. How did you end up in such a tragic state? Hayes, I really don't understand. The divinator was furious. He had such a high status and this deputy sect leader dared to be so arrogant. Swordhead looked at Zhang Tianshan and could only say that he didn't know where he came from. He was calm and didn't fear anything. Amazing. What can those sects count as? If they don't offend us, it is okay. But if they dare to offend us, we will let them know how tragic the outcome is. The sect leader's expression was solemn and dignified, and he didn't say anything. Finally, he raised his hand and waved it down. Be quiet. Don't take this matter to heart. Send some disciples to scout out the situation and see what kind of background this new force has. He was a little curious about this new force. As they got closer to Great Tribulation Temple, there would definitely be a conflict in the future. Therefore, they had to be fully prepared. If the other party's strength wasn't sufficient, then he would naturally have to completely destroy the other party before they grew up, so as to prevent future troubles. There was a loud rumble. The entire hall began to shake violently. What happened? The sect leader's face was dark and sunken. What was going on outside for there to be such a commotion? To the people from Great Tribulation Temple, they didn't know what was going on. The reason was because Lin Fan descended from the sky and jumped down. When his feet landed on the ground, power spread out from his legs. Cracks appeared on the ground and spread in all directions. Lin Fan wanted to use a simple and violent method to shock everyone. At the same time, he would draw all the Great Tribulation Temple disciples out and let them personally witness how their sects were disbanded. So, if you have rage points, then throw them at me. I will take them all. The divinator exclaimed. Sect leader Lin is such an energetic young man. Zhang Tianshan wasn't here. If he was, he would definitely frown and scold. Was his brain so smart? Why was he so good at sucking up? Lin Fan's method of descent was a little violent. The Great Tribulation Temple disciples surged out like fish. They didn't dare to get too close, but they had already surrounded him. But when they saw the situation, their faces turned ashen white and they broke out in a cold sweat. The ground was cracking. Many buildings had cracks on them like they could collapse at any moment. Many people were discussing. Who is he? He actually dares to cause trouble here. How terrifying. What did he do to cause such an effect? He is an expert and we can't go up against him. Who is going up? Take them down. I don't dare. I don't dare either. They only dared to look on and not charge up to take him down. Rage points increased. Some gave very few rage points, but some were decent and worth praising. The first wave of rage points made Lin Fan feel really good. Where are the higher-ups of your Great Tribulation Temple? Are they so frightened that they scrammed? Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back. His voice was like a bell that spread out in the Great Tribulation Temple. The moment he said this, preposterous, a furious roar spread out from the distance. The Great Tribulation Temple sect leader's face was dark and sunken. Rage burned in his heart. Who dared to cause trouble here? Very quickly he saw Lin Fan, who was surrounded by people. Who are you? What is your goal for coming here? The sect leader hollered. The surrounding elders were furious. But when they saw how calm he was, they were shocked. This kid was too calm, so did he have a trump card? But all of that wasn't important now. As long as they dared to cause trouble here, they would have to pay a price. This was how overbearing they were. Lin Fan took a look and was slightly disappointed. There weren't any strong people. Only the sect leader was a Dao Realm Stage 1 expert. The others were just so. Lin Fan raised his hand and everyone thought that he was going to attack. Guys, I didn't come here to cause trouble. I just want to persuade all of you to leave. In the future, the Great Tribulation Temple will just disappear. I don't want to attack and I don't want to leave any wounds on your bodies. I just want to persuade all of you to know what is good for you. Uproar. Everyone from the Great Tribulation Temple was furious. Not only was the sect leader angry, but even the normal disciples were furious. They really wanted to slice Lin Fan into pieces. How could there be such an arrogant person? He obviously didn't care about any of them at all. How despicable. He was so infuriating. Swordhead, do you think that young Master Lin's words are so infuriating? Zhao Lishan asked. They were all informed by young Master Lin that they didn't need to attack and just needed to look on. Swordhead replied simply. He didn't care about all of that, but that young Master Lin said that there wouldn't be any sects apart from Martial Path Mountain in the world. Would his sword palace be disbanded too? Just like what young Master Lin said to the Great Tribulation Temple. Preposterous. The Great Tribulation Temple sect leader had white hair. Don't think that just because the sect had to be bald it was a lie. The sect leader in front of him had white hair and a white beard. His face was flushed red. He was infuriated by Lin Fan's words. This kid was just too arrogant. Rage points increased. Lin Fan was satisfied with the current situation. He personally attacked and hoped to totally infuriate him to gain a bunch of rage points. Who are you? The sect leader asked. Lin Fan said, speaking of which, we are neighbors. Martial Path Mountain sect leader, your Great Tribulation Temple is in the territory that my sect has occupied. I don't want to kill, so I advise you to pack up and disband your sect. Go and live a carefree life. The battle between sects isn't suitable for weaklings like you. The sect leader was stunned and then said coldly, you are the sect leader that rose up recently. The Great Tribulation Temple has no animosity with you. But now you are here to cause trouble. Aren't you looking down on us? Chapter 492. Lin Fan wasn't someone who liked to show off. He just needed to release his own aura. He was afraid that if he was not careful, he would crush the Great Tribulation Temple members to death. If they were really crushed to death, then wouldn't all his rage points go to waste? Young Master Lin is so strong. Swordhead exclaimed. In the past, he had seen many geniuses, but he looked at them as seniors and encouraged them. But facing young Master Lin, he treated them as equals. Even if they were much older than young Master Lin, they were treated as equals. Zhao Lishan said, young Master Lin is so young and your strength has reached such a level. That is just unbelievable, and there isn't a second person in the world. The key is that a few months ago, young Master Lin wasn't even at Dao Realm and wasn't even at Domain Realm. Now you are at Dao Realm Stage 3 and your true combat strength exceeds that. Amazing, this is just too amazing. When the divinator heard their conversation, he didn't think much of it at the start. He just felt that the two of them were making a huge fuss. Wasn't it normal for sect leader Lin to be so strong? What was there to be surprised about? But when he heard the latter part of the story, the situation changed. What? The divinator was shocked like he had seen a ghost. Damn. Are you serious? Sect leader Lin wasn't even at Dao Realm a few months ago, and now he is at Dao Realm Stage 3. Aren't you mistaken about one thing? The time needed to raise one Dao Realm stage wasn't so simple. He had never heard of one stage a year. He hadn't heard of one stage 2 years. Now, he was telling him that he crossed several realms in a few months. Moreover, there was an uncrossable gap between Domain Realm and Dao Realm. Some people would be stuck at that realm for their entire lives. It was basically impossible to break through from Domain Realm to Dao Realm. That moment, the divinator was stunned. Something that he didn't even dare to think about appeared in his mind. Could it be that those with great luck were also domineering? Even his cultivation base could increase at an unreasonably fast rate. But that didn't make sense. In the past, the Imperial Dynasty's luck was really strong. Even if it wasn't as good as sect leader Lin, it should have done something, right? But based on what he knew, he didn't cause much of a commotion. How could he compare to sect leader Lin? The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. At that moment, the people from Great Tribulation Temple felt as if their hearts were being suppressed by a heavy mountain. They couldn't even breathe. The buildings were severely damaged, and countless of them collapsed. The other party hadn't even made a move yet, but his aura was already so ferocious. The Great Tribulation Temple elders looked at Lin Fan in terror. Unknowingly, they were drenched in sweat. As for the normal disciples, they couldn't maintain their previous posture. He was crushed to the ground by Lin Fan's aura, just like a dead dog. As for the Great Tribulation Temple's sect leader, needless to say, he was completely stunned. If he hadn't experienced it for himself, he wouldn't have believed it. But now, after experiencing it for himself, he completely understood how big the gap between them was. How is it? Lin Fan asked indifferently. Those with slightly better brains would naturally understand how insurmountable the gap between them was. What exactly do you want? Asked the sect leader after a long moment of silence. Lin Fan sighed and felt like he was playing the lute to a cow. He made it really clear before. Why did it feel like there was a hole in their heads? Until now they still didn't understand? Lin Fan said impatiently, "Can't you all open your eyes and look around? Don't you know the situation now? I don't want to repeat myself. Think about it yourselves." What a bully! Some disciples pounded their chests and shouted. Their faces turned red. Rage points increased. As expected, only by killing a bunch of people could rage points increase crazily. He was very satisfied. This was how it should be. To the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader, they couldn't fight. Lin Fan revealed his strength, and that wasn't something they could go up against. They didn't even have the courage to fight him. Sect leader, what should we do? An elder asked with an ugly expression. The sect leader kept silent, and after a long while, he slowly opened his mouth. Do you all have confidence in suppressing him? The elders looked at the sect leader in shock. The light in their eyes seemed to be saying, "Sect leader, stop joking. How can we fight like this? We asked you to see what you think. How would we dare to have any thoughts?" The sect leader didn't continue to ask. Looking at their expressions, he knew the answer. Naturally, they had no confidence at all. Okay, let's go. Under the threat of absolute power, the sect leader had no choice. Where there was life, there was hope. Sect leader. Sect leader. When everyone heard the sect leader's decision, they were all filled with disbelief. Some disciples were unwilling. Sect leader, we are not afraid of death. Let's fight them. Right, let's fight them. These disciples were young and were hot-blooded. They were rash and would fight if they were unhappy. Who was afraid of who? At the same time, they were extremely confident in the sect leader. They felt that as long as the sect leader was there was nothing that couldn't be solved. The elders looked at those disciples and only had one thought in their hearts. Your lives may be cheap, but our lives are very precious. It wasn't easy for them to cultivate to their current realm. They spent so much time and put in so much hard work. As for normal disciples, how long have they cultivated? If they die, then so be it. Anyway, they would just be like this for the rest of their lives. All of you, shut up. The sect leader hollered in rage. He then looked at Lin Fan. We are not as skilled as them. Great Tribulation Temple deserves a tribulation. Since that is the case, Great Tribulation Temple will disband. All disciples, pack up and prepare to leave. When he said those words, his heart was really dripping blood. Great Tribulation Temple was his blood, sweat, and tears. Now this fellow who came from who knows where messed it up. Young Master Lin, actually, there is no need to make things so problematic. Zhao Lishan said. They had been here for a period of time and didn't do much. They just watched young Master Lin argue with them. That was a waste of time. If he was the one to solve it, maybe he wouldn't need to waste too much time to solve it all. Lin Fan shook his head. You don't understand. Zhao Lishan had nothing to say. He really didn't understand. If he did, then that would be great. Naturally, Lin Fan wouldn't tell him that he needed rage points. Very quickly, the Great Tribulation Temple disciples packed up. They turned their heads 3 times with each step they took. They looked at the sect that they were about to part with and step onto the path of wandering. They felt really annoyed. Many pairs of furious eyes looked at Lin Fan and gave off a furious glow. They were really furious. They were bullied and didn't even have a chance to fight back. They were really unwilling to accept it. Although they didn't have many rage points, they won in terms of numbers, so it wasn't bad. Sect leader Lin, I will leave Great Tribulation Temple to you. The sect leader looked at Lin Fan and cupped his fists. But no matter how he looked at it, he felt like Lin Fan was really angry. Thinking about it, it was normal. He was bullied to such an extent, so if he acted like nothing was wrong, wouldn't that be too fake? A large group of disciples followed behind the sect leader. Some of them had thought it through. So what if they left for a short while? They were just biding their time. When they were strong in the future, they could just charge back. Lin Fan had a smile on his face. He didn't want to kill these people. They were too young and had a long road ahead of them. If they were too weak, then the rage points would be too little. This was why he liked to raise fish and raise them until they grew bigger. In the future, he would be able to use them again. So, now, unless he really had to kill them, he wouldn't be ruthless to some people. Okay, I will send all of you off, Lin Fan said. The moment he said this, Lin Fan waved his arm and a dimensional tunnel appeared in the air. When the sect leader saw this, he was shocked and had a bad feeling. What do you mean? Lin Fan said, it is too obvious if so many of you leave together. For your safety, I will help all of you. Let's go. To the surrounding disciples, they felt like their bodies were uncontrollably flying into the dimensional tunnel. They screamed. They were swallowed up by the tunnel. As for where they went, Lin Fan didn't know. Maybe they were at the ends of the world. You bastard! The sect leader was furious. If he split the disciples up, then he would be destroying the foundations of Great Tribulation Temple. Who knew if he was blinded by rage? But he actually slashed towards Lin Fan viciously. Pung! Lin Fan raised his palm and with a light slap, he slapped him into the dimensional tunnel. You thief, I won't let you off. The sect leader hollered. Slowly, his voice disappeared. Everything returned to normal like nothing had happened at all. Have a good trip. Live well with your hatred towards me. Lin Fan waved his hand and then looked at the empty Great Tribulation Temple. Next, I will continue to search for factions in the area. With the current situation, I might attract attention in just a short while. Things developed a little too quickly. The key was that Lin Fan's methods were violent. As long as he faced a faction, he would chase them away. This caused everyone to be filled with rage and leave their homes. Oh! The Great Tribulation Temple sect leader traveled through the dimensional tunnel. He didn't dare to touch or move as he was afraid that the surrounding dimensional power would rip him to shreds. There was a light in front. He felt his body become light and the scenes in front of him made him feel lost. Where is this? People walked around and many pairs of eyes stared at him. He thought that he was a Great Tribulation Temple disciple, but when he looked closely, he realized that he wasn't. Who dares to come to Nine Demon Hall? A voice that struck the depths of his soul was transmitted. To him, he felt like a small boat that could capsize at any time in the turbulent waves. Expert. That was the voice of an expert. Damn guy, where did you send me to? Even if it was a place with few people, why did you send me to such a dangerous place? Person walked over. In the eyes of the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader, it was like an endless blood ocean surging towards him. Pata! The Great Tribulation Temple sect leader sat on the ground paralyzed. His body turned cold. He was finished. Chapter 493. Few days later. That night. Within the room. As expected, only hard work will give me rewards. Although I have the small support system, I have never been a lazy person. I have my current achievements step by step. Lin Fan didn't study much and didn't know what the word shameless meant. Rage points. 221548. Not only did the Great Tribulation Temple provide 2 million rage points, but many other small factions also provided a lot. Although during this period of time, he was more overbearing and caused many people to lose their homes. But he had no choice. Forget it, he didn't think so much and just focused on improving his cultivation technique. Internal and external cultivation. Dao Essence and Dao Body both reached stage 3. His cultivation technique was slowly used up, but it was still enough to improve. Consume 10,000 rage points. Heaven End. Basics. To raise a Dao Realm cultivation technique to return to true required 210,000. It was so good to have the small support system. If he cultivated it himself to raise a Dao Realm cultivation technique to the highest realm, the time needed wouldn't be so simple. Forming Dao patterns. Now he had 97 Dao patterns. In Dao Realm Stage 3 he was really overpowered. There was no one who could form 97 Dao patterns at Dao Realm Stage 3. With the small support system, all of that wasn't a problem. Martial Path Mountain. Swordhead said, Brother Zhao, Young Master Lin has developed too quickly and chased away many factions. Maybe in just a short time, the four alliances will notice the situation here. Zhao Lishan nodded and a worried expression appeared on his face. That is indeed the case. It is okay if normal sects notice, but what I am afraid of is the top sects noticing. In terms of peak combat strength, they were much weaker. He had mentioned this to young Master Lin before, but young Master Lin was really casual about it. It was obvious that he didn't care much about it. He admitted that young Master Lin was really strong, but compared to peak experts the gap was huge. Let's ask the divinator, Swordhead said. The two of them went to search for one another. In the end, they found traces of the divinator on a mountain peak. He stood there and looked towards Martial Path Mountain, looking at everything that happened there. There was no change in his expression, but there was a hint of worry between his brows. I heard that the divinator can seek luck and avoid calamity. What do you think Martial Path Mountain will do in the future? Swordhead and Zhao Lishan appeared on the mountain peak, and Swordhead asked directly. Zhao Lishan didn't know the divinator and was a little suspicious. Are there really people in this world who can tell good from bad? Why does it feel so surreal? The divinator turned his head and said, Calamity, huge calamity. Martial Path Mountain is in trouble and someone has to die. But that is impossible. Now don't ask the Heaven's Fate Master if he could see it clearly. Instead, ask him if he was still in a daze. How could something like this happen when the luck was so dense? This was simply impossible. What exactly went wrong? What he didn't know was, Lin Fan's luck was indeed thick, but he couldn't help himself from courting death. Not only that, he was a little devilish as well. It was normal for him to have some twists and turns. No solution? Swordmaster frowned and asked. He believed what the divinator said. The divinator nodded, and there is no solution for now. At that moment, the divinator's mind was filled with a battle between the heavens and man. Leave? Not leave. His personality was that if he knew that danger was heading his way, he would definitely flee. He wouldn't stay at all. But now there was a battle in his heart. This was a rare chance. One had to admit that sect leader Lin's luck was the most terrifying. Maybe he would face danger, but he would always win. As long as he stayed and got through this, he would definitely soar into the sky and be covered by luck. But what he was most afraid of was that he would be the one to die in this calamity. Everything depends on one's effort. Some things can't be decided by the heavens. Zhao Lishan scoffed at such things and looked down on them. Swordmaster said softly, Brother Zhao, there are some things that you have to believe in. Zhao Lishan smiled and shook his head. He didn't say anything more. Swordmaster told him about the divinator's background and legend. Although he was impressed, he always believed that man could defeat the heavens and that destiny could be defied. The so-called seeking luck and avoiding calamity was just a form of escape. Zhao Lishan, you can choose not to believe me, but you have to believe in my ability. You were someone who was going to die, but due to some reason you survived. Someone changed your destiny for you. The divinator said. Zhao Lishan was stunned and then he laughed out loud. Interesting. Do I need the heavens to decide whether or not I will live? The divinator shook his head and sighed. Ordinary people don't understand the will of the heavens. Now that I picked up a stone, I didn't think that I couldn't go against the will of the heavens, so I naturally threw it away. But when I thought about it, I had to go against the will of the heavens. So I crushed the stone and its fate changed. But I thought that I had changed my destiny, but I didn't know that I had just fallen into another cycle. Swordmaster nodded his head. The divinator's words made sense and he understood. But Zhao Lishan closed his eyes and didn't want to say anything more. He felt like there was no point in saying anything more. This person was really good at saying weird things. Maybe what he said was right, but he would never be able to make him believe him. He only believed that there was nothing that couldn't be changed. If Zhang Tianshan heard what the divinator said, he would definitely beat him up. What the hell was he talking about? At the same time, he understood why he was in such a bad state. Although he knew how to brag, he didn't do it well. This was a deep look of disdain and disdain from a bronze-level expert towards a king-level expert. That moment, the divinator wanted to leave, but suddenly, he stopped. His expression changed and his eyes were filled with shock. He blurted out, "How is that possible?" Swordhead saw the change in the divinator's expression, and didn't know what had happened. He asked curiously what happened. The divinator didn't reply to Swordhead's question. He looked towards Martial Path Mountain. It changed. Suddenly it changed. To the divinator, Martial Path Mountain, which was filled with luck, suddenly had a sense of danger. But just as he was about to leave, he realized that there was a shocking change in Martial Path Mountain. It's gone. The danger has actually disappeared and the luck has become even thicker. How is that possible? He muttered to himself. This was an insult to his 100 years of experience. When Swordhead heard what the divinator said, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the danger had disappeared. That was good. As long as there was no danger, it was fine. Zhao Lishan giggled. He said that there was danger and then he said that there was no danger at all. His words were like farts. He instantly lost interest. He left right away. Within the room, 10 more Dao patterns. I have finally reached Dao Realm Stage 4. Lin Fan took in a deep breath and felt really good. When his Dao patterns broke 100, he felt a terrifying power boiling in his body. Maybe this was the breaking point. Anyone who wanted to increase the number of Dao patterns to 100 would encounter this obstacle. But to Lin Fan, this wasn't a problem at all. With the small support system, as long as you had enough rage points, you wouldn't need to worry about too much and you would be able to instantly raise them. Dao Realm Stage 4, Astronomical Phenomenon. It was a true mystique and secret technique, and he was a dual cultivator. He really did not know how powerful the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth would be. To him, cultivation was just so simple. He could fight with those strongest 9-star generals or the true experts of the top sections. He pushed the door open. "Gozi, I am hungry," Lin Fan said. He didn't show too much excitement. So be it if his cultivation increased. Actually, there was nothing to be happy about. He was used to it. If he acted excited each time he improved, then after a year, he would be so excited that his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Gozi, who was on standby, ran towards the kitchen. There were many people on Martial Path Mountain. Naturally, he wouldn't prepare food for everyone. Other people's food would be passed to other disciples. Lin Fan chose a purple faith line. That was definitely Cousin's. Power transfer. Using the power of faith, Cousin's cultivation reached Dao Realm Stage 3. Oh! Great Tribulation Temple sect leader landed in 9 Evil Spirit Hall's territory. He wasn't from the 4 alliances, but if he fell into the hands of Evil Alliance, he would definitely end up in a tragic state. For some reason, he thought about the humiliation he suffered and started to cry. 9 Evil Spirit Hall didn't even attack and he cried. This made Evil Spirit Old Ancestor think back to himself. He had faced such a sad matter. Perhaps it was because of the same experience. Thus, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor didn't do anything to him. He gave him a chance to cry. If it was unimportant, then it wouldn't be too late to kill the other party. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader couldn't stop talking about his experiences. Someone came and chased all of them away. He even sent their disciples away through the dimension tunnel, and they didn't know where they were. At the start, he didn't feel anything. But slowly, the situation became a little off. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor recalled something. That feeling, that situation was really familiar. He asked him whether or not that person was called Lin Fan. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader shook his head and said that he didn't know his name. He just said that his surname was Lin and he called himself sect leader Lin. The moment he heard that his surname was Lin, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor raised his head and his tears flowed down uncontrollably. When the surrounding disciples saw Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's expression, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to say a word. What was going on? What was going on with Evil Spirit Old Ancestor? Why did he have such an expression? Did something happen? Not only were the disciples stunned, but even the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader was stunned. Are you crazy? I am talking about my tragic experience, so why are you crying? Suddenly, ha! Evil Spirit Old Ancestor laughed out loud. A vicious glow appeared in his eyes. I have finally found you. Shortly after, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor lowered his head and looked at the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader. His face was dark and sunken. Tell me where he is. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader was stunned. He only had one thought in his heart. That was that the expert in front of him had a grudge with that person. Chapter 494. What made Gozi happiest was personally witnessing young master destroy all the things he made. Moreover, he was still reminiscing about it. Cultivation wasn't important to Gozi. As long as he could make good food for young master, that was the happiest thing. As for cultivation, it was still okay. He could find all sorts of rare ingredients for young master. Gozi, this dish is not bad. I have never seen it before. He used his chopsticks to pick up a golden mushroom. There was still some soup on it and it looked really delicious. Young master, I found this when I was searching for ingredients in the mountains. I don't need to add any ingredients and it tastes really delicious. It melts in the mouth. Lin Fan acknowledged. He had high hopes for Gozi's talent in finding ingredients. As for Zhang Tianshan and the others, they could only watch. Even if they drooled all over the ground, they wouldn't be able to eat it. As for Nine Demon, he felt really comfortable. He squatted beside Lin Fan's feet like a puppy. He raised his 9 heads and wagged his tail. Occasionally he would take a bite. Not long later. Young master, what is wrong? Gozi saw that young master was stunned and thought that there was something wrong with the food. Zhang Tianshan and the others took a look and stopped paying attention. What an overbearing fellow. No matter what, he was the deputy sect leader, so he had to be treated better. Lin Fan kept silent for a moment and shook his head. Nothing, I just feel like something is about to happen. Gozi felt that young master was under a lot of pressure, which was why he had such thoughts. It seemed like he had to make some soup for young master to heal up his body, and also relieve his mental pressure. In the distance, since the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader knew that evil spirit old ancestor was enemies with the person who chased them out of the sect, he became more active. As long as Lin Fan asked, he would tell him everything he knew. With his own strength, he couldn't beat him at all. This was why letting an expert attack was the wisest choice. Evil spirit old ancestor, is that person really there? This time, not only was evil spirit old ancestor working alone, but he also gathered many people. One of them was the heaven-covering demon sect leader. Lin Fan went to their sect to provoke them and caused hatred. Thus, after evil spirit old ancestor confirmed Lin Fan's location, he headed to heaven-covering demon sect right away to inform them. How could they take the humiliation they suffered? So, it was the same as he thought. Heaven-covering demon sect leader personally came out and said that he was going to grind his bones to dust and smash him into meat paste. His methods were really cruel. When Great Tribulation Temple sect leader heard this, he felt really good. At the same time, in the face of these experts who were once unreachable, he put down his pride and willingly acted as a bootlicker. He only hoped to leave a good impression in the other party's eyes. Everyone, this person is Lin Wani's son. Even though his cultivation base isn't at the peak, it is still shocking. To be able to reach this realm at such a young age, if we allow him to continue developing, he will be a disaster for us. And now I can clearly tell you that it's right there. There's no mistaking it. Evil spirit old ancestor had been suppressing his anger for a long time. The blood lotus was the flesh of his heart. Ever since he lost the blood lotus, he thought about it day and night. He was always in a daze, and when he thought of the pain, he would secretly cry. He knew his place. He had fought with Lin Fan before and he wasn't his opponent. Therefore he found an expert. Now there were many of them. Of course, the strongest one was the heaven-covering demon sect leader, who was at stage 7. This kid came to heaven-covering demon sect to cause trouble and humiliated my kid. He deserves to be killed. Heaven-covering demon sect leader's face was dark and sunken. A fierce glow shone in his eyes. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader agreed. He does deserve to die. But the moment he said this, Lin Fan's gaze caused his body to turn cold. He shivered and didn't have any thoughts at all. To the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader, he felt like he was innocent. He was a victim, so couldn't he be more friendly to him? If one was weak, one had no rights at all. Let's go, I can't wait to see that kid's tragic end. Evil spirit old ancestor was so furious with Lin Fan that he didn't want to waste any more time. Oh, Martial Path Mountain. The divinator's eyelids jumped. Weird, why is my eyelid twitching so quickly? He rubbed his eyes, feeling a little flustered. Could it be that something is about to happen? Suddenly, the divinator raised his head and looked into the distance. He sensed a few shocking auras moving quickly, and they were heading towards Marshall Path Mountain. Was it Hunglong? The space around exploded. Several people appeared in the sky above Marshall Path Mountain. The aura that they gave off was really terrifying, and even the space around them was shattered. Lin Fan scram out. Evil spirit old ancestor hollered in rage. His voice was like thunder that buzzed. Instantly, a light barrier covered Marshall Path Mountain, and several places around shone brightly. These were the formations that Zhang Tianshan laid out. When they sensed attacks, they would automatically activate to defend. Although this was just a casual holler from evil spirit old ancestor, it was filled with rage. The first barrier was broken. Shortly after, the second barrier shone and blocked evil spirit old ancestor's shout. They are killing their way to our doorstep. The divinator was astonished. He knew that Marshall Path Mountain would be in danger. So he wasn't wrong, and there really was. But didn't they say that everything was fine? How did this happen? The divinator started to doubt himself. Did his standards drop and he really see wrongly? Swordhead and Zhao Lishan rose into the air and looked at the few people in the distance. It is the heaven-covering demon sect leader. Swordhead saw him right away because heaven-covering demon sect was really strong. They were even stronger than Sword Palace. After all, his cultivation was at Dao Realm Stage 7. Even the top sects had a gap. Some top sects only had Dao Realm Stage 5 or 6, but some had Dao Realm Stage 7. Before evil spirit old ancestor saw Lin Fan, he definitely wouldn't stop. Lin Fan scram out to die. Evil spirit old ancestor had an explosive temper. He felt like he was someone who had been conned, and the rage in his heart was caused by Lin Fan. Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan laid there and enjoyed the happiness of life. Right as he was about to rest, he was shocked by a loud voice. Who is so bold to actually fight their way to our doorstep? Lin Fan got up. Go Zi was unhappy. Young master, let me deal with them. You are no match for them. What a joke. If he let Go Zi face them, then he would have to collect Go Zi's corpse. Evil spirit old ancestor was still shouting like he wasn't going to stop until he saw Lin Fan. Swordhead and Zhao Lishan didn't dare to attack. Swordhead was the one who told Zhao Lishan that this was the heaven-covering demon sect leader. He was at Dao Realm Stage 7 and was much stronger than them. Even if the two of them worked together, they would be crushed. Evil spirit old ancestor saw that Lin Fan didn't come out and was furious once more. Lin Fan, if you don't scram out, then I will wipe out your mountain. The moment he said this, a voice spread out from below. "Okay, why are you shouting?" Lin Fan walked out impatiently. When he saw evil spirit old ancestor, he was stunned. So it is you. It seems like I didn't give you a deep impression last time. You. Evil spirit old ancestor was so furious that flames shot out from his body. The hand that was pointing at Lin Fan was so furious that it was trembling. Good, you are stubborn. Let's see how you are going to do that today. Evil spirit old ancestor was really confident because the people who came were all experts. Especially the heaven-covering demon sect leader. He was a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert. Oh, so you are all familiar people. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader, you really are smart. You knew that you couldn't do it, so you went to find helpers. You even found Evil Alliance. Not bad at all. Lin Fan understood the situation right away. Apart from him, who else could it be? If it was a while ago, it would have been really problematic to face these people, and he would have even had to pay a price. But now he didn't fear anything. So what if they were Dao Realm Stage 7 experts? Move aside. Just at that moment, heaven-covering demon sect leader didn't say any nonsense. He held the celestial slaying spear and his aura exploded. He then slashed towards Lin Fan. His attacks were vicious and his aura was really strong. Young Master Lin, let me. Zhao Lishan exclaimed and wanted to block that move for young Master Lin. After all, he was a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert and young Master Lin was only at Dao Realm Stage 3, so how could he fight him? But shortly after, something that he didn't expect happened. Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and appeared in the distance. He clenched his fingers and punched towards the celestial slaying spear. You overestimate yourself. Heaven-covering demon sect leader scoffed coldly. He was actually so dumb to fight him head-on. Was there something wrong with his head? But shortly after, a shocking change occurred. Pung! Hunglong! The two powers clashed with one another and a bright light exploded. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave spread out. The shockwave was really strong. It caused the sky to split open. Zhang Tianshan's usefulness was totally used at that moment. The formation that he laid out started to shine and heat up, forming many circles of light to block the shockwave. How is that possible? Heaven-covering demon sect leader was astonished. The moment they clashed, he sensed that the power that Lin Fan used was really shocking. It didn't look like something that someone at Dao Realm Stage 3 could do. Maybe he didn't know that Lin Fan was already at Dao Realm Stage 4. When he really exploded out, he could use the strength of someone at Dao Realm Stage 7. This evil spirit old ancestor shouted the fiercest. But when he saw Lin Fan and the heaven-covering demon sect leader fight, he was totally stunned. Damn, when did this kid become so terrifying? Not only was he stunned, but so was everyone else. Zhao Lishan and Swordhead looked at one another. They only had one thought in their hearts. Had young Master Lin's strength reached such a terrifying level? Lin Fan clenched his fists. That feeling just now felt so good. Chapter 495. Still okay. Dual cultivation, Dao essence and Dao body reaching Dao realm stage 4. This was something that no one had ever done in the past and no one would be able to do. How did this fellow become so strong? Evil spirit old ancestor felt like he was totally blind. If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. The last time they had a conflict he was just so. But now he was actually able to fight against the heaven-covering demon sect leader, who was at Dao Realm Stage 7. Lin Fan floated in the air. 9 Demon turned into a streak of light and squatted on Lin Fan's shoulder. What are all of you thinking? But forget it, since you are all here, then let's have a good fight. After dealing with all of you, it is time for me to conquer the world. You, and you all of you be careful. If your sect is in my territory, you will be chased away. Lin Fan's words caused the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader to feel really conflicted. He thought back to his own experience and it was just so tragic and unbearable. Lin Fan, the few seniors are here and you still dare to be arrogant. You are so evil and you will definitely pay a heavy price. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader hollered in rage. With a few experts here, what was there for him to be afraid of? Naturally, he used their strength to show that he was fearless as the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader. He was going to fight them head-on. Instantly. He was terrified by Lin Fan's gaze. His face turned white and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. His heart was beating fast. He gathered his courage. What kind of gaze is that? Did I say anything wrong? The few seniors are going to help the heavens and kill you. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader panicked from Lin Fan's gaze, but he forced himself to calm down and scolded. Evil spirit old ancestor frowned. It wasn't that the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader was annoyed, but the kid was just too arrogant. Even at such a time, he was still annoyed. Young Master Lin, Swordhead and I will help you. Zhao Lishan's expression was solemn. Although they weren't as strong as the Alliance's strongest, they weren't weak either. Although young Master Lin was strong, it would be tough for him to fight one against many. Lin Fan waved his hands. No need, leave it to me. They know that I am on Martial Path Mountain and still dare to cause trouble. That only means that they are confident. I won't back down from such provocations. Ever since his strength had increased, even his words had become much more forceful. If it was in the past, even though he would have said a few words, he wouldn't have been so unyielding. The Martial Path Mountain disciples had never seen their sect leader fight an enemy. Right now they were facing a very strong enemy. But our sect leader's words were so domineering, so shocking. The blood in our bodies was already boiling. Zhuyao, let's fight together. Instantly, 9 Demon turned into liquid and merged into Lin Fan's body. Buzz! The power was burning and expanding, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Poochie! Lin Fan could feel that the power within his body had been dormant for a long time now, as though it could not wait to burst forth. The third form of insect transformation. 9 Demon's power was further released. The muscles on his back twitched as if something was about to break out of his body. Poochie! It broke open. A curved blade stretched out from his back. White bone spikes gave off a cold glow. One after another, it made Lin Fan look really vicious. His limbs swelled up and a thin layer of armor appeared beneath his skin. This form should be called the bug battle suit. Hong! The power in his body spread out, forming a shocking shockwave that covered everyone. This power. Evil spirit old ancestor took a step back. He understood that he was no match for Lin Fan. The aura that spread out was just too strong. He could only rely on heaven covering old demon for this battle. Feng Poliu, who was in Martial Path Mountain, raised his head and had a weird expression on his face. Lin Fan and Nine Demons' chemistry had reached a level that even he couldn't understand. If people from Insect Valley saw these scenes, maybe they would be as shocked as him. Lin Fan looked at them. Now come on. I think all of you have waited for a long time, so let's not talk any nonsense. It is just a waste of time. The moment he said this, there was a pung. Lin Fan instantly disappeared from the spot like he had disappeared into thin air. Where is he? Demon Refining Old Ancestor was shocked. Lin Fan was so quick that even he couldn't find any traces of him. He was at Dao Realm Stage 5 and he felt that he wasn't weak. He was an old ancestor in Evil Alliance. This time, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor dragged him over to deal with this Dao Realm Stage 3 kid. He felt like he was making a mountain out of a molehill, but now he felt like he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Suddenly, Demon Refining Old Ancestor's body turned cold. This was the feeling that one would have when danger arrived. Not good. The Demon Refinement Ancestor roared and retreated quickly, smashing through one dimension after another. Shortly after, the space around him trembled and illusory faces appeared in all directions. They inhaled and sealed the space around them. He could only do that to protect himself in the middle. As long as Lin Fan stepped in, no matter how fast he was, he would be able to see where he was. But at that moment the situation wasn't right. With a gotcha, the illusionary face shattered and his hair stood on their ends. A cold glow struck him. Lin Fan didn't sneak attack and instead attacked him head-on. Jerk, do you really think that I am easy to bully? Demon Refining Old Ancestor hollered in rage. He grabbed towards Lin Fan with his Heaven and Earth Demon hand. His aura was extraordinary and it felt like the entire area was under his control. Dao Realm Stage 5 was really strong. Even in the 4 alliances, he was an expert amongst experts. In the top sex, he was a peak existence. Shua, shua. 1 cold glow, 2 cold glows, and then they intersected to form a giant net. In the blink of an eye, everything became calm once more. Lin Fan appeared. He didn't look at Demon Refining Old Ancestor but at Heaven Covering Old Demon. Don't you think that you are stupid to come to find trouble with me without understanding the situation? That moment, Demon Refining Old Ancestor lowered his head and looked at his body. There was nothing wrong with him and joy appeared on his face. He hollered in rage, "Kid, what is the meaning of this? This is your gotcha." Before he finished, many wounds appeared on Demon Refining Old Ancestor's body. The cracks became bigger and bigger, and with a scream Demon Refining Old Ancestor was split into hundreds of pieces. It would probably take a long time to piece them together into a complete body. Uproar. How did this happen? Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's face was ashen white. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. Demon Refining Old Ancestor, who was at Dao Realm Stage 5, actually died just like that. Impossible, that was definitely impossible. How could the difference in strength be so terrifying? Even if he wanted to kill Demon Refining Old Ancestor, he would need to use some methods. Lin Fan's arm shook and a white bone blade appeared from his joints. He then retracted it into his body like nothing had happened at all. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader nearly fell to the ground. His body was covered in a cold sweat. When he saw such a terrifying scene, he was really unable to keep calm. How was this kid so strong? That fellow was at Dao Realm Stage 5. Did he even know what Stage 5 meant? That was a realm that many people wanted to reach, but were unable to reach in their entire lives. Now he was killed so easily. That was just too unbelievable. Who lives and who dies will depend on the heavens. I am here. Lin Fan turned into a streak of light and headed towards Heaven Covering Old Demon. He wanted to see the gap between him and Heaven Covering Old Demon. Of course. He believed that with his own strength, there shouldn't be any difference. Zhao Lishan was stunned. Young Master Lin has become stronger. Naturally, Zhu Shen was the most shocked. He had seen young Master Lin's strength jump. During the Yu City battle, young Master Lin wasn't so strong. In just a few months he actually reached such a level. If Master Lin knew about this, who knew what he would think? Divergent, this was definitely a divergent. No one in the world could raise their cultivation so quickly. That was just impossible. For some reason, Zhu Shen had a bold idea in his heart. That young Master Lin might really be able to suppress all unstable factors in the world alone. How could I have such a daring idea? This is something impossible in the past, okay? Honglong. Heaven and earth shook. It was as if someone had swallowed medicine and the energy currents became really violent. The shockwaves from Lin Fan and heaven-covering old demon's battle were just terrifying. Each time the two of them clashed, it would cause an intense tremor. Not bad. No wonder you dare to cause trouble in Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan's power surged forwards like a flood. Each fist, each palm caused the surrounding space to shatter. At the same time, a sharp blade would pierce forwards. Heaven-covering old demon wasn't easy to deal with either. He was shocked by Lin Fan's strength. He was so young but he was so strong. Were the people from the Four Alliances fools? They actually allowed such a potential danger to become a true danger. When Lin Fan and heaven-covering old demon fought, he didn't forget about evil spirit old ancestor. Everyone had a share and he couldn't just take care of one person. Evil spirit old ancestor's face turned white. He faced death several times but each time he was safe. The first time he thought that he was strong enough, but he realized that that wasn't the case. That was because each time Lin Fan left injuries on his body, he would smile in disdain. Evil spirit old ancestor lowered his head and looked at the wound on his chest. Just as the kid appeared in front of him and punched him, in the blink of an eye, a sharp blade stretched out from his arm and sliced his chest. The pain caused him to wake up. He knew that Lin Fan didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, he would have been sliced into two. When one reached Dao Realm Stage 6, one would have an undying body and wouldn't die so easily. But if Lin Fan wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be difficult at all. How did this happen? He didn't have such a feeling a while ago. Chapter 496. Heaven-covering old demon's expression was really solemn. The celestial slaying spear in his hand was really fierce. The tip of the spear pointed into the air and many ripples spread out. The sky couldn't handle such strength and it was on the verge of being destroyed. The situation between Lin Fan and heaven-covering old demon was currently on the same level. But for some reason, Lin Fan felt that if he had time, he would be able to suppress heaven-covering old demon. He relied on the unlimited power of the small support system. If he continued to fight without any losses, who could take it? Lin Fan was probably the only one who could endure it. Astronomical phenomenon. Lin Fan hollered. After reaching Dao Realm Stage 4 and having the ability of Stage 4, he really wanted to try it out. Honglong. The sky shook and a shocking power drew the area. Lightning surged in the sky and each bolt was as thick as a thigh. They were like mini lightning dragons. Kacha! The ground shattered and it couldn't handle Lin Fan's strength at all. Instantly, with Lin Fan at the center, a strong storm exploded. Lin Fan's body continued to grow taller. 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet. Very quickly, his entire upper body was in the clouds. He was so tall that one couldn't even look up to him. Normal Dao Realm Stage 4 people could only reach 1,000 feet when they used astronomical phenomenon. When one's strength reached the first stage, it was normal for one to reach 100,000 feet. Terrifying. Zhao Lishan and the others raised their heads and looked. Maybe they would never forget this scene. Young Master Lin was just too strong. So strong that it sent chills down their spines. Come, the battle has just begun. Lin Fan opened his mouth. His voice was really loud and it spread throughout the area. He raised his leg and landed. Honglong. The ground cracked and was instantly destroyed. A strong shockwave spread out and destroyed everything around. Pung pung. Evil spirit old ancestor's robe swelled up and his long hair danced in the wind. His face was filled with terror and he was totally stunned. He didn't know what to do. Lin Fan clenched his fingers into a fist and punched out at the ground. Even before his fist had reached the ground, the winds and clouds in the world were stirred up into a frenzy, turning into a devastating storm. Hunglong! The fist landed and the ground split apart, forming a bottomless hole. Magma exploded from the ground like the fist had pierced through the earth's core. Pung! Bang! Evil spirit old ancestor didn't touch the fist, but the power that exploded out was like a hammer that smashed into their bodies. Damn it! How did it become like this? He was extremely indignant in his heart. This should not be the case. But the current situation made him unable to resist. How could he improve so quickly? This was simply impossible. A world-shaking power. Ordinary people are unable to contend against it, Zhao Lishan said. He was deeply shocked by the strength that Lin Fan had displayed. At this moment, heaven-covering old demon and the others used their lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, and their bodies turned to the same size as Lin Fan. Lin Fan's body grew bigger, but his speed wasn't slow at all. Striding forward, he smashed through everything, causing the void to explode and shatter into pieces. Watch my fist. If someone once said, "Have you ever seen a fist as big as a mountain?" he would definitely be scolded angrily. Was there something wrong with his brain? How could he have such a fist? But now all of this had really happened. The difference between heaven-covering old demon and Lin Fan in terms of physical body cultivation was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Pung! An intense clash occurred between the two of them. Heaven and earth split apart and the sky shattered. Everything in the surroundings was annihilated by the terrifying power. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader started to doubt himself. Why did he have to return? Why was he so terrifying? As time went on, the battle became more and more intense. The battle between Lin Fan and heaven-covering old demon wasn't something that they could interfere in. To heaven-covering old demon, he felt really bad. He wasn't able to take down this kid and they were even on the same level. To him, this was an insult. Just thinking about it made his heart feel like it was about to explode. Poochie! Heaven-covering old demon had many deep wounds on his body. Fresh blood flowed down like a waterfall. But very quickly, the wounds healed and there weren't even any marks left. Damn kid. He knew the kid's cultivation. Dao Realm Stage 4, but he had the aura of someone at Dao Realm Stage 7. At the same time, he felt a chill down his spine. If this kid continued to develop, the outcome would be catastrophic. One day, he would become an uncontrollable existence. Shua! That moment, the heaven and earth roared. Time seemed to have stopped and everything became really silent. When Lin Fan sensed that, he was shocked and actually felt a sense of danger. Clang! Heaven-covering old demon held the celestial slaying spear and his aura surged. At the same time, it turned physical and the power of heaven and earth gathered onto the spear. At the same time, many Dao patterns spread out from his body and wrapped around one another. Each Dao pattern represented a combat technique and at that moment, all of them were gathered together. It was as if someone had brought them together. Dao Realm Stage 7 Dao returned to 1. Shortly after heaven-covering old demon moved. He wasn't fast but he wasn't slow either. Celestial slaying spear broke through space and time. There weren't any fancy techniques and it was just a simple move. It became faster and faster. In the end, the celestial slaying spear turned into a streak of light and struck. Lin Fan felt a terrifying suppressive power strike him. The surrounding space was locked down and the celestial slaying spear got closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Hunglong! A bright light covered the sky and a circular blade spread out. The wind exploded and it felt like the space was being sliced into two. He should be dead, right? Evil spirit old ancestor was stunned. Heaven-covering old demon's move could be said to have surpassed everything. If God blocked him, he would kill him. Who could block it? But he wasn't too sure. To him, Lin Fan shouldn't have existed. He was someone that one couldn't understand and no one knew what the outcome would be. Suddenly, Lin Fan's voice spread out from the light. Very strong. Evil spirit old ancestor's expression changed. How was that possible? Not only was evil spirit old ancestor filled with disbelief, but even heaven-covering old demon didn't dare to believe it. Even if his spear couldn't kill Lin Fan, it definitely wasn't something that could be easily blocked. The light dissipated. Lin Fan's body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Fan used his palm as a shield to block the strike. But the price he paid was that his palm was pierced. To Lin Fan, this move was tough to block and it was impossible to dodge. The damage that he would have to take would be unknown, so it was best if he pierced his palm. Of course, more importantly, he had to fight him in close combat. Heaven-covering old demon frowned. He shook his wrist and the celestial slaying spear spun crazily. It formed a terrifying spinning force and wanted to destroy Lin Fan's entire arm. Clang! Lin Fan reached out with his perfect hand and grabbed the celestial slaying spear. He wanted to pull it over. Naturally, heaven-covering old demon wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. He didn't move his hand but his giant body smashed towards Lin Fan. Good timing. There was a poochie. Lin Fan pulled out his hand that was pierced through and used the blood demon reversal technique to heal himself up. Pata! He grabbed the celestial slaying spear with both hands like he was having a tug of war with heaven-covering old demon. Rage appeared on heaven-covering old demon's face. He wanted to retract the celestial slaying spear but the kid was a little strong and he was actually unable to do so. Naturally, he couldn't let go now. He definitely couldn't let go of the celestial slaying spear, so he could only fight him head-on. Lin Fan felt much better. He had been chased by heaven-covering old demon once and this time, he didn't flee. He was going to fight him head-on and see who was stronger. Kid, let go of me. Heaven-covering old demon raged. This was something that had never happened before. Now that it was happening in front of him, how could he take it? Lin Fan shook his head. I won't let go. Why don't you let go and let me see what your Tao artifact looks like? Maybe when I am sick of it, I will return it to you. What do you think? When heaven-covering old demon heard these words, his face flushed red. Preposterous. He was regretting it now. He allowed this kid to escape in heaven-covering demon sect. If he knew that this would happen, he would have killed this kid to prevent future problems. There was a loud explosion. In terms of strength, heaven-covering old demon wasn't Lin Fan's match at all. His giant body flew towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan hollered. Green veins appeared on his arm and he punched heaven-covering old demon's face. With a pong, it was as if the world had exploded and there was a terrifying explosion. Heaven-covering old demon flew backward and his giant body fell to the ground, causing the ground to shake. Lin Fan didn't even take a look. He just played with the celestial killing spear in his hand. Your Tao artifact is not bad. Contains some sort of power within. Who created this weapon? I feel like it's impossible. Lin Fan asked. After using the astronomical phenomenon, the celestial killing spear became huge and even sharper and more terrifying. There was a loud explosion. Heaven-covering old demon climbed up with a furious expression. His eyes were bloodshot and he gritted his teeth. Return it to me. Hiki. Lin Fan smiled. Just as he was about to say how was that possible, the celestial killing spear in his hand changed. It disintegrated at a speed that the naked eye couldn't pick up. It turned into many thin ropes that tied Lin Fan up. Then more ropes pierced Lin Fan's body like they had a mind of their own. There were many of them. They were all bloody holes. Lin Fan was shocked like he didn't expect this. Ha ha ha. Heaven-covering old demon laughed. Kid. How can you understand the mysteries of a Tao artifact? Each Tao artifact is born from the heavens and has many uses. If you want to steal my Tao artifact, then let's see whether or not you have the ability. Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. In the blink of an eye, the celestial killing spear returned to normal and turned into a streak of light that appeared in heaven covering old demon's hands once more. Lin Fan, on the other hand, looked a little miserable. How is it? Is it painful? With your current state, I think damn. Heaven covering old demon shouldn't have said such words, but he had no choice. He had to say it. What did he see? That kid recovered in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan sighed and shook his head. Young people will always be young and will always suffer at the hands of old people like you. But suffering is a blessing and it is normal to suffer. Okay, let's start again. I won't fall for it. Chapter 497. When Lin Fan snatched his celestial slaying spear, heaven covering old demon was furious, but that was just fake. This was why after the Tao artifact counterattacked he was really excited. Young people were just young people. They thought that they were strong and dared to do whatever they wanted. That was a price to pay. Even a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert would be badly injured. Even if they relied on the undying body to recover, they would need large amounts of energy and strength, causing them to be in a weak state. That kid was so injured, but he recovered in the blink of an eye. That was unbelievable. Was he even giving him a chance to live? What secret technique is that? Heaven-covering old demon asked. Just now, he felt a sense of familiarity, but it was too mysterious and he didn't know what it was. Lin Fan smiled. Speaking of which, all of you are familiar with it. Xiedao Sec's blood demon reversal technique has a lot to do with your evil alliance. How is that possible? Heaven-covering old demon didn't believe it. How could an outsider obtain Xiedao Sec's secret technique? Moreover, how could he have such ability? If he was so overpowered, would Xiedao Sec still be like this? They would have crushed all the sects in the world. Nothing is impossible. Naturally, Lin Fan knew why heaven-covering old demon didn't believe him. The main reason was that he was just too overpowered. But what could he do? Blood demon reversal technique was a secret technique that couldn't be cultivated to the peak. It was also a technique that was hard to use. Even if someone cultivated it to the 4th stage, it would be tough for them to use it even once. If not for Lin Fan having the small support system that could provide unlimited recovery Dao patterns, he wouldn't have been so confident. Okay, there is no need to think about all these problems. I fell for your tricks and took a small loss, but I won't next. Lin Fan's gaze became solemn and his aura boiled. The destructive strength of the astronomical phenomenon was just too terrifying. This area had long been turned into a deep abyss. Maybe once this ended, he should change a place. Heaven-covering old demon didn't dare to be careless. He didn't underestimate Lin Fan anymore. He treated the kid as someone of the same level. The battle exploded once more. Heaven and earth shook. Evil spirit old ancestor couldn't help at all and could only stare. The other old ancestors who followed him all had the urge to run. But as the battle hadn't ended, they felt like it wasn't good to just run like that. Rumble. Terrifying astral winds blew over, like sharp blades, mercilessly slapping at their bodies. Evil spirit old ancestor didn't expect that he would face such a situation. The battle situation between the two of them was enough to force him to take a step back, not daring to take the initiative to approach. With such strength, even if this old man joins in, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold on for long. Evil spirit old ancestor was someone who knew his place. He could see more clearly. Time continued to flow. Heaven-covering old demon felt huge pressure. It wasn't that Lin Fan was suppressing him, but that the battle between the two of them consumed too much energy. But looking at that kid's situation, he was full of energy and didn't look like he had been fighting for such a long time. If he had known that Lin Fan had the small support system that gave him unlimited stamina and strength, he probably wouldn't have continued fighting with Lin Fan. It was too tiring and torturous. Rumble. A fierce collision broke out between the two. A bright and dazzling light burst forth. The light enveloped heaven and earth. The space within the range continued to shatter, and the void flowed in reverse like a giant dragon, tearing apart everything nearby. This fellow will never get tired? Heaven-covering old demon panted and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. With his cultivation, naturally, he wouldn't feel tired from such an intense battle. But the kid in front of him was problematic. Each time he attacked, he used his strongest strength like he was using the strongest strike of a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert. Each time he counterattacked, he could only use his strongest strength to block. At the same time, Lin Fan's physical strength was too terrifying and it restricted him a little. Lin Fan looked at how heaven-covering old demon was panting and smiled. Old fellow, you feel tired already? The battle has just begun, so don't be too anxious. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Heaven-covering old demon looked at him coldly and thought about how to deal with him. He wanted to use strength to suppress him, but surprisingly, the kid wasn't weak and it was tough for him to take him down. As for evil spirit old ancestor and the others, there was no need to say much. Apart from evil spirit old ancestor, the others didn't have the right to do so. Heaven-covering old demon was filled with regret and felt like he was being used as a tool. Evil spirit old ancestor was the one who suggested this. But now he was the only one who made the move. The others were still watching from the sidelines. If we continue, there is a high chance that we will lose. Heaven-covering old demon kept silent and thought about what was going to happen next. Leave this place and not clash with this kid. The moment such a thought appeared in his mind, he was prepared to execute it. As for the others, he didn't care at all. Their lives and deaths didn't have much to do with him. This kid's combat strength could fight against someone at Dao Realm Stage 7, and it would be tough to kill him. He thought that since the kid hadn't comprehended the undying body, there was a high chance that he could kill him. However, after witnessing the secret skill of instant recovery, there was no longer any hope. This was tough. Lin Fan smiled. Old fellow, you aren't saying anything and aren't doing anything. Are you thinking of running? Heaven-covering old demon was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan. Damn! This brat could even see this. He really did have the thought of running away. Kid, do you think that you can continue living? You are someone that everyone in the 4 alliances wants to kill. As long as they know where you are, no one will let you live. Heaven-covering old demon said. Lin Fan smiled. Is that so? Maybe you're right, and not many people are willing to let me live. But in the current situation, how many people do you think it will take to kill me? Heaven-covering old demon frowned. What an arrogant fellow. At the same time, heaven-covering old demon confirmed that no matter what, he had to kill this kid. Just as he was thinking about all of this, the situation changed once more. Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. Although his 100,000-foot body disappeared from the spot, his body was too huge, and when he sped through the air, there was a loud explosion. Pung! In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan appeared beside heaven-covering old demon and punched. Under such a situation, skills weren't important anymore. Just his fist alone could smash him into pieces. There was no difference in strength between the two of them. It was tough to say who was stronger. In the blink of an eye, the two terrifying giants exchanged hundreds of blows, exchanging blows with each other, neither of them backing down. Heaven-covering old demon's Dao artifact was really terrifying. This was the first time Lin Fan had faced a true Dao artifact. It was obvious that there was a huge gap between Dao artifacts, and heaven-covering old demon's Dao artifact was slightly stronger. From the few clashes, one could sense how strong it was. It didn't come from him but from the Dao artifact itself. Pung! Just at that moment, the two of them attacked and hammered one another. Lin Fan's fist landed on heaven-covering old demon's body. Naturally, heaven-covering old demon wouldn't just take a beating. Hunglong! Heaven-covering old demon felt his blood boil. This kid's strength was just too terrifying. If not for his strength, just that fist alone would have badly injured him. Evil spirit old ancestor frowned and didn't know what would happen next. He couldn't sit still anymore. No. Even if he couldn't sit still, he didn't dare to move. Suddenly, when he turned his head, he realized that the few old ancestors who followed him had all fled. How did this happen? Even if they couldn't help, heaven-covering old demon was still fighting with Lin Fan, and the outcome wasn't decided yet. For them to leave just like that was just too embarrassing. Where do you want to go? At this moment, evil spirit old ancestor realized that the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader wanted to run. He chided and stopped him. Senior, the situation is not good. Why don't we leave? Great Tribulation Temple sect leader said. Such a battle was something that he couldn't imagine. It was just too terrifying. It was so terrifying. Moreover, he didn't have high hopes for heaven-covering old demon. If he could suppress him, he wouldn't have dragged on until now. So the outcome was already predicted. Maybe the senior who was fighting ran faster than anyone else. Why are you leaving? Do you think that we will lose? Evil spirit old ancestor hollered in rage. A fierce glow flashed in his eyes, like if he dared to say anything more, he would die. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader panicked. Although he wanted to run, he didn't dare to fight back against evil spirit old ancestor. After all, the person standing in front of him wasn't someone he could offend. If he really pissed him off, the outcome would be catastrophic. Suddenly, leave! Heaven-covering old demon hollered in rage and dashed into the distance. He had decided not to fight head-on with Lin Fan. There was no need for that. With his strength alone, he couldn't do anything to Lin Fan. He had to find someone stronger. Evil spirit old ancestor was stunned. He looked at Lin Fan in rage and then didn't bother about anything else. He just left. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader was left stunned on the spot. Damn! All of you ran, so what should I do? In that short moment, Great Tribulation Temple sect leader exclaimed. He felt like there was something wrong with his brain. Since everyone was gone, then why was he still here? Naturally, he had to run. But right as he wanted to run, a terrifying aura spread towards him. Don't leave. With a smack, Lin Fan opened his fingers and instantly covered the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader. To the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader, this palm was like a piece of the sky. He lived in this piece of sky and it was tough for him to escape. No, Great Tribulation Temple sect leader panicked and his face was ashen white as he cried out. With a pung. His fingers closed and the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader's body disappeared forever. I gave you a chance but you didn't use it. Lin Fan shook his head and didn't care much about this matter. He shrunk his body and deactivated the bug's battle mode. Everything returned to normal. But the environment around Marshall Path Mountain was too bad. It was destroyed in a battle. Hey, such a good place was destroyed just like that. What a waste. Chapter 498. He learned a lot from the battle with heaven-covering old demon. It felt good and he didn't feel anything weird. He felt that these old fellows had many tricks up their sleeves. In terms of strength alone, he was confident that he could exceed him. Of course, if the battle dragged on, it wouldn't be hard to suppress him. Young Master Lin, are you okay? Zhao Lishan asked. Swordhead and him were both stunned. That battle was just too terrifying. Dao Realm Stage 7's destructive strength was just so terrifying. Even if Swordhead and him went up, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. I am okay. It is just that this place is badly damaged. It was such a beautiful place in the past but now it has become like this. What a waste. Lin Fan shook his head. He placed Marshall Path Mountain here because the environment was beautiful. But now that this place was in ruins it was filled with holes and holes. Zhao Lishan looked into the distance and looked around. Haze, it is indeed a waste. But there is nothing we can do about it. The ripples from a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert are enough to destroy everything. It is fortunate that Marshall Path Mountain wasn't affected. But what should we do next? It seems like they know where Marshall Path Mountain is, and they definitely won't let this matter rest. Zhao Lishan was a little worried. This time a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert moved. The situation wasn't good and if several more came, the outcome would be catastrophic. It is okay. Let's find a good place but it doesn't need to be too far. As for whether or not they will let this matter rest is not important. As long as they dare to come, I will deal with them. Moreover, there aren't many Dao Realm Stage 7 experts. Lin Fan believed that there weren't many Dao Realm Stage 7 experts. If there were, then those sects wouldn't have tolerated the Imperial Dynasty for so long. Swordhead was also the Sword Palace sect leader. Sword Palace was a top sect but Swordhead wasn't at Dao Realm Stage 7. So not all the top sects had Dao Realm Stage 7 experts. Zhao Lishan respected young Master Lin's confidence. He didn't even think about what would happen next. The enemies that they offended were really terrifying and they weren't easy to offend. If they were not careful they might die. The divinator was so excited that he was about to jump up. So I wasn't wrong. Sect leader Lin's luck is just too thick. Even if he faced danger he could solve it instantly. That is just too terrifying. The divinator was knowledgeable but he had never seen such a situation. So, he decided to follow sect leader Lin and not think about anything else. If he gave up on such a lucky person, then he didn't need to live anymore. This was a rare opportunity. If he missed this chance there wouldn't be a next time. Therefore, even if he had to kneel down and hug someone's thigh, he had to firmly grasp this opportunity. Oh right, I think the original location of the Great Tribulation Temple is not bad. Let's move there first. These guys ruined the scenery around me. I'll remember this first and make them regret it when I have time. Lin Fan was a little narrow-minded and had already remembered this matter in his heart. In the distance, evil spirit old ancestor's heart jumped. He didn't dare to think about the Blood Lotus anymore. It was too fucking scary. He thought that the kid's strength was at most on par with his. He didn't expect that he would be able to fight evenly with heaven-covering old demon and even force him back. Just thinking about it was terrifying. I am walking further and further on the path of death. Evil spirit old ancestor wanted to toss this hatred to the back of his head and not think about it anymore. Although the blood lotus made his heart hurt, he had to think about his own life. He couldn't lose his life just to take revenge. But he couldn't imagine what Lin Fan relied on to raise his strength to such a realm in such a short time. Did he rely on some shocking treasure? That was obviously impossible. As for talent, that was just nonsense and couldn't be trusted at all. Forget it. He wouldn't think about all that for now. For some reason, when he thought about how heaven-covering old demon was forced back, he wanted to laugh. Maybe the fact that an expert ran away made him feel a little more at ease. No wonder the Alliance headquarters wanted to leak news of this kid and wanted the 4 alliances to kill him. But it was useless now. That kid had totally grown up. Who would be sick enough to fight someone with Dao Realm Stage 7 strength? If they couldn't kill him, the consequences would be unimaginable. After heaven-covering old demon left Martial Path Mountain, his face was dark and sunken. He fought with the kid for a long time and didn't gain any advantage at all. He didn't even do much to the kid. As a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert, he couldn't accept that. He thought about gathering some Stage 7 old demons to head back, but he decided against it. Those Dao Realm Stage 7 old demons were all really cunning. If there weren't any benefits, it was impossible for him to get their help. To him, he would rather work with Celestial Alliance than Evil Alliance. He was afraid that when he was badly injured, the Evil Alliance old demon would suppress him and swallow him. Why do I want to kill him? Heaven-covering old demon thought about it and then thought about his son. But thinking about it, his son was just beaten up and his life wasn't in danger, so why did he have to do that? Forget it. I admit defeat and won't argue with you. But if I have a chance in the future, I will definitely take revenge. Heaven-covering old demon muttered to himself and thought about it for a moment. There was nothing to argue about. Stabilizing himself was the most important thing. During the time he fought with Lin Fan, he understood his situation. He had an instant recovery technique, and no matter how badly injured he was, he would be able to recover instantly. Such an ability was just too terrifying. Moreover, it wasn't a smart thing to offend such an enemy for heaven-covering demon sect. But demon refining old ancestor was really pitiful. He was instantly killed at Dao Realm Stage 5. He was just sending himself to die. If that was possible, then... No, this had nothing to do with him. It should have been evil spirit old ancestor's matter. If demon refining old ancestor wanted to find someone, then they should find evil spirit old ancestor. Some city. The Alliance headquarters worked together with the Imperial Dynasty to suppress the sections. At this moment, Zhu Xiang led the team back, and when he passed by the city, he realized that it was empty. The streets were in a mess, like they had just been robbed. General, what is going on? When we passed by just now, there were a lot of commoners living there. An assistant looked at the situation in front of him and asked in disbelief. Zhu Xiang was expressionless and a weird glow shone in his eyes. He knew what had happened, but he couldn't say it. He didn't expect that His Majesty wouldn't even let the commoners off. This was different from the majesty in his heart. In the past, when His Majesty wanted to rebel, he really thought that His Majesty wanted to. But later on he realized what the problem was. His Majesty didn't want to rebel but was just acting out a show. But in the end the show became real. He should have left. Okay, stop wasting time. Let's return. Zhu Xiang waved his hands and didn't say anything more. Imperial Dynasty was at a disadvantage now. The Alliance headquarters started to be unreasonable. Not only did they need sect territory, but they also needed cities. Even if the Imperial Dynasty wanted to fight back, they had no ability at all. Just the Alliance 9-star generals alone could suppress them so much that they couldn't breathe. To protect themselves, they could only swallow the humiliation and listen to the Alliance headquarters. But that was what he wanted to say. His Majesty had gone overboard this time. Few days later. Great Tribulation Temple original location. Let's just make do with this place. Lin Fan took a look. If he had to choose, he would choose the original place and not this place. But he had no choice. It was already a good thing to have a place, so why would he have so many requests? Young Master Lin, the Great Tribulation Temple's buildings are not bad. We can keep them. Zhao Lishan said. Lin Fan shook his head. No, I am not used to using other people's things. It is better to use my own. Moreover, they were all built with real money. The moment he said this, Lin Fan slashed forwards and sliced off the Great Tribulation Temple. He then placed Martial Path Mountain there. He was a person who cared about the past. The buildings on Martial Path Mountain were built with money that he worked hard to earn, so how could he just throw them away? Moreover, Martial Path Mountain had investors. If young Master Huang came to find Martial Path Mountain one day and missed it, wouldn't it be a huge regret? Imperial Dynasty's wealth was depreciating really quickly. This was also because of the alliance and the four alliances caused their wealth to collapse. It wasn't worth much anymore. Among the Martial Path Mountain disciples, their faith swelled due to this battle. There were already 10 who reached Purple Faith. That was a terrifying number. This meant that Martial Path Mountain would have 10 Dao Realm Stage 3 experts. But there was no rush. He had to take it slow and let more people feel the benefits of having faith in him. Zhu Shun couldn't understand young Master Lin's cultivation anymore. Even if he racked his brains, he wouldn't be able to believe what he had just seen. If Master Lin knew about it, he would be really happy. During this period of time, Heaven-covering old demon went into secluded meditation after he returned. He wanted to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8. Although this realm had become a legend, the battle on Martial Path Mountain had a huge impact on him. The prideful him obviously couldn't accept such a result. Thus he didn't want to bother about anything else. He just wanted to cultivate in secluded meditation. On the contrary, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor had a huge headache. Demon Refinement Old Ancestor's death infuriated Demon Refinement Old Ancestor, and they found 9 Evil Spirit Hall to demand an explanation. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor had a huge headache too. What did this have to do with him? He wasn't the one who killed him. If he wanted to find someone, then find the person who killed Demon Refinement Old Ancestor. Unfortunately, he didn't listen at all and just treated him as the Evil Spirit Old Ancestor. He was the one who called for him, so now that something had happened he had to take responsibility. Thus, when the 4 alliances were at war with one another, Evil Alliance had conflicts within themselves. This was why Celestial Alliance White Lotus St. Purity Mountains Guyuan and Celestial Alliance Guasian Islands, Su Yuanming felt that something wasn't right. Evil Alliance had top sects fighting amongst themselves, so how could they fight against Celestial Alliance and Buddha Alliance? Chapter 499. Su Yuanming and Master Guan met again. Celestial Alliance Guasian Island was led astray by White Lotus St. Purity Mountain. Su Yuanming didn't want to work with the Alliance headquarters at all. He didn't want to work with them at all. The Alliance headquarters was a trustworthy existence. But there was no other way. Not only him, but even Guasian Island was dragged down and had no chance of escaping. Therefore he could only take it one step at a time. At this moment, the two of them appeared on the summit of a mountain. In front of them white clouds drifted slowly like snow. They couldn't let others know that they were meeting, otherwise there would be big trouble. Brother Su, the situation right now isn't too good. Some of the top sects in the Evil Alliance are in conflict and this is affecting our plan greatly. Gu Yuan paid a lot of attention to this matter. He and Su Yuanming were like the masterminds behind the scenes, watching the changes happen. But now that there was a problem with the changes, it affected everything else. Su Yuanming kept silent for a moment and then said, Brother Guan, I feel like this isn't good. We are walking on the edge of danger, and the slightest mistake will cause us to fall. Why don't we stop here? What nonsense are you saying? We have already reached such a stage. It is too late to stop now. Gu Yuan denied. He knew what Su Yuanming was worried about, but there was no need to worry. Su Yuanming sighed and didn't say much. He and Gu Yuan were really close. People often said that at their level there were no more true friends. But Su Yuanming treated Gu Yuan as a true friend. Even if he was the despicable Grandmaster of White Lotus St. Purity Mountain, he knew that Gu Yuan wouldn't harm him. Gu Yuan said, I received some news that Evil Alliance's conflict was caused by Evil Spirit Old Ancestor bringing Demon Refining Old Ancestor, and the others to find trouble with someone. Then Demon Refining Old Ancestor was killed. At the same time, Heaven-covering demon sects Heaven-covering old demon joined in. But this might be a chance for us. If we can direct Evil Alliance's hatred to Celestial Alliance and Buddha Alliance, then this will be a knot that can never be undone. When Su Yuanming heard Gu Yuan's words, he frowned. He felt like they were causing trouble at the edge of the abyss. It was really dangerous and it was easy for things to happen. Unfortunately, there was no other way. Since the game had already begun, there was no turning back. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan had nothing to do every day. Young Master Lin, what kind of people did you bring back? Especially those few kids, they are so annoying. Zhu Shen grumbled. Since Zhang Rongming knew that Zhu Shen was a border defense expert and because he died with the alliance he became like a pig. He worshipped him and followed behind Zhu Shen all day. He shouted Zhu Shen time and time again, making Zhu Shen feel like he really was a pig. Lin Fan looked at Zhu Shen. Why? Don't you feel good? Having someone following is better than having no one following. Don't you see how envious others are? Zhang Tianshan is probably really envious. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure walked over from afar. Elder Pig, so you are here. Zhang Rongming ran over excitedly. When he saw Lin Fan, he said happily, Brother Lin. Yes. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. You have been out for a period of time and haven't thought about going back to Giant Sword Sect to take a look. With your current cultivation, you should be able to go back in style. When Zhang Rongming came out from Giant Sword Sect, he was only at initial Grandmaster. Now he was close to God Essence Realm. He improved really quickly. Normal people might need years or even decades, but in just a few months he crossed several small realms. One had to say that training was really useful. Brother Lin, I don't want to go back. I am really happy now and have found my life goal. If I don't chase the Alliance away, I won't go back. Zhang Rongming said. He hated the Alliance. During his time in Laoshan City, he knew many people and many seniors took care of him, but they all died to the Alliance, so he swore that if he didn't take revenge for them, he wasn't a human. Lin Fan saw the determination in Zhang Rongming's eyes and didn't say anything more. Zhu Shen was helpless towards Zhang Rongming's actions and didn't say anything more. Young Master Lin, what should we do next? Zhu Shen asked. Martial Path Mountain's existence wasn't a secret anymore. Some strong sects knew about its existence. Although nothing happened during this period of time, they weren't sure whether or not there would be danger in the future. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. What else can I do? Naturally, I will continue to expand. With my current cultivation, I don't fear those people. But before that, I have to head out. He was really annoyed with the Alliance, especially the strongest 9-star generals. They chased him when he was weak. Now that he was at Dao Realm Stage 4, he was on the same level as someone at Dao Realm Stage 7. He wanted to meet them and let them know that the person they offended in the past was back to deal with them. To where? Zhu Shen asked curiously. Lin Fan smiled, of course, to the Alliance. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will think that I am easy to bully. Zhu Shen was stunned. Young Master Lin, Evil Alliance is the one who came to find trouble with us. It isn't the Alliance headquarters, so why are we going to find them? He was really impressed. Young Master Lin was just so overbearing. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to go to the Alliance. This was something that he wouldn't have dared to imagine in the past. Although he was worried about young Master Lin's safety, but with young Master Lin's current strength, naturally, he didn't care about them at all. If I don't find them, who else can I find? The 4 alliances are at war now. Although I was the one who started it, the Alliance headquarters will definitely attack and push the situation to an irreconcilable stage. Logically speaking, I should head to the Evil Alliance, but to continue to weaken them is just too comfortable for the Alliance headquarters. Lin Fan didn't want to see such a situation. The Alliance headquarters didn't suffer heavy losses at all, and they were even expanding their territory. Only the 4 alliances were fighting to the death. It is best if we are careful, Zhu Shen said. Don't worry. With my current strength, no one in the Alliance should be able to do anything to me. Lin Fan was really confident in his own strength. He didn't think that the strongest 9-star generals could do anything to him, and at most, they would end up on a draw. But thinking about how his father could fight 4 of them and even kill 2, he felt like his father was much stronger than him. This was why he felt like he had to work hard to raise his cultivation. Zhu Shen looked at Lin Fan and didn't say anything. Alliance headquarters. Since Zhu Daoshan acted like he wanted to hide in the forest and scared the alliance commander so much that he didn't dare to say anything, he had nothing to do. This made Zhu Daoshan a little anxious. No matter what, he was the strongest 9-star general in the alliance. Losing so many times in a row made him lose face. This was why he wanted to prove that he wasn't trash, and that he wasn't the strongest 9-star general who couldn't do anything. But regretfully, maybe because the people from the alliance headquarters were afraid, they didn't dare to let Zhu Daoshan take over many things. Even if Zhu Daoshan went to ask, the people from the alliance headquarters would say that someone had already completed the mission. They didn't lack manpower. Not only was Zhu Daoshan helpless, but even Wu Zhiga was the same. In the meeting, the alliance commander said, "I received news that a few evil alliance experts went to find trouble with Lin Fan and were forced back by him. This isn't a huge matter, but based on the news, one of them is the old ancestor of heaven-covering demon sect. He is at Dao Realm Stage 7. Do all of you know what this means?" Just as the commander's voice landed, the meeting room started to rumble. What? That kid actually reached such a level? The person who spoke was Wu Zhiga. His expression was one of shock, and it was obvious that he didn't believe that this was true. A while ago he even fought them and was chased by them like a dog. He only knew how to run and didn't dare to fight them at all. Impossible, that is definitely impossible. How can he reach such a level in such a short time? It must be fake. Wu Zhiga felt that all of this was fake. How could it be true? If this was true, then how terrifying would it be? Zhu Daoshan kept silent and then said, "Commander, we are not at fault. I would like to fight and kill this kid." Since he knew that Evil Alliance had a battle with Lin Fan, then he definitely knew the location. "Right, I want to go too," Wu Zhiga said. When the two of them said this, everyone in the meeting room looked towards them with weird gazes. Their gazes annoyed Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga. What kind of gaze is that? Zhu Daoshan was unhappy. Wu Zhiga frowned and felt that these people were so annoying. They were the strongest 9-star generals of the alliance, so when were they allowed to point fingers at them? That moment, in the meeting room, someone muttered softly. They really aren't afraid that something will happen. They have already failed so many times. Haze, the more they want to prove themselves, the more they will fail. Although their voices were soft, they still heard it. Wu Zhiga couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were filled with rage and he hollered, "Who said that? Step out." Zhu Daoshan's expression was really ugly. What he hated the most was people rubbing salt in their wounds. Too much, this was just too much. Right. The two of them did fail many times, but there was a reason for it. If not for some accidents, how could we have lost? Now, these 9-star generals who weren't the strongest actually doubted them. This made them furious. They felt like they were slapping their faces. "Okay, keep quiet." The commander raised his hand. "General Zhu, General Wu, the situation is unclear and the alliance headquarters still needs the two of you. I will hand this matter to someone else." "Commander, do you think that we will keep failing?" Wu Zhiga raised his head and asked solemnly. The commander actually didn't know what to say when he heard Wu Zhiga's words. Even though his expression was calm, the glint in his eyes was telling the other party that he was spouting nonsense. But he knew that he couldn't say that. Suddenly, someone charged in. Not good. Chapter 500. The situation in the meeting room had reached its peak. Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan were looked down on, and that annoyed them. Right as they were about to explode, a kid ran in and shouted that something was wrong. This messed up everyone's rhythm. The commander frowned. "Why are you making such a ruckus?" This was an important place and someone barged in without permission. "How bold." "Commander, this is not good. Laoshan City has been attacked and suffered heavy losses. We don't know if Gang Ben, Gao Bang, and Du Lei are dead or alive." There's no reply. The reporting person's face was full of fear. Just now, the energy fluctuations in Laoshan City had erupted like a storm. The power nebula covered the entire scene. This was a scene that could only be caused by a very intense battle. What? With a thud, the commander stood up in shock and disbelief. Who dared to cause trouble in Laoshan City? Moreover, the 3 9-star generals weren't ordinary. The strongest was at Dao Realm Stage 6 and the weakest was at Dao Realm Stage 5. After the U-City matter, the Alliance headquarters paid more attention to the border cities and gave them high defensive capabilities. Who knew that such a thing would still happen? Commander, let me and Wu Zhiga head over, Zhu Daoshan said. He needed to prove himself. Wu Zhiga stood out. What Zhu Daoshan said was what he wanted to do. They had failed many times. This made the two of them really unhappy. They wanted to prove to everyone that as the strongest 9-star generals, they weren't trash who couldn't do anything. The commander looked at the two of them and thought about it. Time waited for no one, and if he didn't send people over, it would be tough to say what the situation would be like. Okay, I will give you a chance. You can only succeed this time and you can't fail. You have to capture the culprit, otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the Alliance headquarters. The commander said solemnly. He had no choice and could only trust them once more. If they failed again, then even if he wanted to push the blame away, he would have to see whether or not the Alliance members would agree. Don't worry, if we don't capture the culprit, the two of us won't return, Zhu Daoshan said firmly. His eyes shone with determination. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to accept it. Zhu Daoshan didn't believe that. He asked to fight not to prove that he was a person who liked to snatch credit but to let others know that as the strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance, their previous losses were due to special reasons and it wasn't because of them. But looking at the hateful faces of those people, it didn't matter what the reason was. Just this alone was enough to mock them many times. What a bunch of damn things. Even if I can't capture you, you still have to come back, the commander said. He didn't want to say this, but for some reason he wanted to say it. Maybe he was afraid that they would suffer a double loss, or maybe deep in his heart, he felt that they would lose again. He couldn't think like that. The commander believed that the Alliance's strongest 9-star generals wouldn't continue to fail with their strength. Very soon, Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan stepped into the dimension and headed towards Laoshan City. After the two strongest marshals left, the conference room became lively. I bet they will lose again. Why do I feel like you have a grudge with him? This isn't a matter of hatred but speculation. They couldn't even take down a kid in the past, but now they are dealing with 3 9-star generals whose highest cultivation is Dao Realm Stage 6. Do you think they won't lose? Scoff, that makes sense. The other 9-star generals in the conference room discussed with one another. They weren't the strongest 9-star generals but dared to point at them. One had to say that they were really rude. The commander didn't say much. He looked into the distance and prayed in his heart. The two of them had to work hard. If they still failed, then even he wouldn't be able to protect them. Laoshan City. It was quiet and there was no noise at all. It was as if there was no one in this city. But looking closely, one realized that Laoshan City was badly damaged and there were ruins all around. At the same time, there were many people lying there with snow-white eyes and they were unconscious. What kind of intense situation did they go through for them to end up like this? In the distance, someone was talking. I gave you a chance but you didn't use it. Why do the names of the 3 of you sound so cool? I wanted to beat you up, but one has to say that your name saved all of you. Lin Fan sat on a rock with the demeanor of a big shot. There were 3 old men kneeling in front of him. These 3 old men had bruised noses and swollen faces. They looked miserable, but they looked at Lin Fan calmly without a hint of anger. It wasn't that they didn't want to be angry, but the injuries on their faces told them that they had to glare at him. To the 3 Alliance 9-star generals, they couldn't understand what Lin Fan was saying. What was wrong with their names? What was wrong with Gang Ben, Gao Bang and Du Lei? Maybe this native was a lunatic. Lin Fan, do you know the consequences of doing this? Gang Ben's face was thin and his body looked really thin. But don't be fooled by his weak looks. This was a 9-star general at stage 6. It was just a matter of time before he became one of the strongest 9-star generals. If he was lucky, he would break through to stage 7. Then, he would really become one of the strongest 9-star generals. But looking at the situation, Gang Ben had suffered the cruelest blow in his life. They were forced to kneel there and had no way to fight back at all. Lin Fan smiled. Consequences? You shouldn't be asking me that. You should be asking yourselves. Do you know the consequences of occupying this place? Damn! Gang Ben was furious. He knew about Lin Fan's background, but based on the Alliance headquarters investigation, this person was only at Dao Realm Stage 3. How did he have such strength? That was just impossible. Damn, he had really seen a ghost. Did the Alliance headquarters investigators grow up in shit? They even made such a mistake. Marshal Gangben still wanted to say something but was stopped by Du Lei. Du Lei said calmly, "You have done what you should. What is your goal for not killing us? Maybe in a short while, the Alliance headquarters will send their strongest 9-star generals over. Although you are strong, you don't have much confidence facing them." Is that so? Lin Fan smiled. Then I really don't know who the strongest 9-star generals are. Is it Wu Zhiga or Zhu Daoshan? They have chased me many times, but look at what happened afterwards. Have they ever succeeded? As expected. Lin Fan's words left them momentarily speechless. They all knew about Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan's situation at the Alliance headquarters. They had failed many times and news of that had spread throughout the Alliance headquarters. Even the three of them said that Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan couldn't do it anymore. They didn't have the ability to be called the strongest 9-star generals. They should be the ones to inherit such an honor. Of course, they knew that in terms of strength, they were much weaker than Zhu Daoshan and Du Lei. Why aren't you speaking? Lin Fan smiled and asked. He thought about something. Oh right, I didn't forget to tell you that you city in Laoshan City. Which city do you think is next? Gang Ben and the others didn't expect Lin Fan to be so arrogant. But they had no choice. They weren't as strong as him. There were many Alliance members in Laoshan City, and there were more than 3 9-star generals. But the others were too weak and were only at stage 2 or 3. They couldn't even last one round and were suppressed by Lin Fan. As for those generals, forget it. It was just a road to death. Young Master Lin, you are improving really quickly. The Alliance headquarters was too careless and didn't care much about you. But you should know that after this matter, the Alliance headquarters won't let you off so easily. But the Alliance headquarters is willing to turn enemies into friends. Even if you have grievances with them, it is okay. As long as you tell us what you want, I think the Alliance headquarters will definitely agree to it. They can even become close partners. Gangbin said. The Alliance headquarters always had their own thoughts. If they could take down Lin Fan, then naturally Lin Wani wouldn't say much. He might even be willing to work with the Alliance headquarters because of Lin Fan. Although the possibility of recruiting Lin Fan was very low, Yang Ben still wanted to give it a try. Lin Fan smiled. Simple, the Alliance will back out of our territory. Young Master Lin, it is obvious that you have no sincerity to work with us. Gangbin said. He knew that it was pointless. It was impossible for the Alliance headquarters to back out of rich land. How could they give away the land that they had spent so much effort to take down? That was just a fool's dream. It is good that you know. Stop asking stupid questions. To the Alliance, the disaster has just begun. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I will start with the Alliance headquarters. Lin Fan didn't attack the 4 alliances. He was afraid that if he fought too fiercely, the 4 alliances would weaken. When that happened, the Alliance headquarters might have already attacked. This was why he decided to attack the Alliance headquarters first. They had developed for so long and dug out so many mountains, so it was necessary for them to suffer some losses. Suddenly, the dimension in the distance trembled, and 2 shocking auras were transmitted over. It was really familiar. So, it is them again. Enemies really do meet. Lin Fan raised his head and didn't expect to bump into them once more. On the contrary, Gang Ben and the others were really excited. They were here, they were finally here. They knew that something was wrong with Laoshan City, and the Alliance headquarters definitely wouldn't do nothing. They would definitely send their strongest 9-star generals over. Who dares to behave so arrogantly here? Wu Zhiga hollered in rage. His voice was like a bell that spread throughout the area. They eagerly rushed over from the Alliance headquarters to prove themselves. Thus, they didn't want him to run. So they used all their strength to travel through the dimension. They finally arrived. Chapter 501. Lin Fan wasn't anxious at all. He just sat there and waited for the 2 familiar people to arrive. Maybe because he had seen them many times, he wasn't nervous anymore. The first to come out was Zhu Daoshan, and then Wu Zhiga followed closely behind. The first thing they saw wasn't Lin Fan but the surrounding environment. Their hearts hurt. The once beautiful Laoshan city was now in ruins. At the same time they noticed many corpses lying around. They didn't touch them and they didn't know if they were dead or alive. They only had one thought in their hearts. Cruel. Who was so bold to actually do such a thing to Laoshan city? He was just asking to die. What are the three of you doing? Zhu Daoshan's gaze turned and he saw Gang Ben and the other 9-star generals kneeling there. He was shocked and didn't expect this. Right as Zhu Daoshan wanted to say something, Wu Zhige's voice spread into his ears. His voice was filled with shock and astonishment. It's you? Wu Zhige saw Lin Fan right away. Maybe because his hatred towards Lin Fan had reached a peak. This was why he didn't recognize him at first glance. The person he hated the most was Lin Fan. He thought about him day and night and didn't believe that he would be so lucky to meet this person. This was why he was just stunned for a short moment. Now he finally recognized him. Who was it that Zhu Daoshan was thinking about to actually make Wu Zhige so excited? When he saw who it was, his face slowly flushed red. Kid, I didn't expect it to be you again. Not only was Wu Zhige furious at Lin Fan, but even Zhu Daoshan was the same. He wanted to capture Lin Fan and tell everyone in the Alliance headquarters that he was the one who captured him. It wasn't that he didn't want to capture him but something happened. Did he really think that he couldn't? Now that he was right in front of them, this was a chance for the two of them. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhige looked at one another and nodded their heads. They swore that no matter what, they would capture this kid. Lin Fan looked at the two of them and smiled. We are really fated. I didn't expect it to be the two of you again. Right, we are really fated. The heavens aren't on your side. If you know what's good for you, just give up and follow us back to the Alliance headquarters. Otherwise, you will suffer. Zhu Daoshan said. Before he attacked, Zhu Daoshan activated his domain and locked down the area around. He even broke the dimension tunnel and formed an empty tunnel. Just one sentence. Today, not even a single fly will be able to escape from this old man. With his previous experience, he was already very familiar with it. This kid ran very fast and he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Now let's see how he's going to run. It seems that the two of you are very confident. Lin Fan got up and walked to Gang Ben's side. He sat on his back and said, General Zhu, there is no need to be so serious. Your methods are not bad. You directly sealed the dimension and even cut it off. It seems like you are well prepared. He didn't care about anything that Zhu Daoshan did. Fearless. If it was before, he would have to think about how to escape. But now there was no need to escape at all. Zhu Daoshan smiled, but his smile was a little cold. Then, he looked at the three marshals kneeling on the ground. As Alliance 9-star generals, you are actually kneeling on the ground. You have lost the face of the Alliance. Once this ends, I will capture all of you to be punished. Zhu Daoshan raged. When Gang Ben and the others heard Zhu Daoshan's words, they were furious. But they had no way to fight back. He was the strongest, and when Lin Fan sat on his back, it felt like a mountain was pressing down on his body. He couldn't move at all. As for the other two, they were the same. General, it isn't that we don't want to move, but we can't. Gang Ben tried to explain, but the words he heard nearly caused them to explode. Don't find excuses for your uselessness. Wu Zhige said. Damn. They really wanted to ask Wu Zhige. When they lost, they found excuses for themselves. Now, they actually told them not to find excuses for their uselessness. Damn. There is no point in saying so much. Lin Fan, I will give you one last chance. Now surrender. Zhu Daoshan said. He had to admit that the biggest failure in his life was because of this kid. Now was the time for them to wash away their humiliation. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. Are the two of you really sure that you can take me down? Lin Fan smiled and asked. He could see the anger and unwillingness in their eyes. Perhaps the previous few defeats had a great impact on the two of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up like this. The way they looked at him was as if they wanted to swallow him whole. There is no point in talking so much. Wu Zhige couldn't take it anymore. He had waited for this chance for too long, and now that it was here, how could he miss it? More importantly, he was afraid that the kid was planning something else. Okay. Zhu Daoshan understood what Wu Zhige was worried about. This was what he was worried about too. After all, they were already afraid and there was nothing they could do about it. Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't expect these two old men to be so impatient. He got up and patted Gangben's head. Hide to the side. You are too weak and I am afraid that I will kill you. Gangben felt like this was an insult. He was at Dao Realm Stage 6 and now someone was patting his head and telling him to hide to the side. This was an insult. They didn't hold him in any regard at all. He only wanted to say that they could fight all they wanted. Could it affect him? But very quickly, he knew that everything he thought was wrong. Lin Fan stood on the spot and Wuxia and the others disappeared. But he could sense two shocking powers brewing beside him, and they were about to crush him. He was looking forward to seeing how shocked the two of them would be. Kid, let's see how you can run this time. Kneel down. Wuxia appeared and opened his fingers. It covered the sky and grabbed everything. Nothing would be able to escape from his hands. Zhu Daoshan didn't look on from the side. His many experiences of suffering told him that he had to deal with it if he could and not be careless. Just when they thought that it would be a piece of cake, their pupils suddenly shrank, as if they had seen something impossible. Honglong. The two of them suppressed Lin Fan, but Lin Fan, who was standing there, attacked. He punched out and clashed with the two of them. The three powers clashed with one another and formed an intense storm. A strong shockwave swept everything. Laoshan City, which couldn't take it, was heavily injured once more. Numerous ruins were leveled to the ground. When Gangben sensed the ripples, his expression changed. He felt a terrifying power spread towards him and smashed into his body. Luckily, his cultivation was high enough and he was fine. He just retreated and distanced himself from the three of them. The other two were in a tragic state. They were too careless and thought that Wuxia and Zhu Daoshan would suppress him in one move. Who knew that things would turn out like this? They spat out blood and rolled into the distance. How is that possible? Your strength actually... Zhu Daoshan hollered. He was totally stunned. He thought that after locking the space and cutting off the dimension, Lin Fan would be like a fish on the chopping board. But looking at the situation, that wasn't the case at all. He and Wuxia attacked together, but they actually didn't do anything to him. Damn. What the hell was going on? It's a pity. Back then, due to my hard work, I managed to raise my cultivation state. Therefore, it should be impossible for the two of you to take me down now, Lin Fan said. As expected, he could fight two of the strongest 9-star generals alone. Although he was unable to suppress them, it was a good start that they were on the same level. As for whether or not the two of them had the advantage, that was natural. But all of that wasn't important at all. He had the blood demon reversal technique, so even if he suffered some losses, he would be fine. Impossible. Zhu Daoshan didn't dare to believe that all of this was real. He had personally experienced how strong Lin Fan was, and he couldn't fight them at all. When he saw them, he could only flee. How could he be so strong now? What had he gone through during this period of time? Brother Zhu, stop talking nonsense with him. If we can't take him down, then we can forget about going back. Wuxia hollered. Okay. Zhu Daoshan knew the importance of this matter. If they really failed, then they could forget about going back. He couldn't afford to lose that face. However, Lin Fan could hear the conversation between the two of them clearly. If they couldn't take him down, then they could forget about going back. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. He had an idea right away and he seemed to have understood something. It seemed like the two of them had failed to capture him and lost face at the Alliance headquarters. This time, if they didn't succeed, then they would have lost all their face. I have an idea. Lin Fan smiled and looked at Gao Bang. Gao Bang's injuries were a little heavy, but for some reason, he felt a sense of danger from Lin Fan's gaze. You are the one. The moment he said this, Lin Fan appeared in front of Marshal Gao Bang and stomped down with his foot, causing Marshal Gao Bang's head to explode. The moment Gao Bang died, he only had one thought in his mind. Why was he the unlucky one? The two of you, killing one of your generals is a warning to the two of you. Don't ask for trouble. I will leave first and we will meet in the next city. With a pung, Lin Fan turned into a light and dashed into the distance. So what if they laid out a domain? With a wave of his hand, he used absolute strength to destroy it. Marshal Okamoto and Marshal Dulé were dumbfounded when they saw Marshal Gaobang's tragic death. On the contrary, Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoxun were shocked. They only had one thought in their hearts. They definitely couldn't let this kid escape from their eyes once more. "Kid, don't think about running. Stop right there." Zhu Daoxun hollered in rage. Damn. He had a bad feeling. Chapter 502. Lin Fan, Zhu Daoxun, and Wu Zhiga disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only Gang Ben and Du Lei were left. The two of them looked at one another and felt really fortunate. Maybe they were happy that they were still alive. "How is Gao Bang?" Du Lei asked. As Alliance 9-star generals, they had known each other for a long time and they had a good relationship. Gang Ben shook his head. "He is dead." His head exploded, and without the Dao Realm Stage 6 undying body, he won't be able to recover. Du Lei was stunned. Dead? She didn't expect Gao Bang to actually die. Just like that, he died so easily. A Dao Realm Stage 5 9-star general died just like that. He didn't even have a chance to shine. He was killed just like that. That was just so frustrating. "I want to report Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoxun." Du Lei was furious. If not for them being careless, they wouldn't have had a chance to attack Gao Bang. "Are you crazy? If you really do that, then you will have offended two of the strongest 9-star generals at once. Moreover, we didn't defend Laoshan City well, so we have to be punished." Gang Ben was shocked. He didn't expect Du Lei to think that way. "Are you afraid?" Du Lei glanced at Gang Ben. "Naturally, we don't need to talk about Gao Bang's relationship with us. But if we don't pursue it, then Gao Bang really died for nothing. Just tell me if you agree or not. If you don't want to, then I won't drag you down." Gang Ben kept silent for a long while and looked at the headless corpse. In the end, he nodded his head and agreed to her actions. "Oh, kid, stop right there." Wu Zhiga couldn't help but spit out. The two of them knew that this kid ran really quickly. At the same time, they accepted that he was really strong, and if this continued, he might really be able to escape. They knew what the outcome would be if he ran. "Brother Zhu, even if we chase him to the ends of the world, we have to catch him. If not, we are really finished," Wu Zhiga said. "Understood." Zhu Daoxun nodded his head. He really understood. He felt terrible in his heart, and his heart was thumping hard. He didn't know why, but he started to worry when this brat ran away. At this moment, Lin Fan's attitude of escaping was like he was playing around. It gave them the illusion that they could catch him, but they were so close to catching him. Look at how passionately they chased after him and how hard they worked. It would be a pity if they didn't even show some appreciation. "Aren't you too tired of chasing?" Lin Fan turned his head back and asked. Just by looking at their expressions, he knew that these guys were serious. They didn't seem like they were joking around. Evidently, they really wanted to kill him. "Scary. I'm really scared. If you don't run, then we won't be tired. We can talk for a while." Zhu Daoxun wanted to trick Lin Fan to stop, and then go all out with Wu Zhiga to take him down. Based on the current situation, it would be very difficult to catch up. Lin Fan shook his head. "I don't think I have anything to talk about with you guys. What's the point of talking to him? When I catch him, I'll break his legs." Wu Zhiga's temper started to flare up again. How could he be in the mood to talk nicely to Lin Fan? This brat had set them up multiple times, and Wu Zhiga's anger had long been unable to quench. Zhu Daoxun was helpless. Wu Zhiga was too rash. Till now, he still couldn't tell that Lin Fan was purposely luring them. But the key was that this seduction was really effective. They couldn't afford to lose anymore. If they lost again, then no matter what reason they had, it would be useless. It didn't matter if he lost his title as the strongest 9-star general, but he remembered those people's faces. No matter what, he had to fight for his pride and face. Not long later, Tianshui City was in front of them. This city was one of the border cities, and the Alliance 9-star generals were there. Moreover, they weren't normal 9-star generals. They were all around Dao Realm Stage 4 and were a bunch of peak experts. "Not good, this kid purposely led us here. He probably wants to con us," Zhu Daoxun said. Wu Zhiga looked at the city ahead and his expression changed. "What should we do? Should we chase or not?" Zhu Daoxun was in a tough spot. Chase? He knew that even if they didn't chase, the outcome would be the same. No one there would be able to block Lin Fan. If they didn't chase, then Lin Fan would basically be able to escape. If they continued to chase, at least they would know where he was. Zhu Daoshan hollered, Tianshui City, listen up. I am Zhu Daoshan and I order all of you to leave Tianshui City. His voice reverberated and covered Tianshui City. He hoped that they could hear it and leave right away to reduce unnecessary casualties. Within Tianshui City, the 9-star generals were confused and didn't know what was going on. But they all sensed 3 extremely strong powers spreading from the distance. When they heard the voice, they knew that the person who came was the strongest 9-star general, Zhu Daoshan. Quick, listen up. Follow me to welcome General Zhu. The 9-star general in charge of Tianshui City misheard Zhu Daoshan's words and thought that he wanted them to welcome him. Even if Zhu Daoshan's reputation wasn't good in the Alliance headquarters, he wasn't someone they could humiliate outside. Otherwise, if they offended their superiors, they would be in deep trouble. These bunch of pigs. Zhu Daoshan looked into the distance and saw those people standing in the middle of the city like fools. How could he not know what they meant? It was obvious that they had misunderstood him. Just as he was about to inform them, he knew that it was too late. Lin Fan's expression was solemn. He raised his right hand and used it as a sword. A sharp glow exploded from it. This sword can slash heaven and earth. Slash. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga wanted to stop him, but it was too late. There was a poochie. The sword glow was extremely sharp and it covered the sky. It split Tianshui City into 2 and the point of separation was where the 9-star generals were. Lin Fan didn't even take a look and just passed Tianshui City. As for the situation there, that wasn't something he cared about. As expected, he heard something he wanted to hear. General Zhu, what is the meaning of this? Why did you bring people to destroy Tianshui City? In the ruins, a haggard person stood there and hollered in rage. He didn't dare to believe that this would actually happen to him. Jerk. Zhu Daoshan didn't know how to explain. Even if he did, it would waste a lot of time. This was why he could only chase Lin Fan. As long as he captured him, everything else wouldn't be a problem. Damn kid, even if I have to risk my life, I will capture you. Wu Zhiga witnessed everything. He could only say that this kid was really cunning and purposely conned them. Lin Fan turned around and smiled. Sometimes it is important to know when to give up. It isn't a good thing for all of you to chase me like this. Don't lose so badly that you don't even have your underwear left. After all, hatred blinds one's eyes. He wanted to deal with the Alliance headquarters, but his current strength wasn't enough. But it was enough to deal with the strongest 9-star generals. He always believed that. One person's strength was enough to change everything. If he couldn't, then he wasn't strong enough. His father defended the border. The reason why the Alliance headquarters admitted that he was strong but still dared to attack was because although his father's strength made them wary, it wasn't enough to terrify them. If he was strong enough, he just needed one sentence. Whoever dared to cross the line would wipe out the entire Alliance. Of course, it was better for him to say that the student would surpass the master. Just as they were chasing one another, Tianshui City's 9-star generals spread the news back. Zhu Daoshan brought people to pass Tianshui City and told them to gather outside to allow them to kill them in one strike. The news that was sent back was a little explosive. Was that even something a human would say? General Zhu and General Wu decided to capture Lin Fan and not return. They were so loyal to the Alliance headquarters, but this person slandered them like that. That was just heartbreaking. This matter caused an uproar in the Alliance headquarters. The commander's mouth opened wide and his cold expression turned into one of shock. Maybe he was asking 3 questions. How? Why? What happened? The 9-star generals in the headquarters meeting started to argue. They were targeting Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga. Some said that the 2 of them were enemy spies who were here to cause trouble. Of course, the person who said that was scolded by everyone. Scolding and playing was one thing, but one shouldn't joke about spies. The 2 strongest 9-star generals' contributions to the headquarters were obvious. If they really suspected that they were spies, how disappointed would they be? The next day, Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga's expressions became more and more solemn. They were certain that they had no chance of catching up to him, but they couldn't continue wasting time like that. No one knew what the kid's goal was. Moreover, the two of them were certain that the Alliance headquarters knew about them, and it was obvious that someone had started to attack them. If they left without any gains, that would only prove that they had failed once more. Young Master Lin, please wait for a moment. I just want to make a deal with you. Zhu Daoshan stopped Wu Zhiga and told him not to chase. He just stood there and said. Lin Fan wanted to turn around and tell him to stop bragging. But when he saw the two of them standing there and not chasing, he was a little surprised. Did the two of them really want to make a deal with him? What are you doing now? But don't think about working together. Joining the Alliance headquarters is impossible. Do you understand? Lin Fan said. Wu Zhiga wanted to say something but Zhu Daoshan stopped him. Zhu Daoshan said, don't worry, I am not so dumb to talk about such useless deals. But I have to say that young Master Lin is amazing and we really respect you. The two of us are the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance and we have lost to young Master Lin many times. This has caused a huge uproar in the Alliance and our reputation has hit rock bottom. If we don't bring young Master Lin back, we won't have the face to return. So, I would like to ask young Master Lin for help. Of course I won't mistreat you, but it depends on whether or not you are willing. Zhu Daoshan had no choice. He felt really bitter deep down. The strongest 9-star general was such a prestigious and glorious title, but he couldn't take down a native kid. He had lost all his face. Let's talk about it. I am the most passionate person in Yu City. As long as it is reasonable, seeing how old all of you are, I can help. Lin Fan said. He really did look like a good person. Chapter 503. Zhu Daoshan told Wu Zhiga not to speak. He was really afraid that Wu Zhiga wouldn't speak and that the situation would collapse. Young Master Lin, you know that the two of us have bumped into you many times but we weren't able to capture you each time. Am I right? Zhu Daoshan didn't say everything right away and just slowly guided him. Lin Fan nodded. That is indeed the case. But I can't blame you. Who am I? How could he be caught so easily? Even if the two of you are the strongest 9-star generals, it is still impossible. Wu Zhiga couldn't help but want to retort but Zhu Daoshan stopped him. Zhu Daoshan cursed in his heart. How shameless. If it weren't for the help of others, do you really think that you could escape? Stop dreaming. But truthfully, he really couldn't say anything. The situation wasn't clear now. Naturally, he wouldn't gain anything from this. Who knew what he would face when he returned to the Alliance headquarters? Even if Zhu Daoshan was disgusted by his bragging, he couldn't say anything. He could only grit his teeth and bear with his actions. Of course, young Master Lin's cultivation is really shocking. So I hope that young Master Lin can help out and follow us to the Alliance headquarters. Of course, we don't want young Master Lin to walk into a trap, but we want the Alliance headquarters to misunderstand that young Master Lin has been captured by us. Once people from the headquarters arrive, we will find a chance to leave. At that time, with young Master Lin's cultivation, it won't be difficult for you to leave. As long as young Master Lin helps us, we will remember it. Zhu Daoshan's skin was really thick, and he could even say such a shameless request. That was enough to show that they were really forced to their limits. After Lin Fan heard this, he kept silent. He didn't even want to say a single word. If this was in the past, he would have definitely hollered in rage. Was there something wrong with his brain? To think that you could even say such shameless words. Just what other shameless words do you have that you haven't said yet? Just say them all and let this sect leader have a good taste of them. Zhu Daoshan saw that Lin Fan didn't say anything and became a little anxious. Young Master Lin, we can discuss any conditions. I know that this request is a little too much, but if the benefits are enough, some risks are worth taking. Zhu Daoshan said. Wu Zhiga, who was standing at the side, did not say anything. Even if he had a bad temper, he was still a person who cared about his reputation. He couldn't bear to listen to Zhu Daoshan's words. If someone else said that to him, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to tolerate it. He would directly curse, "Are you sick in the head? Even if you are sick, I am not. It seems like you are under a lot of pressure." Lin Fan looked at Zhu Daoshan. His white hair told of how tough it was. As a man of the new era who respected the old and loved the young, he would naturally help if he could. Forget it. Your sect leader understands what you're saying. But I have to say that the difficulty is really high, and it's also really dangerous. If I'm not careful, I might die because of you guys. Lin Fan said. Zhu Daoshan said, Young Master Lin, I understand what you are saying. Just tell me what you want. As long as you agree, I won't object. Good, you are straightforward. A while ago, heaven-covering demon sect came to Martial Path Mountain to cause trouble, and caused many problems for us. My condition is that the two of you help me ask for an explanation from them and destroy half of their mountain. Lin Fan said. This? Zhu Daoshan was stunned, and then he thought about it. He was considering the benefits involved. As the strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance, they couldn't act so casually. After all, they represented the Alliance headquarters. If they were noticed, they would have caused a huge problem for the Alliance headquarters. Lin Fan said calmly, I am taking a huge risk to help you. If you don't want to take the risk, then there is no need to discuss this. Zhu Daoshan saw that Lin Fan wanted to run and obviously wouldn't agree. He said right away, Young Master Lin, wait. This matter is really important and we have to consider it carefully. Why don't you follow us back to the Alliance headquarters and in the future, we will help you. Haha. Lin Fan laughed. Do you really think I am stupid? If I follow you back to the Alliance headquarters, what if you turn on me in the end? Young Master Lin, as the strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance, we have our trust. Zhu Daoshan said. Lin Fan waved his hands and didn't give him a chance at all. Don't talk to me about trust. I will say the same thing. Help me first and then I will help you. Otherwise there is no need to talk. Zhu Daoshan didn't reply to Lin Fan's words. He looked at Wu Zhiga and the two of them exchanged glances. The rough meaning was whether or not they believed him. They were the ones who needed Lin Fan's help and not the other way around. How would Wu Zhiga know what the outcome would be? But when he thought about the evil gazes of the people at the headquarters, he was furious. At their level of status, what mattered the most was their face. Now that Lin Fan didn't give them face at all, was that something that they could accept? No one would be able to accept it. Wu Zhiga nodded his head like he agreed to Lin Fan's request. Zhu Daoshan knew that Wu Zhiga was unwilling, which was why he agreed. Just like himself, he was unwilling too. But the conditions of the trade were too risky, and if he was not careful, he would fall into the abyss. As for whether or not Lin Fan would go back on his words, he felt that as long as Lin Fan was smart, he wouldn't be so foolish. Not only would he offend heaven-covering demon sect, but he would also offend two of the strongest 9-star generals. He treated Lin Fan as a smart person like them. He was able to analyze the pros and cons. Okay, we can agree to your request. But I hope that when the time comes, young Master Lin will keep to his promise. Zhu Daoshan said. Lin Fan smiled and felt much better. At the same time, he thought back to heaven-covering demon sect and only had one sentence for them. All of you are dead. Just as they were discussing all this, the situation at the Alliance headquarters was really bad. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga were pushed to the teeth of the storm once more. News spread back from Laoshan City. The one who did it was Lin Wani's son, Lin Fan. General Gao Bang died to him mainly because Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga didn't attack right away. Thus, Lin Fan found a chance to kill General Gao Bang. These words sounded like they were adding fuel to the fire. They were just spouting nonsense to trick people. But one had to say that these words were really useful. Apart from the commander, the others were discussing softly. The commander was annoyed and frowned. What was going on? Since Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga met Lin Fan, everything went wrong. In the past, as the strongest 9-star generals, there was nothing that could stop them. Why did this happen when they met this fellow? Looking at the noisy crowd below, the commander didn't say anything. He just kept silent and looked on. Heaven-covering demon sect. Lin Fan brought the two of them to stand in the air. He turned his head and was slightly shocked. The two of them took out masks and put them on. Are you afraid? Lin Fan smiled and asked. They really were so careful. Zhu Daoshan said, we can't show our faces, otherwise the outcome will be catastrophic. They were the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance, and if heaven-covering demon sect found out that the Alliance 9-star generals had joined in, the situation would be problematic. What is young Master Lin planning to do next? Zhu Daoshan asked. Now that Lin Fan was standing beside them, they wanted to take him down right now. Such a thought burned like a flame, but it was extinguished very quickly. Even if Lin Fan was standing beside them, they weren't confident. Plan. Lin Fan smiled. He retracted his smile and his expression turned solemn. He slapped towards heaven-covering demon sect. I have no plans. I will just attack. Zhu Daoshan was shocked. He was decisive. He didn't give them any chance to react at all. The palm was really strong and it covered the entire sky. If no one from heaven-covering demon sect blocked it, this palm would have been enough to cause heavy losses to heaven-covering demon sect. Who dares to behave so arrogantly in heaven-covering demon sect? That moment, a furious voice spread out from the distance. Shortly after, there was a loud explosion. A shocking aura spread out from within the sect, colliding with the gigantic palm and shattering it. Numerous people rose into the air from the depths of the sect. The first one was heaven-covering old demon. His face was cold and there was no emotion on it at all. He was furious. Who was so bold to dare to behave so arrogantly in his territory? Did that person really want to die? But when he looked into the distance, heaven-covering old demon's expression changed. He wasn't that emotionless person anymore. It is you. He recognized the person, but he didn't expect that he would actually come. Lin Fan smiled. It is me. It has been a few days since we parted at Martial Path Mountain and I miss you. So, I brought 2 friends over to have a walk and also to change the feng shui of heaven-covering demon sect. Heaven-covering old demon obviously didn't know what he meant. He then looked towards the 2 masked people. He couldn't see their faces and didn't know who they were. But from the aura they gave off, they were really strong and they definitely weren't weak. Heaven-covering demon sect's Elder Black Prison, Dao Realm Stage 6. He led the elder group to defend above. The handsome young master was healing up in the sect, and when he saw Lin Fan from afar, it was like 10,000 horses were galloping in his heart. Why did he come again? Did he really think that his sect was easy to bully? Kill him. Kill him quickly. He didn't dare to make a ruckus, but he could shout in his heart to cheer for the sect. Zhu Daoshan heaved a sigh of relief. Based on the current situation, the chances of them fighting were low. They should have been talking to one another. With their help, it wouldn't be a problem for heaven-covering demon sect to lower their heads. Otherwise, the sect would be wiped out. But what they did next nearly caused Zhu Daoshan to exclaim. Lin Fan didn't say a word and just charged towards heaven-covering demon sect. At the same time he shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Attack and wipe them out." Zhu Daoshan was shocked and then exchanged glances with Wuxia. In the end they nodded. They could only do it. Chapter 504. I'll leave him to the 2 of you. Don't disappoint me. Lin Fan looked at the 2 of them with a deep gaze and then passed heaven-covering old demon to them. Without Zhu Daoshan and the others' help, he would be on the same level as heaven-covering old demon. But things were different now. With 2 of the strongest 9-star generals holding him back, as long as they didn't go easy on him, it would be enough for old demon to suffer. Alright. Zhu Daoshan and Wuxia didn't say any nonsense. Since they had come to an agreement, then naturally they wouldn't lie. With their cultivation, suppressing heaven-covering old demon wasn't a problem at all. Heaven-covering old demon was furious and wanted to force the 2 of them back. But after clashing with them, he realized that these 2 masked people weren't weak. And Lin Fan was unstoppable. Stop right there. Elder Black Prison scolded angrily. With a wave of his hand, all the elders charged towards Lin Fan. Capture him. Don't let him get close to the sect. Yes, the elders were furious. As elders of heaven-covering demon sect, they had never faced such a situation where others caused trouble in the sect. To them, what was happening right now was something unbearable. You're overestimating yourself. Lin Fan was filled with disdain. He slapped down with his palm, forming a ferocious storm that crushed over. The cultivation states of these elders were not weak at all. However, they were up against Lin Fan. Therefore, their cultivation states were naturally not enough. How is that possible? Many of the elders were shocked. They felt like a raging storm was pressing down on them. Their bodies swayed, unable to stabilize themselves. Rumble. Some of the elders couldn't handle Lin Fan's strength. Their bodies were like cannonballs as they slammed into the ground. When Elder Black Prison saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he barely managed to resist. He didn't expect his opponent's strength to be so terrifying. It wasn't something they could resist at all. The sect master was entangled by the two experts and couldn't be distracted for a moment. He couldn't take care of them at all. Lin Fan looked around. The heaven-covering demon sect disciples were furious, but they didn't have any rage points. It seemed that after the previous harvest, it was not time for him to harvest again. He would probably need to rest for a while more. You guys are too weak. Lin Fan stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. He then punched out in all directions. There was a loud rumble. The environment around heaven-covering demon sect was destroyed. The shockwave formed by that punch destroyed everything, piercing through the abyss. Countless cracks appeared, and the magma in the Earth's core spread out like a flood, engulfing all the vitality in the surroundings. You destroyed my Martial Path Mountain's feng shui, so don't think about having a good time here. Lin Fan was a little vengeful. He punched several times, causing the sky to collapse and the ground to shake. The environment around heaven-covering demon sect was like hell with magma rumbling. Once it cooled down, the ground would turn black, and it would look even more lively. Bastard! When heaven-covering old demon saw this, he was furious and nearly went crazy. He didn't expect Lin Fan to dare to do that. Zhu Daoshan's evaluation of Lin Fan was closer to that of a lunatic. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. He would help them deal with heaven-covering demon sect, and then follow them to the Alliance headquarters. But for some reason, Zhu Daoshan felt like they wouldn't keep to the promise and would flee right after they did all that. But it was too late now. Things had already come to this point, so what else was there to say? Next is your sect. It is time to leave a deep impression on all of you. Naturally, Lin Fan didn't want to destroy heaven-covering demon sect, but to leave something for them. At the same time, he was prepared to sell out the Alliance. Slash. An eye-piercing sword light swept towards the buildings with a terrifying aura. Hunglong. Where the sword light passed, the buildings were sliced in half like they were made of tofu. Numerous buildings collapsed and turned to ruins. Some disciples were pressed beneath and shouted loudly. Some of the disciples were running around trying to find a place to stay. Every sect had their own geniuses, who were the candidates for the next generation's sect master. Maybe one couldn't tell now, but one day in the future, they would show great talent and shock everyone. Heaven-covering demon sect also had such a person. Of course, he wasn't the young master. That person relied on his looks to survive and was half trash. In a corner, a young man looked at the top expert who was stepping on the sect in shock. They were all young, so why was he so outstanding? He was once confident, but the moment he saw Lin Fan, he felt a sense of defeat and inferiority. This was just a small matter in heaven-covering demon sect. To Lin Fan, he couldn't even notice such a small existence. Black Prison wanted to stop Lin Fan, but there was nothing he could do. He felt that his cultivation was enough, but after clashing with him, he realized how weak he was. He really couldn't stop him. Lin Fan, stop right there. Heaven-covering old demon hollered in rage. He witnessed everything, but there was nothing he could do. He was blocked by two people and had no chance to break free. Who were these people? Where did Lin Fan find them from? He was sure that they weren't from Martial Path Mountain. Which side were they from? Don't be anxious. When I feel like it is about time, it will end. Don't worry, heaven-covering demon sect won't be wiped out. Lin Fan said. But to heaven-covering old demon, those words were nonsense. How would he believe what Lin Fan said? But all of that wasn't important. No matter whether or not he believed it, he was prepared to do that. Suddenly, Lin Fan's heart shook and he felt a sense of danger. With the current situation, how could he still feel such a sense of danger? Although he didn't believe it, he did feel it. He looked into the distance, and that was where the sense of danger came from. In the distance, an old man that Lin Fan had never seen before held a bow. The bow looked extraordinary, and it had a black dragon body. There were no arrows, but when the old man pulled it back, a shocking power gathered. That old man was the expert who guarded the Tao artifact. His cultivation was really strong and he wouldn't come out usually. He just guarded the Tao artifact. This Tao artifact was extraordinary and it was a killing artifact. It gathered the power of heaven and earth and gathered the strongest strike to kill him. The old man was expressionless and just stared right at Lin Fan. Maybe to him the others weren't important anymore and this person who destroyed heaven-covering demon sect deserved to die. So you had a backup plan. Lin Fan didn't hide and just looked at him. What Tao artifact is that? Feels decent and actually makes me feel a sense of danger. This doesn't happen often. The old man didn't care about Lin Fan. Maybe he thought that it was useless to say so much to someone who was about to die. Not long later, the old man opened his mouth. Die. Xiu. The old man released his hand and a streak of light shot through the dimension and time towards Lin Fan. The terrifying aura shocked everyone. Even before it reached him, one could sense the terrifying power. Black Prison was filled with anticipation. He believed that Lin Fan would definitely die. This was heaven-covering demon sect's strongest Tao artifact. The streak of light tore through the sky and formed a storm. Everything around was unable to handle such power and all avoided it. It is really amazing. I sense a shocking power. Lin Fan was really calm, but at that moment, his expression turned arrogant. But if you want to rely on this to kill me, you are not strong enough. The moment he said this, the arrow that was formed was right in front of him. Lin Fan didn't dodge as he knew that it was useless. The arrow had a tracking effect and the power of heaven and earth locked onto his aura. He opened his arms and hollered, blocking the arrow. Pung pung. Lin Fan felt that the power was really strong. The moment he touched it, he actually couldn't take it and retreated. But very quickly, he adjusted himself and stopped retreating. What? When the old man saw this, his expression changed and he was filled with disbelief. He knew that Lin Fan was strong and even if he couldn't kill him, he could at least heavily injure him. But looking at the situation, it wasn't what he expected. Shatter. Lin Fan hollered in rage. The arrow in his hand shattered and turned into the purest power of heaven and earth that dissipated in the air. He was a little interested in the bow. Without saying a word, he turned into a streak of light and struck towards the old man. Be careful. Elder Black Prison exclaimed, but it was too late. Lin Fan appeared in front of the old man and grinned. He stretched out his hand and sent the old man flying with a thud. He then took the bow in his hand and looked at it carefully. It was a decent item. He kept the Tao artifact and shouted, General Zhu, General Wu, stop. That is enough. Zhu Daoshan replied. But suddenly his expression changed. The way he looked at Lin Fan was different. He didn't expect that young Master Lin would reveal their background right away. When the furious heaven-covering old demon heard this, he was shocked. He looked at the two of them and said, You are Alliance 9-star generals? Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga didn't reply. Naturally, they wouldn't admit it. They just looked at Lin Fan in rage and felt like he had betrayed them. Lin Fan said, Why ask if you know? These two are my good friends, the strongest 9-star generals Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga. Heaven-covering old demon knew about the background of these two 9-star generals. He didn't doubt Lin Fan's words at all. Apart from the strongest 9-star generals, who else could they be to block him and make him suffer losses? So, you actually colluded with the Alliance. Good. Heaven-covering old demon understood that this matter was a little complicated. The Alliance headquarters actually helped Lin Fan to deal with them. This matter had to be spread out. Lin Fan said, What nonsense are you saying? What do you mean by colluding? These two are my friends, and when they heard that heaven-covering demon sect was so arrogant, they were furious and insisted on coming over to help. This is why such a thing happened today. Okay, I am too lazy to talk to you. From now onwards, watch carefully, otherwise the sect will be wiped out next time. It was enough for him to say all that. It wasn't good to say too much. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga didn't even need to wear masks. They had taken them off long ago. Seeing Lin Fan walk into the distance, they followed closely. Young Master Lin, how could you expose us? Zhu Daoshan raged. Lin Fan found it weird. Why? You didn't say that I couldn't expose you. Is there a problem? Zhu Daoshan looked at Lin Fan and took in a deep breath. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Chapter 505. Young Master Lin, you really are despicable. Zhu Daoshan was furious, but he knew that this wasn't the time to be angry at Lin Fan. What happened next was more important. Heaven-covering demon sect was one of the top sects in Evil Alliance, and now that they knew who they were, it would have a huge impact. Their actions would probably have a huge impact on the current situation. But all of that wasn't important anymore. Lin Fan frowned. Your words are a little too much. When was I despicable? I traded with all of you to help Heaven-covering demon sect. You didn't say that you needed to hide your identities. Moreover, what are you afraid of? Isn't the Alliance headquarters going to occupy this place? Isn't it normal for you to be the vanguard? Zhu Daoshan really wanted to curse, but he suppressed it. As expected from the start till now, Lin Fan had no good intentions and was trying to lead them into a trap. Wuxia was really hot-tempered, and his gaze towards Lin Fan was like he wanted to swallow him up. You can say whatever you want now, but the two of us are going to die because of you, Zhu Daoshan said. For some reason he regretted it. He knew that this would happen. Maybe he shouldn't have agreed to the trade with him. Lin Fan smiled and felt that Zhu Daoshan was a joke. If he didn't harm them, would he have loved them? Didn't they see the situation between them? They were enemies and were about to fight at any moment. Zhu Daoshan stared at Lin Fan and said, Now do you want to run? I should have known that you couldn't be trusted. You lied to us to make us enemies with Evil Alliance so that they could deal with the Alliance headquarters. As expected, you are so cunning. From the start, he had a sliver of trust towards Lin Fan. But right now that trust was gone. He really wanted to smack his head in rage. Why did he choose to trust him? Damn it. But what Lin Fan said next stunned Zhu Daoshan, and he was filled with disbelief. Run? Why would I run? I have to keep my promise, and naturally I won't go back on my promise. Let's go. It is time to do something for all of you at the Alliance headquarters. Lin Fan said. What did you say? Zhu Daoshan felt like he had heard wrongly and looked at Lin Fan with a stunned expression. Lin Fan took a look and walked forwards. He said impatiently, What is there to say? Are you leaving or not? If you don't want to leave, then I will. Zhu Daoshan and Wuxia exchanged glances with one another. The two of them were stunned and felt that the development was a little weird. Although it was what they hoped for, Lin Fan's actions were too normal. They felt like there was a plot hidden within. Can his words be trusted? I don't know. I just feel like something's wrong. Following behind Lin Fan, the two of them were deep in thought. For some unknown reason, the thought of not bringing this lad back surfaced in their minds. But if they did not capture Lin Fan back, all of their previous efforts would be for naught. Everything they had done would be for the sake of the other party. Lin Fan realized that their expressions were a little unnatural. He didn't say much. What a strange person. I am already willing to follow you back to the Alliance headquarters and you still don't believe me? Zhu Daoshan didn't understand and asked directly, Are you really willing to follow us back to the Alliance headquarters? Lin Fan said, Of course, a man has to keep his word. If I say I will accompany you back, I will. I definitely won't lie to you. At this moment, for some unknown reason, Zhu Daoshan actually felt that this kid was really trustworthy. Although he was a little despicable, there were just too few trustworthy people. I hope that you didn't lie to us, Zhu Daoshan said. Lin Fan shook his head and smiled. He didn't want to say anything more about Zhu Daoshan's worries. There was no benefit in lying to them. He had something important to do at the Alliance headquarters. Oh, Heaven-covering demon sects suffered heavy losses, and the surrounding environment was like hell. Even the sect's Dao artifact was stolen, so how could Heaven-covering old demon accept that? Alliance headquarters, you jerk. Heaven-covering old demon pushed all the blame to the Alliance headquarters. If not for the two strongest 9-star generals stopping him, such a thing wouldn't have happened. At the same time, it made Heaven-covering old demon think about something. Lin Fan was actually colluding with the Alliance headquarters. The situation was a little complicated. Evil Alliance Meeting Hall. A period of time had passed since Heaven-covering demon sect faced trouble. What I said is true. Lin Fan brought Zhu Daoshan and Wuxia to Heaven-covering demon sect to wreak havoc. They have been working together for a long time. If we continue to fight amongst ourselves, then one day Evil Alliance will cease to exist and all your sects will be wiped out. Heaven-covering old demon stood in the middle of the meeting hall and described the calamity that he faced. The people gathered here were all Evil Alliance peerless old demons. Some looked on coldly, some gloated, and some were afraid. "Isn't that a little too serious?" an old ancestor said. Many people nodded their heads in agreement and felt that it was indeed a little too serious. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor said, "I think that this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Think about it, who informed us about Lin Fan? It was the Alliance headquarters. They knew about Lin Fan's situation, so why didn't they attack and instead made us attack? At the start, I thought that they were afraid of Lin Wani. Seems like that isn't the case. Lin Fan has something to do with the Alliance. From the start there was a plot. The war between the four alliances was started by this kid, so this is a plot by the Alliance. They want us to kill one another and weaken us." Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's conjecture was backed up, and it sounded like the truth. It sounded like there was no problem at all. Thus, everyone present felt a chill in their hearts and shuddered. It was as if they had fallen into some kind of unbelievably terrifying trap. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor said, "The key thing now is that we have to tell everyone that Lin Wani's son is colluding with the Alliance. At the same time, I want to stop the war and we can't continue to fall for their tricks." He felt that everyone would agree with what he said. After all, this was for their own good. If they acted on their own, the outcome would be catastrophic. Today he didn't care about what others thought. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor just felt really comfortable. Old Demon Wu Wei had a high status in Xiedao sect. He didn't say a word not because he didn't know what to say but because he didn't want to. But what shocked him was that the two strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance were actually colluding with Lin Fan and even attacking heaven-covering demon sect. Which sect could block such combat strength? Even Xiedao sect wouldn't be able to. Oh, in a hidden and mysterious place. "I've gotten what you wanted and what I want, have you brought it?" A rather illusory voice rang out. Zhan Ming looked at the mysterious person who he didn't know was male or female. He didn't think much and tossed a stone that was giving off a red glow to him. His palm was transparent. After receiving it, he took a look and kept it. He then tossed the recording device to Zhan Ming. "The deal is complete. But you really have balls to actually attack the Alliance," the mysterious person said. Zhan Ming looked at him. "I don't want a third party to know about this. Don't worry, I am still a professional. If you have any problems in the future, you can find me. But what I want is something else." The mysterious person smiled and then disappeared from the spot. Zhan Ming looked at the device in his hand and his gaze turned dark and cold. He left the spot and headed into the distance. Alliance territory. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga brought Lin Fan back. Lin Fan had never come to the Alliance before, but under the lead of the two strongest 9-star generals, he was able to come here unobstructed. "Will your people really believe that you captured me after treating me like this?" Lin Fan smiled and asked. His wrists were tied up by ropes formed from Dao patterns. To normal people it was really tough to break free from such bindings. But who was Lin Fan? He was someone who could fight against the strongest 9-star generals head-on. What was the use of Dao patterns? He could just struggle and break free. Zhu Daoshan looked at Lin Fan and his eyes shone. "In just a short while, someone will come to pick you up. When that happens, you can leave, but you have to promise that you won't hurt Alliance people." Hiki. Lin Fan smiled and raised his head to look at the other party. "That request is really too much. But sure, I can't be bothered to kill unarmed people. However, you have to promise me that if there's a war in the future, I won't allow those unarmed natives to be harmed." "Okay, deal," Zhu Daoshan replied. Wu Zhiga frowned and felt that Zhu Daoshan's actions weren't good. But in such a situation, he couldn't say much. They were all in the same boat, so what else could he do? This was why, although he was unhappy that Zhu Daoshan agreed to their conditions, there was nothing he could do. News of Lin Wani's son being captured had already spread throughout the Alliance. Those 9-star generals who thought that Zhu Daoshan would fail were all shocked. How amazing! Could it be that he was high on drugs? He actually managed to catch him. After the commander heard this, he smiled in delight. At least he didn't fail, otherwise it would be tough for him to explain himself. The Alliance's interviewers seemed to have smelled the fragrance of meat and surged over. They all wanted to get some useful information right away. When Lin Fan saw the Alliance environment, he felt like he had returned to the past. There were many tall buildings and it gave off a modern feel. What a decent place. Lin Fan smiled. Zhu Daoshan paid attention to Lin Fan's expression. Normally speaking, when one saw such a world, one would be shocked. After all, the technology level of the natives was terrifyingly low. One could even say that they had no technology at all. Didn't he have any thoughts when he saw such advanced technology? But what he didn't know was that Lin Fan wasn't a native, but someone who had lived through the modern era. Chapter 506. Zhu Daoshan said, "If you think it is not bad, you can stay here. I think the Alliance will definitely welcome you." "General Zhu, is your Alliance so friendly?" Lin Fan looked at him and smiled. Zhu Daoshan wanted to reply, but he kept quiet. He felt like he was mocking him, so he just shook his head and didn't say anything else. It was already good that he could trade now. He also wouldn't think so much about impossible things. They weren't in the Alliance City and were just at an intersection. But there were already many hovering cars heading over. In the distance, a hovering car with UNT words on it flew over. This was the Alliance news channel. The people in the car rubbed their palms and were prepared to do something huge. Liang Yuan was a reporter from the Alliance news channel. She had short hair and dressed well. She had 3 years of experience. Even if she had seen many things, what she was about to face made her nervous. There were 3 other young people in the car and they were discussing. Their topic was all about Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was a famous person in the Alliance and had brought many problems to the Alliance. Even the strongest 9-star generals had suffered at their hands. This made many Alliance civilians call for them to capture him. They couldn't give him a chance to behave so arrogantly, and they had to let him know how strong the Alliance was. "Sister Liang, what kind of person is that person? He looks just like that in the picture, so why is he so terrifying? Does he know how to transform?" Right, he actually needed 2 of the strongest 9-star generals. That is just too terrifying. To them, the strongest 9-star generals were existences that they couldn't reach. Although their reputation wasn't good recently, it couldn't cover the shine of the strongest 9-star generals. Liang Yuan shook her head. "I don't know. I haven't come into contact with him and he is just too mysterious. But even if he is terrifying, it doesn't matter. He has been captured and what awaits him is the Alliance headquarters punishment." They got closer and closer to their destination. Liang Yuan packed her things and said, "Okay, prepare yourselves. There will be a tough battle and many competitors are coming. Start the live broadcast and don't let anything go wrong." "Sister Liang, don't worry. Leave it to me." "No problem." "Oh, General Zhu, do you feel relieved now?" Lin Fan looked at Zhu Daoshan with a smile on his face. He didn't feel any fear from being caught by the Alliance at all. "Young Master Lin, you should cooperate with us. Once the interview ends, it will have nothing to do with us. At that time you should head back," Zhu Daoshan said. They were only in charge of bringing Lin Fan back, and then handing him over to the people from the Alliance headquarters for them to bring him away. Naturally, Wu Zhiga and him would leave early and not participate in this. "Alright, no problem." Lin Fan looked at the crowd coming from afar. He kept the smile on his face and became calm. In fact, there wasn't even a hint of surprise on his face. The reporters quickly squeezed over. Don't push, don't push. Who's squeezing? Do you want to die?" It was a mess. Some of them even started slapping at Lin Fan. Not far away, Liang Yuan calmed herself down and nodded towards the camera. She picked up the microphone and said, "Guys, we are at the entrance of the Alliance. The situation is really chaotic and there are many people here. 2 of the strongest 9-star generals are suppressing the native criminal. All of you are familiar with this native. He is the person who destroyed the Alliance's plans many times and brought huge losses to the Alliance. But all of you can see that he is being held up by the 2 9-star generals and can't fight back at all. I think he must be terrified now, but I want to tell all of you that as long as he commits a crime, the Alliance won't let him go. What awaits him will be the Alliance's strictest trial." As this was a live broadcast, there were many Alliance citizens watching. "Ha ha ha, he has finally been caught. Alliance 9-star generals, good job. Since he dares to provoke the alliance, he should pay the price. He is so young but so brainless. Our alliance is helping these natives and they actually don't know what is good for them. They deserve to be caught. Let's give a thumbs up to the two strongest 9-star generals. Nonsense. They are living a good life and it was the alliance who invaded them. It is like your home being invaded, so how can you not fight back? The idiot above, the alliance is so strong, the alliance is so domineering. Lin Fan looked at the alliance citizens who were snapping pictures of him. He didn't feel anything and he didn't even have any thoughts. Wuxia was being interviewed and was describing the capture situation. Naturally, he couldn't say that it was a simple capture. Instead, he made it sound like it was really difficult. In the end, he spent a lot of effort to capture the target. His description was met with many cheers. Zhu Daoshan and Wuxia looked at one another and nodded their heads in delight. They finally didn't need to be the scapegoat anymore. Truthfully, they really couldn't carry it anymore. If they continued, their waists would probably collapse from the pressure. That moment, Liang Yuan held a microphone in front of them. Two respected 9-star generals. I am a reporter from the Alliance News Channel. Can I interview him? Zhu Daoshan nodded, sure, but not for too long. Thank you, General Zhu. Liang Yuan was very grateful. Then she looked at Lin Fan and had a thought in her mind. He was a handsome guy. But she quickly threw that thought to the back of her mind and asked, have you ever regretted your actions? Lin Fan smiled, Beauty. Your question is a little complicated. I am unable to reply to you all of a sudden. It was a live broadcast. Lin Fan's smile was directly shown to all the Alliance citizens. Damn! What an arrogant smile. I can't take it. I want to go there and smash his head. Don't be rash. Two of the strongest 9-star generals were sent to capture him. With your strength, do you think you are his match? As expected from the ignorant natives, the alliance shouldn't have saved them. They should have let them die on their own. Liang Yuan was really professional and didn't get angry. She continued to ask, you cruelly killed alliance soldiers and wiped out many cities. Do you regret your actions? Or are you a pervert who likes to kill? Lin Fan didn't reply right away. He looked at Zhu Daoshan and said, your alliance headquarters is really amazing. You have really brainwashed them. Zhu Daoshan smiled awkwardly. Not only Lin Fan, but even he felt that this female reporter's question was a little dumb. Forget it. Then why did the alliance kill all the natives in the city? Lin Fan asked. Liang Yuan said, there will definitely be casualties in war. Those are the obstacles that prevent the alliance from saving more people. They are all selfish and don't care about the happiness of more people. Lin Fan retracted his smile and his tone became dark and sunken. So, you are saying that they deserve to die? Liang Yuan sensed the change in his tone. In particular, the other party's eyes revealed a hint of anger. She was a little afraid, but thinking about how this was the alliance and that she was a reporter, how could she be afraid of these people? Liang Yuan gathered her courage and stared right into his eyes. Right? That moment, Lin Fan raised his leg and wanted to kick him. But instantly, Zhu Daoshan grabbed Lin Fan's leg and said softly, young Master Lin, I know that there is something wrong with her head, but can you let the two of us get away? You can do whatever you want after this. Liang Yuan didn't know what had happened. She didn't think that there was anything wrong with what she said. On the streaming platform, my goddess is so overbearing. She asked him twice and caused his expression to change. Haha, this fellow definitely wants to attack, but he has no choice. This is the alliance and he is being suppressed by two of the strongest 9-star generals. Even if he wants to attack, he has to see whether or not he has the ability. Liang Yuan wanted to continue asking, but Zhu Daoshan stopped her. The way he looked at Liang Yuan had changed. Even if he was asking to die, he shouldn't drag the two of them down with him. What else was there to ask? He was just brainless. Very quickly, the people sent by the alliance headquarters arrived. They were all 9-star generals and their cultivations weren't weak. This was enough to show how much importance the alliance placed on Lin Fan. At that moment, an old man walked over. General Zhu, General Wu, we are here to take over. Zhu Daoshan passed Lin Fan over right away. Done. What happens next is up to you. General Wu and I are really tired, so we will take our leave first. He didn't even wait for him to say anything. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga left right away. What happened next had nothing to do with the two of them. Of course, they didn't leave right away. Instead, they hid in the distance and looked at the situation warily. Although they said that they couldn't attack normal people, who knew what the exact situation would be like. So, it was better to watch first in case there were any problems. The old man who took over Lin Fan was one of the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance. He was really strong and showed signs of reaching Dao Realm Stage 7. He didn't know about Lin Fan's deal with Zhu Dao Saint Sect. In case anything happened, he tied up Lin Fan's hands and used them to suppress Lin Fan's strength. Behave, the old man said. General Chun, I am a reporter from the Alliance News Channel. I asked a few questions but the situation isn't good. Can I have some time to ask a few questions? Liang Yuan asked. General Chen smiled. Sure, but not for too long. He is an important criminal and we need to bring him away. Don't worry, it won't take long. Liang Yuan said. Lin Fan looked at her and said calmly, bitch, let me warn you. Don't offend me, otherwise this day next year will be your death anniversary. Preposterous. General Chen hollered in rage. He didn't expect this fellow to still dare to be so arrogant. Liang Yuan stared at Lin Fan and said, Are you angry because I was right? We all know about the situation with the natives and they have been living in hell. Our alliances, She was really quick. No one was able to react at all. Liang Yuan, who was just in front of them, disappeared. You are asking to die. Lin Fan took it in for a long time and finally attacked. Chapter 507. A slow-motion replay. Just now when the reporter said, Our alliance is at. He did not finish his sentence and only ended with the word at before his voice was completely cut off. Lin Fan's kick was simple. With his Dao Realm Stage 7 cultivation, it could be said to be able to destroy heaven and earth. Naturally, a defenseless person wouldn't be able to take such power. The moment he was kicked in the stomach, he turned to dust and disappeared from the world. There wasn't even a single drop of blood. The entire place was silent. To the normal people, they were still stunned. They didn't know what had happened. Why did she disappear just like that? The worker carrying the equipment blinked. Liang Yuan, who was interviewing him, disappeared just like that. You are asking to die. Naturally, General Chen knew what had happened. But he was too quick and even he couldn't react. When he did, it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as the flower-like girl disappeared from his sight. He was furious and punched Lin Fan's face, giving him the heaviest blow. Pung! His fist and Lin Fan's face clashed. Logically speaking, that fist should have been enough to suppress him. But what happened next was something that no one could understand. Lin Fan didn't move at all. He turned his head and looked at him. He reached out and grabbed his head. He hollered and smashed him to the ground. There was a loud explosion. The ground cracked and countless cracks appeared on it. Screams spread out. To the normal people, it was like an earthquake. They couldn't stand still and all of them fell to the ground. Lin Fan released his hand and grabbed the worker who was carrying the equipment. Then, with a leap, he was already on top of a lighthouse. In the distance. How can he attack? Wu Zhiga was shocked and furious. They said that they wouldn't attack normal people, but who knew that Lin Fan would go back on his words? There's nothing we can do. There's something wrong with this little girl's brain. Even if we really suppressed him, she still needs to use her brain. How can normal people like them offend an existence that can only be suppressed by two of the strongest 9-star generals? Moreover, do you think he can take those questions? We have already reminded her not to ask, but she is asking to die. No one can save her. Zhu Daoshan didn't find anything wrong with it. Even though Lin Fan had already made his move, it was still within reason. Wu Zhiga said, but the situation now isn't too good. We should also stop him. Don't rush, wait. Zhu Daoshan said. They were now peeping Toms. He hid in the dark and observed carefully. If Lin Fan really made a move, they naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. As for now, it wouldn't be a problem for one or two ordinary people to die. The man who was dragged to the top of the tower was terrified. His legs were trembling and his pants were a little wet. Big brother, what are you doing? Blah blah. He couldn't understand it at all. Lin Fan didn't understand what they were saying, but it was obvious that they were speaking in the Alliance language. But to Lin Fan, none of that mattered. He looked at the equipment and said, "One day you will experience the arrival of despair, and you should cherish the life you have now." Some of the Alliance citizens watching the broadcast didn't know what he was talking about. But looking at the other party's expression, one could tell that he was very arrogant. Regardless of whether they understood or not, they were all furious. There weren't many rage points. Even if they were in a rage state, they wouldn't gain any rage points. There were too many ordinary people. They couldn't even compare to normal sect disciples. They were just so useless. But even then, the number of rage points provided was quite decent. The number of people streaming increased. What an arrogant fellow. What are the 9-star generals doing? Why aren't they capturing him? Wow, what a handsome native, he is so overbearing. You bitch, are you dumb? He is a native and he is causing trouble in our territory. Lin Fan looked decent and was really strong. He gave off an aura that normal people couldn't have. General Chun spat out fresh blood, but he was still conscious. He hollered in rage, "What are all of you doing? Stop him, we can't let him cause trouble." The surrounding 9-star generals were stunned. They instantly reacted and their expressions were really ugly. They knew their place and knew that they weren't his match. But as Alliance 9-star generals, they had to attack. They couldn't allow him to behave so arrogantly in their territory. Then they exchanged glances with one another and nodded. Since that was the case, then they could only go all out. Take him down. We can't let him do as he pleases in the Alliance. At that moment, a bunch of 9-star generals rose into the air and charged towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced in disdain. "You are asking to die." The moment he said this, Lin Fan raised his hand and slammed it down. His palm covered the sky and a terrifying aura pressed down. For those 9-star generals, they felt an irresistible power pressing down on their bodies. They couldn't fight back at all. There was a loud explosion. Those 9-star generals who flew into the air felt like their bodies were about to explode. Each part of their skin cracked and they fell to the ground, smashing deep holes in the ground. In the blink of an eye. He was really quick. A bunch of 9-star generals were suppressed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood on the spot and didn't move at all. A breeze blew over and his long hair danced in the wind. It gave one a really breathtaking feeling. Maybe because of their professionalism, the workers who were held hostage by Lin Fan wouldn't let go of any major news. They actually ignored Lin Fan's existence and focused their cameras on the situation below. Shock. The people watching the broadcast didn't expect that the invincible 9-star general in their hearts would be so weak. This is fake, right? Fake my ass. We're doomed. We're doomed. Where in the world are Marshal Zhu and Marshal Wu? There's no way they can stop him. Too handsome, too domineering. I worship him from the bottom of my heart. Zhu Daoshan looked at everything in front of him and thought about it. Brother Wu, it is time for us to attack, otherwise it won't feel real. Let's head out? Wu Zhiga asked. Right, we escorted him to the Alliance and handed him to them to take care of him. But they didn't take good care of him and it has nothing to do with us. We chased him away. Who else can blame us for such an outcome? Zhu Daoshan thought about it and felt like this was the only way. Wu Zhiga agreed with Zhu Daoshan's idea. The two of them looked at one another and made up their minds. That moment, the two of them appeared in front of everyone as the protectors of the Alliance. Lin Fan, you actually dare to behave so arrogantly in the Alliance. Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage. His voice was like thunder that spread all around. When the civilians heard this, their terrified and uneasy hearts calmed down. To them, the strongest 9-star generals were here, so naturally, they wouldn't be in any danger. Wu Zhiga stared at General Chun in rage. We handed him to you, but you didn't manage him well. You deserve to die. After this, the Alliance Court will punish you. General Chun, who was already badly injured, nearly spat out blood when he heard this. Damn! How shameless did one have to be to say such words? He actually said that they didn't manage him well. Could he be any more shameless? After they took over, they didn't even do anything and Lin Fan attacked. We didn't even know what happened. But all of that wasn't important anymore. Zhu Daoshan looked at Lin Fan. His gaze was a communication that only he could understand. Roughly, he meant, just leave and let things end just like that. Lin Fan just wanted to come to the alliance, and now that his wish had been fulfilled, he didn't want to cause any more trouble in the alliance. It was hard to say whether or not the alliance headquarters had stronger experts. But if he continued to stay, he would definitely attract more experts. When that happened, a war would definitely be unavoidable. Alliance, I will return. The moment he said this, Lin Fan rose into the air and stepped into the dimension, disappearing from everyone's eyes. After Lin Fan left, the tower shattered with a pung. It broke into numerous pieces and fell to the ground. The news worker shouted in panic. Zhu Daoshan was annoyed. He waved his hand and saved that person. They didn't chase, but they were relieved. It was finally over. To them, it was all worth it. Their only goal in going out to capture Lin Fan was to protect their own dignity. At the same time, they wanted to let the citizens know that they were still alive. The live broadcast was cut off, but the citizens watching the live broadcast were in different moods. Normal citizens couldn't give him any rage points at all. However, ordinary citizens were not the only ones watching the live stream. There were many experts as well. When they saw how arrogant Lin Fan was in front of the alliance, rage burned in their hearts. Especially when the goddess-like Liang Yuan suddenly disappeared, they felt as if their hearts were going to explode. Although he did not know what was going on, however, they were certain that he had been beaten to death by the other party. At the thought of the goddess-like Liang Yuan being beaten up so badly that not even a strand of hair was left, they wanted to smash the screen. Alliance headquarters meeting room. Commander, we spent so much effort to capture Lin Fan, but who knew that there would be problems in their hands? They really can't do anything right. Wuxia raged. In any case, they had already shaken off the responsibility. He would never take responsibility for this matter. The other 9-star generals felt that something was off, but they couldn't say anything. They could only look at the two of them and think about other things. Zhu Daoshan said, Commander, I am a little tired, so I will head back to rest. Wait. The commander opened his mouth and stopped Zhu Daoshan. I have something to ask you. Zhu Daoshan looked at the commander and nodded. Please speak. The commander's face was calm, but the way he looked at the two of them changed. What is your relationship with Lin Wani's son? Zhu Daoshan and Wuxia thought that the commander would ask something, but when they heard that, their expressions changed. Then they calmed back down. What does commander mean? Zhu Daoshan asked. The commander said, you just need to answer my question. What is your relationship with him? Chapter 508. Zhu Daoshan and Wuxia's hearts jumped. The commander actually asked such a question. This meant that the commander definitely knew something, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. We have nothing to do with each other. Zhu Daoshan replied. Wuxia raged. Does the commander think that we have something to do with him? Their rebuttal was a little weak. When the other 9-star generals in the meeting room heard the commander's question, they were all stunned. They felt that it was unbelievable and they didn't dare to believe it. There was a deeper meaning behind his words. A 9-star general stepped out. Commander, is there a misunderstanding? We can talk about other things, but we can't talk about colluding with natives like this. This 9-star general mocked the two of them last time, saying that they were old and that they should give up their title. Who knew that he would speak up for Zhu Daoshan now? He was a logical person. He knew that the alliance could continue to be strong because they couldn't be sowed by others. The strongest 9-star generals were the support of the alliance, and without them, the outcome would be catastrophic. Right, General Zhu and General Wu have contributed so much to the alliance, so we can't let others frame them. Many 9-star generals stepped out and said. They didn't gloat or kick them when they were down. At such a position, none of them were fools. If they thought that killing the strongest 9-star generals would allow them to ascend, then they wouldn't be able to do so for long. The main reason was that the alliance had too many enemies. The enemies they faced were also strong enough. The commander raised his hand and told everyone to keep quiet. General Zhu, General Wu, let me ask you one last time. Do you have anything you want to say to me? The commander looked at the two of them coldly. No. Zhu Daoshan said firmly. Okay, since that is the case, then take a look at this. I just received it and you can take a look. The commander's face was dark and sunken. He took out a piece of equipment and passed it to the person beside him. Very quickly, scenes appeared in the meeting room. The scenes were of Lin Fan, Zhu Daoshan, and the others. Looking at the scenes, they seemed to have a good relationship and even attacked heaven-covering demon sect together. The entire process was recorded. When Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga saw these scenes, his brain exploded with a bang. How could this be? The first thought that came to their minds was that Lin Fan had tricked them. But then again, it was impossible. That kid had no chance at all. But who did it? He was able to record everything without them noticing. That could only mean that the other party had been following them all this time, and they had not been able to discover him. The originally noisy conference room suddenly quietened down. Those 9-star generals who spoke up for Zhu Daoshan wanted to say something, but they stopped. They could only look at Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga in confusion and hope that they could give a reason. Even if it wasn't a very convincing reason, they would also choose to believe. Who did this? How could they be so despicable? Wu Zhiga couldn't help but roar. He didn't expect that someone would secretly record their movements. Wu Zhiga looked at the crowd and noticed that their gazes had changed. He didn't know why, but he felt as if his heart was blocked. Panic. He was starting to panic. The commander said, "What else do you have to say to me?" "Commander, Wu Zhiga and I have never betrayed the alliance and we have never colluded with them," Zhu Daoshan said solemnly. He knew that someone was trying to mess with them. But as for who it was, he didn't know. "Commander, I have given up everything for the alliance. Now that someone has recorded this, I don't want to explain because explaining is just an insult to me. So, I am asking you whether or not you believe me," Zhu Daoshan asked. The commander looked at Zhu Daoshan and kept silent for a long while. His true thoughts were that he believed everything that Zhu Daoshan said. But the evidence was clear, so if he didn't have a reason, then how would he believe him? "I believe you, but tell me what is going on. Why are the two of you attacking heaven-covering demon sect? Don't you know that the war between the 4 alliances benefits the alliance? Now that you have attracted the attention of Evil Alliance, you should know what you are going to face next." The commander really didn't dare to believe that the 2 strongest 9-star generals would actually help Lin Fan suppress heaven-covering demon sect. They even let Lin Fan know where they came from. As long as one had a brain, one would know the outcome. But what he didn't know was how much pressure the Alliance 9-star generals brought to the 2 of them. They only had one thought in their hearts. That was to prove to everyone that they hadn't aged. Zhu Daoshan said, "Commander, we can't tell you the exact situation, but we can swear that we will be forever loyal to the Alliance and won't collude with the natives. As for exposing our identities, we can only say that they conned us." Wu Zhiga kept silent. He knew that it was best to let Zhu Daoshan deal with this. After all, this fellow was much better at talking than him. Now that the evidence was clear, if it was a normal person or another 9-star general, he wouldn't believe it. But since it was Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga, he knew that the 2 of them wouldn't betray the alliance. He knew that the person who sent the equipment to him wanted the alliance to deal with the 2 strongest 9-star generals. Anyone who was smart would be able to see that. That moment, one of the 9-star generals in the meeting room opened his mouth. "Although the evidence is clear, I believe the 2 of you." "I believe too. Alliance 9-star generals aren't people that outsiders can deal with. The 2 of them entered the alliance at 14 and decades have passed. They have contributed so much to the alliance, so how can we suspect them?" Right, the alliance was able to suppress Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island not because of strength but because of trust. At such a crucial moment, naturally the enemy will try to sow discord within the alliance. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga were stunned as they looked at them. They didn't expect that they wouldn't hit them when they were down, and would instead trust them. This touched Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga. He nodded towards them and thanked them for their trust. Suddenly, a 9-star general exclaimed, "Commander, this is bad." Someone posted this video on the Alliance platform, and it has reached 100 million views. It is still spreading quickly and I think the entire Alliance has heard about it. "What?" The commander was shocked. He stood up in disbelief and said anxiously, "Quick! Forget it, we can't stop them. The commander sat down powerlessly. He frowned. Someone wants you to die. The 9-star generals in the meeting room felt like this matter wasn't good. Although the Alliance people didn't have strength, the consequences were really terrifying. What was even more terrifying was their middle and lower foundations. They were the foundation of the Alliance, and if they realized that the Alliance didn't deal with the 2 strongest 9-star generals, it would be a huge blow to them. They felt that the Alliance higher-ups weren't safe and that there were enemy spies. If they didn't ask about it, no one could predict what would happen next. Outside world. There was no need to say anything more. The development was much more terrifying than they had expected. What happened? Damn! General Zhu and General Wu actually colluded with the natives. That is impossible, right? Why is that impossible? The video is already here, so how can it be fake? Old Zhu, Old Wu, the Alliance headquarters needs to give us an explanation. Not only were the normal people furious, but even the people from the college faction were filled with distrust towards the Alliance headquarters when they saw the video. After all, they were the 2 strongest 9-star generals. Since such a thing happened to the higher-ups, how could they trust the Alliance headquarters? That day, the outside world was in chaos. The biggest protest in the history of the Alliance had erupted. Maybe someone organized it, or maybe the Alliance civilians started it themselves. But it was enough to show how much of an impact this matter had on the Alliance. The 9-star generals in the meeting room kept silent for a long time and discussed for a long time. If things didn't develop perfectly, it would be a huge problem. Commander, there is no need to say anymore. This started because of us, and we are willing to take responsibility. We don't deserve the title of strongest 9-star general, so please take it back. Zhu Daoshan knew that it was tough to turn back. If he didn't satisfy the people, then the Alliance headquarters' credibility would be affected. At the same time, their attacks on the natives would be affected too. This old man is truly regretful. Wu Zhiga was so furious that his liver hurt. If he didn't work with that kid, then such a thing wouldn't have happened. Not only was he regretful, but even Zhu Daoshan was regretful. Because of their own honor, the Alliance headquarters suffered such a huge blow. That was just a dumb thing to do. The commander looked at the 2 of them. All of a sudden, he didn't know what to say. Okay, the situation is too complicated. But don't worry, this matter will be solved. As for who released the video, we have to find it. To be so familiar with the Alliance platform, it has to be someone from the Alliance. The commander said. This was also what he was most worried about. All things added together, one could see that the person who released the video was from the Alliance and he wasn't weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to film their tracks so easily. After all, it was really difficult to film the tracks of 2 of the strongest 9-star generals without attracting attention. The next day, the Alliance headquarters officially announced the latest news. They didn't say that Zhu Daoshan and the others had betrayed the Alliance. Instead, they removed their titles and said that they had investigated, and the results would be announced in the future. Of course, naturally, such an outcome wouldn't satisfy everyone, but at least it could appease the Alliance civilians. Hell Mountain. Evil God Jinming stayed in his room and looked at the latest news. He was expressionless, but his eyes shone, filled with rage and hatred. Chapter 509. Since Lin Fan returned from the Alliance, he was in a good mood. The key was that he gained a lot of rage points. But there were too many of them. Even if they were furious, they wouldn't be able to provide any rage points. They were angry because of the death of their goddess. After all, they were small people and it was normal that they couldn't provide rage points. Of course, there were many people who couldn't stand Lin Fan's arrogant actions and provided rage points to him. To these people, Lin Fan only wanted to tell them, "Thank you so much. Martial Path Mountain. Young Master Lin, there have been rumors that you and the 2 strongest 9-star generals went to heaven covering demon sect and caused a huge problem. Is that true or false?" Zhao Lishan asked eagerly. When he found out about the news, he was stunned. The first thought in his mind was that it was impossible. Why would young Master Lin collude with the Alliance? There had to be a reason. Really, there is indeed such a thing, Lin Fan said. Zhao Lishan frowned. Not long later, he seemed to have understood something. His frown relaxed and he smiled. So that is the case. You are diverting the trouble to the alliance. Young Master Lin, you have done a great job. But it is a little inappropriate. Evil Alliance is spreading the news that you are colluding with the alliance. Naturally we know why, but I am afraid that others will believe their words. That was indeed the case. Nowadays people are usually not very sly, and they are very trusting of others. At such a crucial moment, Lin Fan attacked heaven-covering demon sect with the alliance. To outsiders, naturally he was colluding with the alliance. It would affect his reputation greatly. Lin Fan didn't care if they believe, then so be it. What is the point of needing them to understand? They are so good at talking, but it would be great if their actions were the same. At that moment, Zhu Shen returned from outside. Young Master Lin, something happened over at the alliance. Zhu Shen was pumped up. Although he had turned into a pig, the news couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. Lin Fan asked what happened. Zhu Shen said, I just received news from the alliance that Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga's cooperation with you has been found out by the alliance. They have been treated as traitors and their titles have been taken away. This is a huge blow to the alliance. Zhao Lishan and the others were delighted. The news that Zhu Shen brought back made them really excited. Especially Zhao Lishan, he finally understood young Master Lin's actions. So, everything was because of this. As expected, it was a good plan. What he didn't know was that the young Master Lin in front of him was also confused. Lin Fan had not expected something like this to happen. Who was it that did such a great deed? He actually conned Zhu Daoshan and the others. It had to be said. The two of them were indeed tragic. But that was good too. They could greatly weaken the alliance's strength, but with their status, nothing would happen to them. The alliance headquarters wouldn't be so foolish to kill the two of them. The divinator didn't do much in Martial Path Mountain. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't know what to do. Only the Swordmaster would listen to his bragging. Zhao Lishan had always regarded him as a fraud. But all of that didn't matter. His goal for coming to Martial Path Mountain was simple, which was to happily be a salted fish, to hug sect leader Lin's leg and enjoy the benefits of terrifying luck. At this moment, just as Lin Fan was deep in thought, Zhao Lishan praised, Young Master Lin, your plan is too successful. You actually managed to sow discord within the alliance. They must be really anxious now. Swordmaster also praised, unwilling to be outdone. Lin Fan smiled calmly. Although he didn't think so much, looking at how excited they were, he couldn't tell them the truth and disappoint them. Anyway, that was the rough meaning. They could think whatever they wanted and praise whatever they wanted. He would just treat it as if what they said was true. Oh, Brother Lin, look at the news. Your son is colluding with the alliance. This news is a little explosive. Water Emperor said. This matter spread really quickly. After all, heaven-covering demon sect was a top sect in the evil alliance. The sect was destroyed and naturally it caused a huge uproar. I believe that he definitely didn't collude with the alliance, Lin Wani said firmly. He then looked at Water Emperor. Stop spouting nonsense. What is there to be emotional about? I'm just saying. Water Emperor said. Lin Wani was in deep thought. This kid is amazing. He actually forced Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga down. The alliance is asking for trouble. Brother Lin, the situation is changing. The four alliances in the alliance are having internal conflicts. The imperial dynasty has been resting for so long, and it is time for them to make a move. Su Chongsun said. The imperial dynasty didn't lose too many experts and they were all waiting. The key was that without the imperial dynasty, it was hard to say whether or not those experts would have other thoughts. This was why until now they didn't do anything. The key was that the princes were just too useless. None of them were willing to take on the responsibility. Prince Shaoqi seemed to have accepted the current situation and was willing to let his country be wiped out. He didn't have any thoughts of reviving the imperial dynasty. Water Emperor said, I am not being sarcastic, but didn't the divinator say that the imperial dynasty's luck has dissipated and there is no hope for it to recover? I think your son is a great person. Why don't you go and help him? Nonsense. Lin Wani stared at Water Emperor in rage. How could he not know what Water Emperor was thinking? He just wanted to push his son to the front. If he succeeded, not only would he be able to revive the imperial dynasty, but if he failed, the outcome would be catastrophic. As for Water Emperor, he could just leave and live in seclusion once more. Water Emperor said, "Hayes, that is up to you. But what about the thing I told all of you last time? Maybe that is a chance. Don't even think about it. No one will take the risk for unknown dangers," Lin Wani said. He knew what Water Emperor was talking about. It was the seal and the existence of the demons. Even if Lin Wani's strength reached its peak, he definitely wouldn't take the risk. Water Emperor shook his head helplessly and muttered in his heart. This Lin Wani's brain wasn't good. His son was doing so well. If it was his son, he would bring his entire family to help without saying a word. Maybe it would really work. In the distance, Zhao Xianwang walked over and respectfully greeted the few seniors. "Xianwang, is something wrong?" Lin Wani asked. This was the Zhao family's genius. He turned into a dragon and was really strong. His future was limitless. Although he was weaker than them now, he might be able to exceed them in the future. Master Lin, the old ancestor, sent news to prepare to slay the dragon. Zhao Xianwang was expressionless, but his eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect the old ancestor to do that. After all, that was the foundation of the Zhao family. Without the dragon, the Zhao family might have been able to survive for 100 years or even a few hundred years. But when the purple gold dragon essence pill totally disappeared, then the Zhao family would fall. I didn't expect the Zhao family to make such a huge sacrifice for the imperial dynasty, Lin Wani exclaimed. Zhao Xianwang said. The old ancestor said that it was a reward from the late emperor. To restore the imperial dynasty, any sacrifice is necessary. A bunch of old fellows spent so much effort to restore the imperial dynasty. Prince Shaoqi was really calm. He loved his current life where there was no fighting and no scheming. As for restoring the imperial dynasty, it wasn't that important to him. Brother. Princess Yongla walked over slowly. Shaoqi asked curiously, "Sister, what is the matter?" "Imperial brother, can you tell me what kind of person my future husband is?" Princess Yongla asked curiously. She knew her future long ago, and even her marriage was arranged. Uncle Lin took good care of them. As he was Uncle Lin's son, she didn't dislike him. But when she thought about marrying a stranger, she felt like her life was fixed. But all of that wasn't important. She wanted to know in advance. In her mind, maybe when they met in the future, it wouldn't be too awkward. Lin Fan. Prince Shaoqi raised his head and looked into the sky. His eyes were filled with memories. Martial Path Mountain. After Lin Fan made a trip to the Alliance, he saw his growth. It was as if he had gone overseas for a vacation. Each day rage points would come to him. It was obvious that he became famous in the Alliance. What he didn't know was that the Alliance had a fan club for him. After all, there were idiots everywhere. They looked like normal people, but once they faced something, they would become really dumb. If Lin Fan knew that he had Alliance fans, he would wipe them out. The main thing was that he couldn't afford to lose face. If he was worshipped by idiots, then wouldn't he be their leader? The rage points weren't bad, and it was necessary to raise his cultivation. Now, he had 107 Dao patterns. Compared to other people's cultivation, he was much faster. Every secret manual was improved to the extreme, which was the return to true realm. This was something that many people couldn't reach. But think about who Lin Fan was. He was a genius amongst geniuses and was known as an expert at raising cultivation techniques. If others said that he relied on the small support system, he would fall out with them. What nonsense were they saying? Improve. He consumed 10,000 rage points. Oh, with his current rage points, it was enough for him to spend them. Another 10 more Dao patterns. Now, he had 117 Dao patterns. Such a number of Dao patterns could be said to be very terrifying. But this wasn't the end. It was just a small beginning. To Lin Fan, his rich family young master life hadn't changed. Cultivation was just a small part of his life. He pushed open the door and walked out. "Gozi, I am hungry. Make me a good meal." Lin Fan shouted. Gozi was on standby 24 hours a day. He was like a shadow following him. "Young master, please wait. It will be ready soon." Lin Fan stretched. Even if life was too busy, it couldn't stop him from enjoying his time. He came to the back courtyard and laid on the chair. Mu Gang hurried over and gave Lin Fan a full massage. Chapter 5:10. Mu Gang, your skills have improved. Lin Fan praised. What he said was the truth. Compared to the first time, she had improved a lot. Mu Gang had entered her maidservant mode. Every day she didn't just cultivate. Instead, she studied massage techniques. One could say that she learned a lot and improved quickly. In Mu Gang's words, even Brother Go would have to admit defeat. Mu Gang was praised by young master and she giggled. She then said softly, young master, I have refined a type of oil from plants. It is really smooth and when you rub it, it will heat up. If it is possible, I hope that you can try it. Scoff. Lin Fan found it weird. Oil? Was it an oil to open the back? This wasn't something that ancient times had. What kind of massage technique? Lin Fan's heart jumped. This question was like when he went to a massage center and asked the masseuse what kind of service they had. Naturally, he couldn't tell that there was anything different from the name. He had to ask about the specifics to see whether or not it was different from other massages. Mu Gang's face turned red and she said softly, young master. Her voice became softer and softer. It was obvious that she was really embarrassed. She felt like she had to muster all the courage in her life before she dared to say it. As for this, you should practice now. Once you are familiar with it, I will let you try. Lin Fan said. He recalled. At the same time, he felt that it was a wise choice to recruit a maidservant. When he was tired, her techniques were enough to make him feel refreshed and energized. A long while passed. Go Zi came to inform young master that everything was settled. But when he saw that Mu Gang purposely got close to young master and even had intimate contact with him, Go Zi frowned. Who knew that Mu Gang still didn't give up and still wanted to seduce young master? It seemed like he had to tell Mu Gang to pay attention to her identity and status. If Lin Wani knew what Go Zi was thinking, he would probably twist his head off and kick it like a ball. Now that things had reached such a stage, Lin Wani didn't have high expectations. As long as he could raise a decent grandson, everything was fine. Zhao family. Second Master Zhao Zhongtian and Third Master Zhao Sun, the former head of the Zhao family, were in a secret room. Their expressions were really ugly. This was especially the case for Zhao Sun. Ever since his cultivation was crippled by the old Master Lin, his heart had been burning with rage towards the old Master Lin. And now that rage had reached its peak. The old man is muddle-headed. He actually wants to slay a dragon. He's going to destroy the foundation of the Zhao family. Zhao Sun raged and then looked towards his big brother. Big brother, we have to stop this. We can't let the Zhao family be destroyed in the hands of the imperial dynasty. Zhao Zhongtian looked at his brother. Third brother is right. The Zhao family has already paid what we owed. Now the old ancestor wants to attack our foundation. This is a huge matter. If he really slays the dragon, our Zhao family will have no future. However, third bro, you have to be careful with your words. You can't just casually talk nonsense. The patriarch is the patriarch. You can't call him old fellow. Zhao Sun was already a cripple, so why would he care about all this? Second brother, things have already reached such a state, so how can we turn back? In my opinion, we have to stop that old fellow. We can't let him drag the Zhao family into the abyss. They knew that third brother really hated the old ancestor. After all, he was once a high and mighty Dao realm expert, but now he was trash. No matter who it was, they would find it hard to accept. Zhao family head was in a tough spot, but the old ancestor has decided on something, so how can we change it? If we stop him, we won't have a good ending either. Big brother, is there no other way? Zhao Zhongtian asked. Naturally, he didn't want the old ancestor to slay the dragon. If he really did, then the Zhao family's foundation would be gone. Even if they could prosper for a few decades or a few hundred years, what would happen after that? Everyone would be wiped out. The purple gold dragon essence pill was strong, but not everyone could use it. Zhao Sun kept silent for a long while and then said a crazy idea. Big brother, second brother, I have an idea. If it works, then everything will be fine. The control of the Zhao family can even return to you. But it depends on whether or not the two of you dare to try. What idea? Zhao Zhongtian asked. We will tell the top sects of the 4 alliances when to slay the dragon. As they say, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Dragon slaying isn't something that one person can do alone. Naturally, we need many peak experts. When they fight to the death, we will be able to kill them all. Zhao Sun's idea was just too crazy. When Zhao Zhongtian and Zhao family head heard this, they were stunned. Third brother, are you joking? To them, this was a devil-like idea. You must know that this is a huge matter. If we don't do it well, we will all die. Zhao family head looked at Zhao Sun and said solemnly, if that was the case, he would rather not try. It was too dangerous and there were no benefits. When that happened, would the dragon still be alive? Zhao Sun said, Big brother, if we fail, we will just die. But if we succeed, we will return to the peak. Do you think that the old ancestor cares about us? You know about the current situation. The old ancestor slaughtered the dragon to help the imperial dynasty, but can the imperial dynasty be changed just by slaughtering the dragon? When the time comes, we will just be pushing the Zhao family into the abyss. That is too crazy, Zhao Zhongtian said. Zhao family head said, how can we harm the old ancestor? We will die. Zhao Sun was unwilling. Why can't we harm the old ancestor? Does the old ancestor care about us? How have I wronged the Zhao family? As for you as the Zhao family head, you worked so hard for the Zhao family, but what happened in the end? The old ancestor removed your position and replaced you with fourth brother, who only knows how to cultivate. The old ancestor has gone mad. For a destroyed imperial dynasty, he is going to push the Zhao family into the abyss. Even if we don't think for ourselves, we have to think for the juniors. Zhao family head and Zhao Zhongtian looked at one another and didn't reply right away. But this idea was just too crazy. It was so crazy that they couldn't accept it. Zhao Sun said, Big brother, second brother, think about it. There is only one chance, and if you miss it, there won't be a next time. Oh. Few days later. That night, in a dense forest, a bunch of hot-blooded teens were in a heated discussion. They didn't gather together for certain things but for a common dream. They wanted to assassinate Lin Fan. That was right. There was no mistake. They were really going to assassinate Lin Fan. 3 guys and 2 girls. They were all really young and were just over 20 years old. As for cultivation, it wasn't worth mentioning, and they were all really weak. But cultivation didn't matter to them at all. One of them was a poison expert. There was another who was a charm expert. They didn't know each other, but they had a common dream. To put it simply, they were a spy squad. I have investigated. This fellow is called Lin Fan, and he colluded with the Alliance to do many bad things. But his cultivation is really high, and with our strength, we don't even have the confidence to sneak attack him. The one who spoke was a young man. When he spoke about Lin Fan, he was filled with disdain. He's just scum. He actually colluded with the Alliance. No matter what, we have to kill him. Another guy said, Guys, this is the toughest enemy we have ever faced, but we won't fight him head-on. Instead, we have to think of a way to make him take the bait and kill him at the best moment. At that moment, the girl who knew how to charm said, Let me do it. I think that with my charm, as long as he is a guy, he will take the bait. At that time, we will poison him and wait for the poison to take effect before we attack. Sister Lu, you are planning to use... The guy was shocked. Yeah, right. This is the easiest and safest method. At the same time, it has the highest chance of success. At the moment, Lin Fan was doing nothing every day. He ate and did nothing. He had no goals in life and didn't even cultivate. He just passed his days like that. In one sentence, a person like you is the least worthy of a successful person. You can only daydream. At this moment, such a person who couldn't succeed was walking in the forest with his arms behind his back, breathing in the fresh air and enjoying his beautiful life. As for other things, he left them to Zhao Lishan and the others. Martial Path Mountain's territory expanded really quickly. They took in 3 cities. He didn't have any thoughts about the cities. He just lived his life and didn't think about interfering at all. Suddenly, a sweet voice broke Lin Fan's train of thought. Who? Lin Fan asked. In the distance, a girl sat on the ground and held her ankle. When she saw Lin Fan, she acted pitiful. Young master, can you help me? The girl was really beautiful, and when she raised her hands, she gave off an aura of beauty. Others might not be able to tell, but he could. He could see through the other party from head to toe. What happened? Lin Fan walked over and asked. When she saw Lin Fan walk over, her heart jumped really quickly. At the same time, she found it weird. She didn't expect him to be younger than she had expected. But such a young person was actually so strong. I twisted my ankle. The girl acted like she was in pain and needed help. Lin Fan looked at her and didn't say anything for a long time. His gaze made the girl panic, and she thought that he noticed something. But thinking about it, that was impossible. She thought that he was just charmed by her beauty. Haze! She sighed. Lin Fan bent down and pinched the girl's chin. Kid, don't lie at such a young age. Don't come out and mess around. I don't want to stoop to your level. Go back to where you came from. Young master, what do you mean? The girl was shocked. Even now, she acted like she didn't know anything. Lin Fan was lazy to say more. He raised his hand and the area shook. A strong suction force spread over. Screams rang out. The 3 guys and 1 girl who were hiding far away flew over uncontrollably. You fellows have no cultivation and still want to find trouble with me. Aren't you tired of living? Lin Fan shook his head. He could tell that they weren't from the Alliance and weren't sect disciples. One of the 4 climbed up and hollered, You dog, you colluded with the Alliance to harm us. Today we are here to claim your life. Lin Fan looked at them. His gaze was like he was looking at a retard. It made him feel helpless. Chapter 511. How sad. Lin Fan thought that only the Alliance would have retards, but these scenes made him feel that not only were there retards in the Alliance, but there were many retards on his side too. Why didn't he go out and ask around? He swept the top sects in the Alliance, so who could stop him? These small fries dared to try to assassinate him. Not only were their heads pressed down by steel plates, but they were also forced to drink rice. Look at their furious eyes. Lin Fan waved his hands. Okay. I am too lazy to waste time with you. Scram. You are so young and have no skill. You just come out to die. Haze. The 5 people who came to assassinate Lin Fan looked at him in rage. They didn't agree with his words. When one said that others were small, one should at least look at how old one was. To us, life and death are all out of our minds. The assassin didn't fear anything at all. Lin Fan looked at him. Maybe this was the worldview of retards. To them, this was a really special feeling. All of you are sick in the head. You don't know anything and just do things based on your own thoughts. If everyone was like you, the Alliance headquarters would have occupied this place long ago. But luckily, at least there is someone like me here. Lin Fan praised himself without batting an eyelid. These people's methods were just too low-end. They might have been able to deal with some weaker people, but they actually used such tricks in front of a Dao Realm expert. They were treating Dao Realm experts like humans. Putting aside Dao Realm cultivators, even Grand Dominion Realm cultivators, no. Even Divinity Origin Realm cultivators would not fall for it. To the assassins, only now did they truly feel the gap between them and Lin Fan. They were just too huge. The difference was like heaven and earth. They had no way to fight back at all. They were really unwilling. Lin Fan didn't want to explain anything to them. He was too lazy to say anything more. Even if he told them, they wouldn't understand. Suddenly, Lin Fan turned his head and looked to the side. Since you are here, then come out. Stop hiding, it is so boring. Ha ha ha, as expected from sect leader Lin. I hid so deeply and you were still able to notice me. Respect, respect. On a branch not far away, a black bird spoke. It turned into a human and slowly walked out. You are? Lin Fan didn't recognize him. The mysterious person said, I heard that sect leader Lin is really smart. Why not guess who I am? Lin Fan frowned. Who the hell knows who you are? You don't look like a good person. Tell me, who are you? If you don't have a convincing reason, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave today. As expected from the rumors, sect leader Lin is arrogant and arrogant. I am Beast Monster Sect Elder Gao Hung and I want to trade with you. At the same time, I want to tell you something important. Gao Hung said. Kiki Monster Alliance's top sect, Beast Monster Sect. I have never interacted with Monster Alliance before. Lin Fan was curious. He didn't understand why the Monster League was looking for him. Didn't your Monster Alliance work together with Evil Alliance to deal with Celestial Alliance? Why do you have time to look for me? One had to say that the four alliances were really strong. If they could work together, they would be a really terrifying force. Even the Alliance headquarters wouldn't dare to fight against them. It was just a pity. The four alliances were disappointing and were unable to unite. They could only make the alliance jump around. Gao Heng wanted to get to the main point, but when he saw the assassins, he asked curiously, "Sect leader Lin, who are they?" Lin Fan didn't care. "They are just a bunch of ants who came to assassinate me." "Oh, these stupid ants actually dared to assassinate sect leader Lin. Why don't you hand them to me? These few kids can be monster bodies and these two girls are beautiful. It is a good choice to be the mother bodies." Zhou Heng's expression was calm, but his tone sent a chill down one's spine. One of the guys had already peed his pants from Zhou Heng's words. His face was ashen white and he had no energy at all. As for the two girls, naturally they understood what he was saying. Mother body. What else could that be? Just thinking about it was enough for them to understand. No, they definitely didn't want to become mother bodies. They knew about the existence of the Monster Alliance and what kind of sects they were. Everyone thought that the Evil Alliance was the most terrifying, but in reality, the Monster Alliance was the most terrifying. It wasn't a difference in strength. But in terms of cultivation methods, Monster Alliance was much crueler than Evil Alliance. Lin Fan looked at the five of them who peed their pants and said impatiently, "Why aren't you scramming?" The five of them who said that they weren't afraid of death in front of Lin Fan were so frightened when they heard Lin Fan's words. They crawled and rolled away without any hesitation at all. Zhou Heng squinted his eyes and smiled. "I didn't expect sect leader Lin to be so merciful, to be so generous to those who tried to assassinate you. Your sect leader has never struck out against the weak. I wonder if Elder Zhou is one of them?" He had no connection with Monster Alliance and he had no good impression of the top sects at all. If his strength allowed it, he didn't mind uprooting them. As for now, he was just a little bit away. He didn't care at all why Lin Fan was looking for him. He hated scheming and scheming. If cousin was by his side, then it would be great. If he faced such a thing, he could just let cousin go and he wouldn't have anything to do with it. Naturally, someone who can make sect leader Lin attack is an enemy. I am not sect leader Lin's enemy, so how can I be weak? Zhou Heng smiled. But deep down he felt that this person was a little tough to deal with. There is no need to say any nonsense. You know your identity and background. I don't have any good feelings towards the so-called four alliances, so just say it. There is no need to beat around the bush. Lin Fan asked directly. He felt that since Lin Fan came to find him, there had to be something huge. If it was an insignificant matter, then the other party was courting death. He could let go of these five retards, but that didn't mean that he would let go of an elder from a top sect. Especially since this elder's cultivation was not bad, Dao Realm Stage 6. It was obvious that he had a high position in Beast Monster sect, maybe just below the sect leader. With his cultivation, he could even become the sect leader of other top sections. Zhou Heng said, "Does sect leader Lin know about the Zhao family dragon?" Zhao family dragon. He knew that the main ingredient of Zhao family's purple gold dragon essence pill was dragon blood. After consuming it, there was a chance that one could turn into a dragon and bring about shocking changes. He got a purple gold dragon essence pill and gave it to cousin. Cousin really changed and it was really shocking. So, why did this fellow tell him about the Zhao family dragon? I know, but what does this have to do with me? Lin Fan said. He was thinking about why Lin Fan came to tell him about this. Of course, he didn't think that there was no reason, otherwise why would Lin Fan come to find him? Zhou Heng said, "Sect leader Lin, I know that Zhao family is going to slaughter a dragon. Not only Beast Monster sect but all the top sects in the four alliances know about it. Sect leader Lin should be able to understand some things from here, right?" Scoff. When Lin Fan heard this, he was shocked. Naturally, he understood what Lin Fan was saying. Zhao family slaughtering a dragon should be a mysterious matter, and outsiders definitely wouldn't know about it. But why would Zhao family slaughter a dragon? After all, this was their family's foundation. If they killed the dragon, it would be a huge blow to Zhao family, and they might never be able to make a comeback. Thus there was only one reason. Zhao family was slaughtering a dragon for the imperial dynasty. His father was definitely helping the imperial dynasty, so his father was definitely involved in this dragon-slaying matter. So when the time came, his father would have to face the experts of the top sects in the 4 alliances. Even if his father was strong, he wouldn't be able to beat them. His mind was really clear, and in the blink of an eye, he understood everything. I don't understand. Elder Zhou can explain to me. Lin Fan said. If what he said was true, then the outcome would be catastrophic. Zhou Heng said, Sect leader Lin, I won't beat around the bush with you. If you have something to say, then just say it. Zhao family is slaughtering a dragon for the imperial dynasty, and naturally, your father will join in. When the time comes, they will face the top experts of the top sects in the 4 alliances. Do you think your father and the others will have a chance to live? Lin Fan said. Since you know about the dragon, it seems like someone from Zhao family betrayed their family and leaked the news to you. Right, there is indeed a traitor, but that isn't important. I came to find Sect Leader Lin to work together. If Sect Leader Lin is willing, Beast Monster Sect is willing to help you protect Lin Wani's life. Zhou Heng said. Haha, the top sects of the 4 alliances are attacking. Your Beast Monster Sect is strong, but are you confident in saving my father? Lin Fan asked. He knew that things weren't so simple. With the current situation, if he knew where Zhao family or his father was, he might be able to stop this from happening. But probably no one would tell him. Then the way he looked at Zhou Heng changed. It was like he wanted to attack right now and capture him to interrogate him about the exact situation. It would be best if he could find out the location. Naturally, Zhou Heng could sense that Sect Leader Lin had evil intentions towards him, but he didn't care. Sect Leader Lin, even if you capture me and interrogate me, it is useless. Only the sect leader knows the location, and on that day, he will lead me there. If Sect Leader Lin really wants to work together, then I hope that you will come to Beast Monster Sect in 2 days. If not, then I will treat it as you giving up. Goodbye. Zhou Heng cupped his fists and then headed into the dimension and left. He wasn't worried that Sect Leader Lin would stop him. That was because he believed that Sect Leader Lin knew the importance of this matter. Unless he looked on coldly and watched as his father was surrounded and killed. Chapter 512. Martial Path Mountain. Young Master Lin, it is hard to know whether this is true or not. But no matter what, we have to treat it as true. Zhao Lishan's expression was solemn. Zhao family's dragon slaying might be fake, but it might also be true. Since the former imperial dynasty was wiped out, they basically didn't do anything. Maybe they were waiting for a chance, or maybe they were accumulating strength. Zhao family had a motive to slay the dragon. By killing the dragon and obtaining the dragon essence to raise their strength, they would have a high chance of fighting against the alliance and the 4 alliances. Zhu Xin couldn't sit still anymore. If that is the case, then no matter what, we can't let this happen. We have to stop it. If not, if Master Lin and the others are surrounded by the 4 alliances, there will only be one outcome. Divinator, do you think Lin Wani will be fine? Swordhead asked. Maybe Zhao Lishan doubted the divinator's ability, but he trusted him. The divinator said, I won't hide it from you. I have seen Lin Wani and I saw that he would have a tribulation in his life. It seems like this is the case, and it is a death tribulation. If nothing unexpected happens, he might really die. Zhao Lishan scolded, You old man, you are spouting nonsense. Brother Lin is strong and even several peak experts can't hurt him. How can he face a death tribulation so casually? Zhao Lishan, watch your tone. You were someone who was about to die, and if Sect Leader Lin hadn't extended your life, do you think you would be able to live until now? I have roamed the world for many years and I can tell who is going to live and who is going to die. I really don't know what gives you the confidence to speak to me like that. When I became famous, you weren't even born. The divinator scolded. It was okay if it was once or twice, but this old man provoked him so many times. Who gave him the courage? He couldn't take it anymore. Swordhead acted as the mediator and told the 2 of them not to be rash. He really couldn't understand. Both of them were reputable people, so why would they quarrel over such a small matter? Seemed like they could even fight it out. Shut up. Master Lin is about to die and all of you are still fighting here. I really don't know what you are thinking. Zhu Shen raged. Although his cultivation was the weakest here, he wasn't weak at all. Zhao Lishan came to his senses and felt extremely ashamed. That was indeed the case. Master Lin and the others were about to be schemed against, so what was the point of them arguing here and there? Young Master Lin, we can't wait. We have to tell Master Lin about this. Zhu Shen said anxiously. Swordhead said, I don't think that is possible. With our strength alone, it is impossible to spread this out. Beast Monster Sect dared to tell sect leader Lin about this because they aren't afraid of such a thing happening. They might not even fear it at all. They already know where the Zhao family's hidden dragon is. Naturally, they won't care whether the dragon slaying can be carried out or not. Anyway, they will all go, and the Zhao family can't just sit back and do nothing. Brother Lin will naturally go, so the result will be the same. Only now did he understand what the divinator meant by death tribulation. No matter what you did, you couldn't change the outcome. Zhao Lishan said, Young Master Lin, since that is the case, then we can only head to Beast Monster Sect. Only by working with them will we be able to find out where the Zhao family is hiding their dragon. Swordhead said, With my understanding of Beast Monster Sect, they aren't a good person. They are probably plotting something. It is too dangerous for young Master Lin to head there. Lin Fan was a little helpless. Such a cunning situation really gave him a headache. Who knew what these people from the top sects were thinking? Things had already reached such a stage and they were still doing such things. It was just so pointless. Okay, I know what to do. All of you don't have to think too much about it. Lin Fan had a plan long ago. He came back to tell them about the situation and didn't have any other intentions. But seeing how enthusiastic they were, he didn't interrupt them. Young Master Lin, are you thinking of taking responsibility alone? That is too dangerous. Let me go with you. Zhao Lishan said. How could he not know what Lin Fan was thinking? If that was the case, then he would be in danger. Lin Fan said, No need, let me solve this myself. He didn't want to be too direct. The main reason was that Zhao Lishan and the others were a little weak, and they would be facing peak experts from the top sects of the 4 alliances. Without the ability to fight Dao Realm Stage 7, they were all cannon fodder and they would definitely die if they went. Okay, take care of Martial Path Mountain. I will head out. 9 Demon, follow me. Lin Fan walked out. 9 Demon jumped onto Lin Fan's shoulder. Young Master Lin. Zhao Lishan shouted. But Lin Fan walked really quickly and in the blink of an eye he disappeared. The divinator smiled. Okay, sect leader Lin didn't say it so directly. With your strength, how can you help? You will just drag him down. Clang. Zhao Lishan looked at the divinator in rage. Pull out your sword. I want to fight you. Divinator. Oh. Beast Monster Sect. Zhou Heng returned early and reported this matter to the sect leader. He was 100% sure that Lin Fan would return as this concerned his father's life. Their Beast Monster Sect was a little bold. They wanted to get the dragon essence. Although the possibility was low, what if they succeeded? So sometimes when it was time to try, he still had to give it a try. Lin Fan headed out from Martial Path Mountain, and his destination was Beast Monster Sect. He didn't come early, but he was prepared to ask about where Zhao family hid their dragons. As for working with Beast Monster Sect, that was impossible. He hated people who lied to one another. Why did it have to be so troublesome? The simplest way was to crush Beast Monster Sect and find out the location from the sect leader. It was simple and easy, and at the same time he could show off his true self, which was how a man should act. 9 Demon stopped slacking. Prepare to fight. Lin Fan touched 9 Demon's head and said, Merge. At that moment, 9 Demon merged into Lin Fan's body. At the same time, he used the bug controlling technique to control the bugs within 1,000 miles and attack Beast Monster Sect. Astronomical phenomenon. At that moment, Lin Fan's body swelled and reached 100,000 feet. There were many beasts in Beast Monster Sect, but they weren't at peace. All of them went berserk. Those scenes shocked the sect disciples and they didn't know what was going on. But shortly after, some disciples looked into the distance and realized that a giant was walking over. They exclaimed, Look, what is that? All the disciples raised their heads. As Beast Monster Sect disciples, they had seen all sorts of things. However, they had never seen a giant so tall that it pierced through the clouds stepping towards the sect. Hunglong. Along with each step the giant took, the entire sect would shake like there was an earthquake. The disciples stood rooted to the spot. All of them opened their eyes wide and looked on in disbelief. To them, they had never seen such a thing. The movement in the distance naturally attracted the attention of the higher-ups of Beast Monster Sect. Several strong auras spread out from within the sect and floated in the air. When they looked into the distance, their expressions were filled with shock. Who are you? This is Beast Monster Sect, why aren't you retreating? But what welcomed him was a fist that covered the sky. The fist was really terrifying. The energy formed a storm that swept everything around. It was like a blade that sliced the dimension around. Preposterous. The person who appeared was a Beast Monster Sect elder. How could he allow someone to be arrogant in the sect? He hollered in rage and headed over. His aura shook and spread out like a ripple. The shocking aura was enough to prove that this elder wasn't a random expert but had terrifying strength. But the moment this elder entered the range of Lin Fan's fist, his face changed drastically. How is that possible? Pung! There was a loud explosion. The elder felt an unstoppable power strike him. His body ripped apart and he spat out fresh blood. He was smashed into the ground and no one knew if he was dead or alive. In just one round, he was suppressed by Lin Fan. As expected, such a feeling makes me feel good. Lin Fan loved such a situation. As for those schemes, they were just too much of a headache and there was no meaning in them at all. When the surrounding elders saw those scenes, they were astonished and panicked. They didn't expect this to happen. At the same time, they were terrified. Who was he? How was he so strong? With their strength, they weren't his match at all. Lin Fan didn't say any nonsense. He clenched his fingers and punched forwards once more. Instantly, the space shook and a visible shockwave spread out. It blew above the sect and numerous buildings couldn't take it, shattering and exploding. Damn thing! Zhou Heng rose into the air and slapped to block the shockwave. When he saw the situation of the sect, he was filled with hatred and he hollered at Lin Fan. Who are you? Lin Fan smiled. We just separated for such a short time, so how do you not know who I am? Zhou Heng was stunned and then reacted. It is you. He knew who it was. Wasn't this Martial Path Mountain's sect leader Lin? Sect leader Lin, what is the meaning of this? Zhou Heng asked with a dark expression. He really didn't expect this to happen. Lin Fan actually came to Beast Monster Sect to behave so arrogantly. Don't you think about your father? He really didn't expect such a thing to happen. Even if someone told him to be careful and that there might be danger, he wouldn't believe it. He would even scoff and say that it was nonsense. How could such a thing happen? But it really happened now. He really didn't understand why Lin Fan did that. Lin Fan used the astronomical phenomenon and stood with his arms behind his back. I am really interested in what you said. But 2 days is too long and I can't wait that long. I just want to know where the location is. If you don't want Beast Monster Sect to be wiped off the face of the earth, then I hope that all of you know your place. When Zhou Heng heard this, his face turned dark and sunken. You are asking to die. Chapter 5:13. I don't know whether or not I am asking to die, but all of you must know that if you don't speak, your Beast Monster Sect won't have a good ending. Lin Fan said calmly. To kill his way to a top sect like Beast Monster Sect alone, he was really bold. Who else could be so overbearing? I really underestimated you. Zhou Heng's expression was really ugly. He really didn't expect Lin Fan to choose such a method. He thought that to save his father, even if Lin Fan wasn't willing, he would definitely work with Beast Monster Sect. Who knew that he would choose such a method? One had to say that he was really bold and did whatever he wanted. He was even out of words and didn't know what to use to scold Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, "Stop talking so much nonsense. Where is your sect leader? Tell him to scram. With your strength I can crush all of you with one finger. I have always been patient towards weaklings like you, but today, I have no more patience." Preposterous. Zhou Heng hollered. The feeling of being looked down on made him feel really annoyed. Not only was Zhou Heng unhappy, but so were the other beast monster sect disciples. They hid in a corner and looked at Lin Fan with their small eyes. They saw how arrogant Lin Fan was. They were furious, but there was nothing they could do about it. They could only provide rage points to prove that they did exist and that they were angry. Lin Fan was lazy to say any more nonsense. Time waited for no one. Elder Zhou Heng spoke too much nonsense, so why did he have to do that? He opened his fingers and each finger was like a pillar that locked down heaven and earth, covering the entire area in his palm. Zhou Heng sensed the power and his heart jumped. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. How can it be so terrifying? To him, the area in front of him was gray and the power of heaven and earth was really chaotic. They clashed with one another and caused the space around to shake. I am the strongest elder in beast monster sect, so how can I be so weak? Ah! Zhou Heng hollered. The power in his body boiled and Dao patterns wrapped around his body, turning into a sharp attack that surged towards Lin Fan. But in front of that palm, all attacks were useless. When they clashed with the palm, it was like there was a whirlpool there that absorbed all the power. Zhou Heng shouted. He felt like his body wasn't under his control, and it was tough for him to even lift a finger. He looked at the figure in the distance in horror. He had never thought that the other party's strength would be this strong. I can't accept this. Zhou Heng felt death looming over him. Perhaps he would disappear from this world in an instant. With his Dao Realm Stage 6 cultivation, one day he would be able to stand on the same level as the heavens. But now that he was going to die here, it really wasn't worth it. The palm was getting closer and closer. Zhou Heng knew that he could no longer hide. In a moment, he would become a corpse and disappear from this world. So what if Dao Realm Stage 6 had an undying body? Even the undying body would be of no use if he was directly beaten to death. Sect leader Lin is just too much. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar, followed by a ray of light that covered half the sky. With a flash, the hand that was about to crush Zhou Heng to death was instantly destroyed, turning into specks of starlight that disappeared from the world. You are finally willing to come out. Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back. He was waiting for the beast monster sect leader. If he wanted to know the location of the Zhao clan's hidden dragon, he could only ask the other party. At this moment, a person appeared in the distance. Beast monster sect leader Tai looked no different from a normal person, but his body contained a terrifying power. This power was violent and violent. Even a bit of it seeped out and affected the stability of heaven and earth. You are sect leader Tai? Lin Fan asked. Taya said, since sect leader Lin is here, naturally you know who I am. Why do you have to do this? If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. I will treat it as you doing something unwise because you are worried about your father. Come back in 2 days and I will naturally bring you to where the Zhao clan is hiding the dragon. Lin Fan smiled. Tell me where the Zhao clan is hiding the dragon and I can let your beast monster sect go. Arrogant. Taya raged. He didn't expect that there would be such an arrogant person. If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have believed that there was such a person. Lin Fan said, there is no point in saying so much. I gave you a chance but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me in the end. Let me see how strong the beast monster sect leader is. The moment he said this, 2 forces capable of tearing the sky apart crashed into the world like waves. Zhou Heng, who was stuck in the middle, had an ashen white face and he felt really bad. 2 powers that could rip him into pieces clashed with one another. It made him feel how small and weak he was. In a battle between experts, even someone at Dao Realm Stage 6 wasn't enough. That moment, Zhou Heng was filled with anticipation towards Dao Realm Stage 7. But he didn't know whether or not he had the confidence to become one in his life. Taya waved his sleeves and Zhou Heng sensed an unstoppable power striking him. He then left the center of the battlefield. Lin Fan took out the heaven-covering demon sect Dao artifact. He clenched his fingers and the power of heaven and earth gathered. Dao patterns turned into a dragon that wrapped around the arrow. This is, Taya frowned. He sensed a shocking power. At the same time, he recognized that it was heaven-covering demon sect's Dao artifact. But how did Lin Fan get it? Wang! A bright light exploded from the tip of the arrow. There was even something like a star cloud spinning around it. Shoot! Lin Fan released his fingers and the arrow turned into a streak of light that shot through the dimension and time. Kuan-peng technique. Taya hollered in rage and opened his arms. Instantly, a 10,000-foot Kuan-peng image appeared in the sky. It opened its mouth and like a black hole, it swallowed everything around. The arrow was affected and changed its direction. It was swallowed by the Kuan-peng image. There was a loud explosion. Maybe because the Dao artifact was a little terrifying. The Kuan-peng image exploded and disappeared from the world. What lousy Dao artifact, it is just sus. Lin Fan was filled with disdain. He thought that the Dao artifact would be able to kill him with one arrow, but who knew that it was just SOSO? It wasn't worth mentioning at all. Heaven-covering demon sex Dao artifact is really amazing. It actually broke my Kuan-peng technique. Taya was really calm and one couldn't see anything off about him. But if one looked closely, one could see the hidden fear in his eyes. Naturally, Lin Fan didn't know what Taya was thinking. Are you sure you don't want to say it? Kiki, I will only say what I know if I am willing to say it. As for your forceful request, I won't even bother. Taya was the beast monster sect leader, and a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert. So how could he be threatened by others? Very good. Lin Fan nodded. Since that was the case, then there was no need to say anything more. Lin Fan didn't say any nonsense and started to attack. To find out where Zhao family hid their dragons, he used his strongest strength. Honglong. That moment, lightning flashed in the sky and the space shook. There were sounds of power clashing all around. The most tragic thing was that beast monster sex buildings couldn't take such strikes. They all shattered and turned into ruins. Tragic. Tragic. Zhou Heng's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. This was his sect, but it was destroyed just like that. He felt really bad and found it tough to accept such a calamity. How did this happen? Why did this happen? But the situation wasn't something he could control. 1,000 miles around were affected and the ground cracked. The cracks were like spiderwebs and they covered a huge area. Honglong. The two of them separated. Lin Fan frowned. Taya's strength exceeded his expectations and he was indeed really strong. It was impossible to take him down in a short period of time. But even then, so what? He had to take him down quickly. To Taya, Lin Fan's strength shocked him. He was indeed terrifying, especially since he was a dual cultivator. If he fought him head-on, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage at all. He might even lose to him by a little. Taya looked at the situation of the sect. Although he was furious, there was no turning back now. Since things had already happened, no matter how much he regretted it, it was useless. He could only continue to fight and kill this person to make up for the losses he suffered. Peng Peng. They are here. Lin Fan looked behind him. Numerous special Dao essence evolved bugs intersected with one another. They covered the land and when one looked out it was a black patch. Just looking at it like that it looked really disgusting. Insect Valley. Taya recognized that this was Insect Valley's ability right away, but he knew that Lin Fan wasn't from them. Sect Leader Lin, you are really amazing. You actually know Insect Valley's secret skill. He was still worried about Insect Valley. Insect Valley was really mysterious and strong. Even if they sealed themselves, no one dared to underestimate them. Bug Ocean. Lin Fan was calm and allowed the evolved bugs to strike towards Beast Monster Sect. Sect Leader Lin, you are trying to wipe out my sect. Taya hollered in rage. If he didn't stop them, normal disciples wouldn't be able to block them. Was he trying to wipe out the foundations of his sect? Let me ask you, where is Zhao family's dragon hiding place? Lin Fan asked. Naturally, Taya wouldn't tell Lin Fan. Damn fellow. 10 Direction Beast Rage. That moment, Taya hollered in rage and numerous beasts appeared. They stood on 2 legs and looked like humans. They charged towards the bug ocean. Honglong. There was a loud explosion. Lin Fan didn't move at all. He looked at the situation below. To him this wasn't much at all. He did all that to tell him. He had many ways to wipe out Beast Monster Sect. Time passed really quickly. The sky turned dark. But the two of them continued and there were no signs of it stopping. Taya was injured. Although it was fine with the undying body, the Dao essence in his body was being consumed quickly. On the other hand, Lin Fan was perfectly fine. It was the same as before and he didn't consume any energy at all. The sky turned bright once more. Taya was a little anxious. He wanted to take Lin Fan down but he didn't find a chance. Lin Fan was a little anxious, but everything was under control. He firmly believed that the outcome of the other party had already been decided, and nothing would change. Taya, your outcome is set. I will give you a chance to tell me where Zhao family's dragon hiding place is. Lin Fan asked. Don't even think about it. Taya had never gone through such a long battle. He wanted to end it but Lin Fan didn't give him a chance at all. Based on normal situations, if he couldn't do anything to Lin Fan, everyone would stop here and no one would provoke anyone else. It would be best to end things like this. But he faced Lin Fan. He was a stubborn madman. A madman who would never stop until he achieved what he wanted to achieve. Okay, then I will go crazy for once. Lin Fan's eyes flashed. Since that was the case, then he would fight. He wanted to see how long Taya could last for. The second day, the battle continued. Monster Alliance experts were attracted by the commotion here. They were thinking about who was so bold to behave so arrogantly in Beast Monster sect. However, before they could even get close, they were shaken to the core by the waves of attacks. Everywhere they looked was like hell on earth. They wanted to ask, was this still Beast Monster sect? If someone told them that this was hell, they would believe it. The people who passed didn't dare to get close. They all retreated. This was Beast Monster sect's matter, and what did it have to do with them? Why is this kid getting stronger and stronger? Taya shouted in his heart. He slowly felt that it was tough. Actually, it wasn't that Lin Fan was getting stronger, but that he had consumed too much Dao essence and couldn't last for a long battle. The amount of Dao essence consumed in this battle was just too terrifying. Pung! Lin Fan clenched his fingers and punched Taya's face. This fist was just as strong and terrifying as before. Taya felt his head shake and half of it exploded. Hunglong! Taya fell to the ground. Lin Fan chased. He dove down and kicked Taya's stomach. Wah! Taya bent his body and opened his mouth. Fresh blood splattered all over his face. I lost. Taya was badly injured. The blood in his body boiled and his aura was chaotic. If he made a mistake, he wouldn't have a chance anymore. Lin Fan's hands were like a pincer that grabbed Taya's wrist. He tilted his neck back and charged forward, smashing Taya's head. Pung! His strike was like that of a comet, piercing through a terrifying shockwave. Lin Fan didn't continue to ask and just punched down. It was said that random punches could kill an old master. It was like a turtle punching a turtle as he punched Taya. Taya spat out fresh blood. With his current cultivation, his recovery speed was really quick. But the moment he recovered a little, it was broken and he suffered even more injuries. Was he going to die? No, that was impossible. He was a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert and when he found the path to Stage 8, he would become a Stage 8 expert. How could he die here? Stop, stop. Taya hollered in rage with his last breath. He didn't want to die. Lin Fan stopped. He grabbed Taya's neck and lifted him up. His gaze was like that of a man-eating beast. Speak. Where is the Zhao family dragon hiding ground? I will speak, but you have to promise me that you can't kill me. Pung! Taya wanted to negotiate, but his stomach was punched by Lin Fan. A bloody hole appeared and blood spurted out. It was so painful that Taya nearly cried out. I will give you one last chance. Tell me where the Zhao family dragon hiding ground is. Lin Fan had lost his patience. It was already the second day and he had to head there. Taya's face was swollen and his eyes were so swollen that one couldn't even see his eyeballs. That moment, Taya laughed. Kiki, if you don't agree, then I won't tell you. With your father dying with me, I have gained a lot. But remember, you won't be any better off. You have a backbone. I like people with backbone. It is okay, even if you don't tell me, I can still think of a way. But I won't kill you. I will just trash you and chop off your limbs before tossing you to the Alliance. I think the people there will be interested in you. A top sect Beast Monster sect leader has become a monkey surrounded by people. Pity, disdain, I think you will like that. Lin Fan grabbed Taya's chin and smiled. But that smile looked a little evil. You dare? Taya hollered in rage. The moment he said this, Lin Fan raised his leg and with a kacha, he crushed Taya's left leg. You can try? Ah! Taya screamed and cold sweat mixed with blood flowed down his forehead. I will give you one more chance. As long as you say it, I can consider letting you live. Lin Fan said. Taya didn't say anything and just looked at Lin Fan coldly. I've roamed the world for nearly 100 years, but I've fallen in your hands. Fine, I'll tell you. I hope you can keep your promise. He really didn't want to die. Furthermore, he did not want to become the target of pity. If his cultivation was crippled, he would become a cripple. It was a fate worse than death. As for why the other party wanted to go to the Zhao family's dragon hideout to save Lin Wani, that was even more impossible. This time there were countless peak powerhouses going to the Zhao family's dragon hideout. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream if he wanted to rescue them all by himself. He could even die there. I'll send you to your death. Sect leader Lin, the location is. Taya didn't hide anything and told him where Zhao family hid the dragon. Only the top sect leaders knew about this location. Beast Monster sect wanted to contact Lin Fan to work together. It was for the sake of obtaining benefits there. But he didn't expect it to be like this. It's a little far away. Lin Fan knew that place. It was quite far away from here. It seemed like he couldn't waste any more time. Taya saw that Lin Fan was silent. I have already said what I needed to say. You promised me you... Pung! Taya lowered his head and looked at the arm that pierced through his heart. He looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. You didn't keep your promise. Poochie. Piercing the heart wasn't enough to kill a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert. Even if he had shocking abilities, it was useless. Scoff, I am not a fool, so how can I let you live? His hatred with Taya was too huge and leaving him alive was just asking for trouble. He destroyed Beast Monster Sect, so how could Taya not care? Naturally, he had to take revenge. Their hatred was so great that if they really wanted to take revenge, the result would be unimaginable. It would definitely be terrifying. This was why it was better to kill him. He looked at the ruins and shook his head regretfully. What was the point? Lin Fan soared into the sky and stepped into the dimension, heading into the distance. He had to use his fastest speed to get there. He had to rush there. At this moment, Beast Monster Sect was in a terrible state. Numerous corpses were buried and even those elders were killed by the ripples. Their deaths were just too tragic. 2 Dao Realm Stage 7 experts fought crazily for 2 days. Not to mention 2 days, even a short period of time wasn't something that other people could handle. Beast Monster Sect was in such a tragic state. From start to finish, the sect leader was the one attacking while they were the ones being beaten up. This was the first time Lin Fan was filled with killing intent. Even though he wasn't the one who killed them, it was because of him that the entire sect died a horrible death there. Dragon Island. Brother Zhao, you have to think this through. This is the foundation of your Zhao family. Lin Wani said. He respected old ancestor Zhao's decision. Who knew that he would be willing to make such a huge sacrifice for the imperial dynasty? Old ancestor Zhao said, the dragon was given to us by the late emperor, so it is only right that we return it. But killing a dragon isn't a small matter. It is really strong and with our strength, we will need to spend some effort. Lin Wani nodded. Although he hadn't come into contact with it before, he knew that it could use dragon blood to refine a terrifying pill like the purple gold dragon essence pill. That was enough to show how terrifying the dragon was. Water Emperor said, if the few of us attack together, how confident are we? Old Ancestor Zhao said, at most 60%. 60% is a little low, but no matter what, we can give it a try. Su Chongsun said. All of them were Dao Realm Stage 7 experts and they were all Peak Stage 7 experts. They were much stronger than the other Stage 7 experts. Now that they were only 60% confident in killing a dragon, that was enough to show how strong the dragon was. Even Zhao family didn't know where the dragon came from. When they found the dragon, it wasn't as strong as it was now. But at that time, it wasn't a normal dragon either. Then should we attack now? Su Chongsun asked. Wait, there is no rush. Every month, Zhao family will send meat to the dragon. I have already done something to the meat. As long as it eats it, we will be more confident. Old Ancestor Zhao said. Water Emperor said. Old Ancestor Zhao, your methods are quite amazing. The Zhao family old ancestor actually knows how to use poison. If I didn't hear it personally, I wouldn't dare to believe it. These words made people a little unhappy. Didn't he just say that his methods were a little dirty? But that was the truth. The dragon had sacrificed a lot for the Zhao family, and now they wanted to use poison to kill it. That was just too much. Within Dragon Island, Lin Wani and the others entered and realized that there was a shocking aura spreading about. It was like many mountains were pressing down on their bodies. This aura is really terrifying, Lin Wani said. He had never seen a dragon before. Even if he hadn't seen one now, the aura alone was shocking enough. If it was a normal person, they wouldn't even be able to move. This is the aura of a dragon. In the distance is its cave. Listen to my instructions and don't act rashly, Old Ancestor Zhao said. The moment he stepped onto Dragon Island, he knew that he couldn't turn back. He gritted his teeth and could only continue. Brother Zhao, think about it. It is not too late to regret, Lin Wani said. Recovering the imperial dynasty was important, but he wasn't confident. Even if he killed the dragon, he might not be able to recover the imperial dynasty. Instead, it would cause Zhao family to lose their foundation to stand tall in the river of history. Old Ancestor Zhao said, there is no need to think about it. I won't change my mind. Zhao family is indebted to the late emperor, and it is time for us to repay him. As long as we can recover the imperial dynasty, who cares about a Zhao family? Oh. Chapter 5:14. Lin Wani and the others stepped into the dragon's territory and heard a thunderous snoring sound. Although Old Ancestor Zhao was determined, when he heard the snoring sound he struggled. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to, but that the dragon had helped the Zhao family a lot. Was that really a good thing? Kid Zhao, what are you doing here? I remember that I have given you the blood, and there is still a long time before the next time. A muffled voice came from the cave. The surrounding plants shook. It was obvious that the sound formed a shockwave, and it was quite shocking. Lin Wani and the others looked on in shock. They hadn't seen its true face, but from the aura just now, they could sense that the dragon was really strong. No wonder Old Ancestor Zhao wanted to poison it. So even he wasn't confident. Just as they were feeling shocked, they suddenly had a feeling that some unknown existence in the cave had opened its eyes, and a terrifying aura spread out. Shortly after, there was movement in the cave. A giant dragon head appeared from the dark cave. Its thick body curled and rose into the air. The scales on its body were huge and gave off a bright glow. At the same time, there were mysterious patterns on its horns. It looked really majestic and really threatening. This is a dragon, Lin Wani exclaimed. It was rare to see one in his life, and now that Old Ancestor Zhao led him over, it felt really good. There are also a few strangers. My existence is a secret. I didn't expect that you would bring people over to see me, the dragon said. Two long feelers reached into the air like they were absorbing power. Old Ancestor Zhao was a little embarrassed. He probably felt guilty and knew what was going to happen next, so he didn't dare to face him. Dragon King, I came here to thank you for everything you have done for the Zhao family. Old Ancestor Zhao knelt on the ground and lowered his head to kowtow to the dragon. Without the Dragon King, the Zhao family wouldn't be as glorious as it was today. Other people could choose not to acknowledge it. But as the Zhao family old ancestor, he had to. Who? The dragon spat out a mouthful of air and looked at Old Ancestor Zhao with its lantern-like eyes. The food you sent today tastes good. I like it, but I won't be able to eat it in the future. Old Ancestor Zhao was stunned, and he looked at the Dragon King in disbelief. The meaning of those words, one didn't need to think to understand. He already knew. Dragon King, your words. Old Ancestor Zhao found it hard to say. Naturally, he felt guilty. He wanted to say that Dragon King was thinking too much, but at such a time, there was no point in lying. The horned dragon curled up its body. Looks like these are the helpers that Brat Zhao found to send this old dragon on his way. They are indeed very strong, making this old dragon feel pressured. Old Ancestor Zhao said bitterly, please forgive me. I had my reasons. Since you know that I wanted to kill you, then why did you eat the meat? The horned dragon smiled and said, Brat Zhao, you didn't explicitly say that you wanted to harm this old dragon. So I naturally have to accept your offerings. Alright, the last meal is finished. You've taken good care of old dragon. It's naturally not a problem if you need blood. However, if you want old dragon's life, that will depend on your abilities. Don't worry. If old dragon doesn't die, the Zhao family will be fine. Lin Wani felt that this dragon was not ordinary. Brother Zhao, why don't we just let it go? Old ancestor Zhao didn't reply to Lin Wani and just cupped his fists. Dragon King, sorry for offending you. In an instant, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the world. Shortly after, the 4 Dao Realm Stage 7 experts attacked at the same time. Anyone who faced such a terrifying attack would have been turned to dust. But this horned dragon wasn't afraid at all. Even though it was 1 against 4, it was still able to do so with ease. That moment, the sky was covered in dark clouds. Thick bolts of lightning slithered in the sky like pythons. Rain fell, and in the blink of an eye, an ocean formed below. There is something wrong with the rain, Lin Wani said. When he felt the raindrops land on his body, he realized that his body had become much heavier. He looked at the dragon solemnly. As expected, it was amazing. It had many methods. If he fought alone, he might not have been its match. This was the first time Lin Wani felt like he couldn't suppress someone. Suddenly, an intense explosion spread out. Looking closely, it was the horned dragon waving its tail. The giant tail was terrifyingly strong and caused the space around to explode. One tail strike was able to stir up the wind and clouds. It was really terrifying. Lin Wani didn't dodge. He wanted to test how strong he was. At that moment, the giant tail swept in front of him. It was so quick that even a Dao Realm Stage 6 expert might not be able to react. Pung! There was a deafening explosion. The space was like a mirror that started to shatter. At the same time, a strong shockwave spread out. Water Emperor frowned. What was going on? Was Lin Wani slacking off? In the distance, Lin Wani appeared. His body seemed to be steaming with sweat, and white smoke rose from his body. He had used both hands to block, and he felt a world-destroying power surging towards him. His entire body was sent into an unknown dimension. Till now his arms were trembling. This was unbelievable to Lin Wani. He had never experienced such a situation before. Was this the 60% confidence that Brother Zhao mentioned? As expected, it was just an exaggeration. 60%? It felt dangerous. Moreover, the dragon ate poisonous meat. What would happen if it was at its peak? The battle continued. Lin Wani didn't dare to be careless and used his true strength to fight against the dragon. During this period, Su Chongsen suffered from the tail strike and was smacked deep into the ground. When he climbed up, he was in a haggard state and his body was covered in injuries. If he wasn't well prepared, that attack just now was enough to take away half his life. So at such a moment, no one dared to be careless. They knew what they were facing. That was a really terrifying existence. Someone would die. Be careful, don't be careless, Su Chongsen reminded. They wanted to curse. Old man Su, you are already old. I purposely took it head-on because I have confidence. What do you have? Lin Wani didn't give him any face at all. Su Chongsen was so angry that his beard was about to fly up. He cursed in his heart. He had already sent his daughter over and you were still like this. What he was doing was selling his daughter for respect. In the distance, in a hidden area, the 3 old masters of Zhao family hid and looked on. This dragon is too stupid. I told him that the meat was poisonous and he still ate it. There is a hole in his brain. Zhao Sun cursed. He really didn't expect this to happen. When he learned that the old ancestor wanted to poison the dragon, he sent people to inform him. He thought that the dragon wouldn't eat meat, but he still ate it. Zhao family head said, I didn't expect our Zhao family dragon to be so strong. Although he was once the family head and knew that the dragon was strong, he didn't expect it to be so strong. It was really unbelievable. Now he was facing 4 Peak Dao Realm Stage 7 experts. Who in the world could withstand the attacks of these 4 experts? Even if one searched the entire world, they wouldn't be able to find one. He agreed with Zhao Sun's words. That was indeed the case. If the dragon didn't eat the meat, how terrifying would he be at his peak? When will the experts from the 4 alliances come? Zhao Zhangtian said. He leaked the location of this place just in case. The main reason was that Lin Wani made them afraid. If the 4 of them killed the dragon with just a little effort and they were fine, then all their efforts would have been for nothing. This was why they contacted the people from the 4 alliances to deal the final blow to them. As for whether or not the dragon would be split up by the 4 alliances, that wasn't the main point. Their goal was simple: to control the Zhao family. Zhao family had said, "Be careful, maybe they are already here and are just hiding in the dark like us." After all, it is the easiest to reap the benefits. Zhao Sun's cultivation was trashed, and he couldn't sense anything wrong with the space around him. However, he still carefully looked around, hoping to find some clues. As time went on, the battle slowly came to an end. Lin Wani and the other 3 were injured, and their injuries weren't light. Old ancestor Zhao and Su Chongsun's injuries were the worst. Their bodies seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The dragon was in a bad state and its body was covered in holes. Dragon blood flowed to the ground like a river and dyed the surrounding ocean red. Many fish accidentally ate the dragon blood and couldn't take the terrifying power, so they exploded. Kid Zhao, you are amazing and so are your companions. It seems like I am going to die here today, but I have to remind you to be careful of the people around. They have been hiding in the void for a long time. All of you come out. The horned dragon roared and whipped its huge tail at the void. Everywhere it passed, the void cracked and many silhouettes were blasted out. Amazing, amazing. As expected, Zhao family's dragon hiding place is not normal. This dragon is really terrifying and even Lin Wani can't take it down. When old ancestor Zhao saw this, he was stunned. How did this happen? He found it hard to imagine what was going on. How did the Zhao family dragon hiding place leak out? Where did these people come from? It seems like someone from Zhao family betrayed us. Lin Wani said. Impossible, why would our Zhao family have such a traitor? Old ancestor Zhao denied right away. He didn't even think and believe that there was no traitor in the Zhao family. Suddenly, there were shouts in the distance. Old ancestor, save me. Zhao Sun was terrified. The shockwave shook them out. Big brother and second brother ran too quickly and he was trash, so how could he run? His current position was really awkward. Someone noticed him and when he saw him attack, he screamed in fear. Old ancestor Zhao was shocked. He didn't hesitate and turned into a streak of light to appear in front of Zhao Sun. He slapped and forced him back. Why are you here? Old ancestor Zhao scolded in rage. Zhao Sun wanted to say something but old ancestor Zhao didn't care. He looked at the people in the distance. How did all of you know about the dragon hiding place? But the moment he said this, there was a poochie. Old ancestor Zhao's expression changed and he frowned. He touched his back and the pain was unbearable. He turned around and retreated a few steps. He looked at Zhao Sun in disbelief. You? Zhao Sun opened his hands and retreated. He then hollered, you old thing, you actually treated me like this. What did I do wrong? I did this for the Zhao family. You trashed my cultivation for the already destroyed imperial dynasty. Do you even treat me as a family member? Stop thinking about it. This is a Dao artifact and I smeared poison on it. Old thing, you are dead. Old ancestor Zhao didn't expect this to happen. He was disappointed and raged. You told the outsiders the location. Zhao Sun laughed, right? It was me. Do you know the consequences of trashing me? Let me tell you, I am not someone you can offend. That moment, Zhao family head and Zhao Zhangtian came out. Old ancestor. Zhao family head walked beside old ancestor. Zhao Zhangtian slapped Zhao Sun to the ground. You actually betrayed Zhao family and sneak attacked old ancestor. I will beat you to death. Zhangtian, stop. Old ancestor Zhao reached out and stopped Zhao Zhangtian. But just at that moment, there was a pung. Zhao family head's palm struck old ancestor's back and pierced through his body. At the same time, he didn't hold back and attacked several times. Old ancestor Zhao was already badly injured and now that he suffered such a heavy blow, he obviously couldn't take it anymore. He flew backward right away. Old ancestor, you were the one who forced us to such a stage. You asked for it. Zhao family head raged and then looked at the people in the air. Now is the best time to kill them. From now on, Zhao family can refine purple gold dragon essence pills for all of you to help you climb to Dao Realm Stage 8. In the distance, old ancestor Zhao's pupils dilated, and he was on the verge of death. Till now, he didn't understand why they did that. Old Zhao, are you okay? Water Emperor walked forwards and checked on old ancestor Zhao's situation. He frowned. He was in danger. He took out pills for him to consume, but that was just temporary. Old Master Dragon, can you stop and face these enemies together? Lin Wani said. If Lin Fan knew that his father called him Old Master Dragon, he would have said, "Father, you look so beautiful when you are terrified." Chapter 5:15. If 4 or 5 of these top sect leaders came, he wouldn't care at all. But there were far more than 4 or 5 of them. He was wondering whether or not all the top sect leaders were here. How was he going to fight this battle? Even if he pulled the dragon in, it wouldn't be enough. The dragon said, "Life and death are decided by fate. The death energy on your bodies is really thick, and maybe today will be the day we die. Struggling is just useless. Even then, we can't just sit here and do nothing." Lin Wani said. He seemed to understand what the dragon was saying. It seemed to be saying that the result would be the same anyway, so why resist? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy it quietly? He definitely couldn't accept such a mentality of giving up on saving others. He had no ambition at all. The dragon coiled its body and its huge head came in front of old ancestor Zhao. Its eyes gave off a loving and reminiscing light. Little Zhao, it's been a very, very long time since we first met. At that time, you didn't have the achievements you have now. In the blink of an eye, you've grown old. I once told you that you're very stupid and not smart, but you're very stubborn. Old ancestor Zhao, who was laying there, spat out fresh blood. He was a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert. Even if he was badly injured, he couldn't die from a sneak attack. But old ancestor Zhao was really sneak attacked. Moreover, he was sneak attacked twice, and the person who did it was his family. Till now, old ancestor Zhao still couldn't understand why. Why did all of this happen? His emotionless eyes stared into the dragons. It was like he had returned to when he was young. His father brought him to Dragon Island to meet the Dragon King. At the same time, he spent some time with the Dragon King. During that period of time, he recalled all the things that happened between him and the Dragon King. To him, the Dragon King was a mountain that he couldn't climb. In the eyes of the Dragon King, he was just a small ant. "Kid, your talent is really bad. I want to become the strongest person in the Zhao family. Even if my talent is bad, I will use hard work to make up for it. Is that so? I am looking forward to that day." "Oh, what is this?" "This is my treasure and I won't give it to others. Use it. I think that with your talent and hard work, you will become the strongest person in your heart." Old ancestor Zhao felt like everything around was about to shatter. Am I going to die? He actually recalled what had happened in the past. It was just that he thought of it. Everything he had now was largely due to the help of the Dragon King. The thing he had consumed was none other than the dragon essence of the Dragon King. He had consumed the dragon essence. Only by changing his talent would he be able to become the strongest expert in the Zhao family and reach Dao Realm Stage 7. What stupid thing am I doing? Old ancestor Zhao muttered to himself. Even he realized. The Dragon King was like an old father to him, but he joined forces with others to kill the Dragon King, just for an uncertain matter. At this moment at the venue, Zhao Sun roared like a madman. "What are you hesitating for? Now is the best time to kill them. Also, that dragon, the reason why my Zhao family is able to have our current status is all because of that dragon. Zhao family can refine purple gold dragon essence pills for you." Do you know what the purple gold dragon essence pill is? That is a divine pill that can defy the heavens and change one's fate. The sect leaders who came were all pumped up. Naturally, they knew what the purple gold dragon essence pill was. Zhao family wasn't strong, but naturally they were strong. The reason why they were so strong was because of that pill. Lin Wani was really anxious. What was going on with the dragon? He had already explained it so clearly, so why didn't it have any thoughts? If they worked together to fight the enemy, they might have a chance of surviving. But looking at the situation, the dragon obviously didn't want to bother about him. Then, Lin Wani looked at the people in the air. Do you really want to surround and kill us? You should think this through. With our strength, if you can't kill us all, then there will come a day when you will pay an extremely terrible price. He wasn't trying to scare them. If a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert really went crazy and took revenge, that wasn't something that anyone could handle. Even the top sects were the same. Ha ha ha, Lin Wani, stop scaring us here. Do you think that you can escape with your current situation? The one who spoke was Evil Alliance Blazing Sun sect leader Flame Demon Old Ancestor. His fire-like hair floated in the air and the surrounding space became really hot. He was really strong, but compared to Lin Wani and the others he was much weaker. Flame Demon Old Ancestor, as long as I escape, I will wipe out your Blazing Sun sect first. Lin Wani hollered in rage. Flame Demon Old Ancestor and Lin Wani looked at one another. He panicked deep down, but he acted calm and said in disdain, "Who are you trying to scare? Let's talk about it if we can escape." The person he hated the most was Lin Wani. This fellow was younger than them, but he was stronger than them. He was also overbearing, and when he wasn't defending Yu City, many sects suffered from Lin Wani. In fact, many people from the same generation as Lin Wani had already become elders, and some had even become sect masters. But he could ask them whether or not they hated him when they were young. They would probably all say in unison that the thief was Lin Wani. When Lin Wani was young, he had formed a team with Old Wu and led a bunch of country bumpkins to humiliate them many times. Just thinking about it was enough to infuriate both humans and gods, and they wanted to use a bolt of lightning to kill this bastard. After all of you found out that you had a chance to kill me, you all rushed over. It is my honor. I didn't expect me to be so important to all of you. Instantly, Lin Wani's gaze turned sharp. But please remember, if you want to kill me, I'm afraid some sect leaders will have to die here. I wonder if anyone is willing to do so. His words stunned all the sect leaders and sect leaders. That wasn't nonsense, and it was the truth. They wanted to kill Lin Wani, but they knew that Lin Wani was strong. Even if there were so many of them, some of them would die. They were all sect leaders, so who was willing to die for nothing and let others take advantage of them? Lin Wani, you are about to die and you still want to cause trouble. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think that with just the few of you, you can cause any waves? Remember this. Many of you came here because of your son, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor. Your blood lotus was snatched by that kid. If you take Lin Wani's head and show it to that kid, he will regret it. The Old Ancestor looked towards Evil Spirit Old Ancestor and said. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor was stunned. He cursed in his heart. Why did you have to talk about me for no reason? These were all sad past events and he wanted to forget about it. Who knew that someone would actually bring it up? He was fantasizing about carrying Lin Wani's head to find Lin Fan. It felt good, but he didn't dare to. He really didn't dare to. Others might not know how strong Lin Fan was, but he knew it clearly. Was it something that an ordinary person could have? The Old Ancestor didn't stop and continued. Heaven-covering old demon, you probably think the same way, right? After all, that kid worked with Alliance experts to do unforgivable things to Heaven-covering demon sect. It wasn't a secret that Heaven-covering demon sect was destroyed by Lin Fan and the Alliance experts. But now that the other party had set it out so brazenly, Heaven-covering old demon was extremely displeased. His gaze towards Lin Fan was a little off. Ha ha ha. Lin Wani laughed. I didn't expect my son to be so amazing. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known. But remember, although I might die today, my son will take revenge for me. Just wait and see. Evil Alliance, Monster Alliance, Buddha Alliance, and Celestial Alliance were all here. When they met, there was no conflict. Their goal was simple, which was to kill Lin Wani and the others. He is about to die and he still dares to be so arrogant. Don't give him a chance to recover. Attack together and kill them. Some people were indeed panicking, but at this moment there was no point in talking. They had to take action as soon as possible. That was the real deal. Su Chongsun, take care of Old Ancestor Zhao. Water Emperor and I will open a path for all of you. Lin Wani said. Water Emperor said. Brother Lin, I want to flee. Nonsense, you won't be able to run. Lin Wani stared. If a normal person faced such a situation, they would be so terrified that they wouldn't even be able to say a word. After all, they were facing the elders of the top sects of the four alliances. How could they go up against them so easily? Lin Fan, you are just one person and you dare to be so arrogant? Someone couldn't take Lin Fan's arrogance and scolded him. Didn't he look at the current situation? He dared to be so arrogant and didn't care about them at all. Lin Fan looked at that person and laughed in disdain. I am arrogant? If you have balls, then come at me. Let me tell you, you are the one who shouted the most but didn't dare to attack. Other people might not know what you are thinking, but I do. You just want others to die so that you can reap the benefits. Shut up. You want to say that I am talking nonsense, right? Okay, then attack. Let's see how determined you are. His words were really sharp and he killed people without seeing blood. The person who shouted the most did have such thoughts. Now that Lin Fan said it out loud, he felt really bad. Damn. How could he be so much? Especially when he noticed their suspicious and weird gazes. He raised his head and retorted unwillingly. What is the meaning of this? I am not such a person. But everyone looked at him with shining eyes. What they meant was that he was indeed such a person. Stop pretending they saw through it. Guys, don't be distracted by his words. He is purposely delaying time and he definitely has a plan. Let's attack together and kill them. Someone suggested and even encouraged everyone to attack. There was no need to hesitate. If this continued, then they wouldn't be able to do anything. Lin Fan laughed coldly. Interesting, you are not bad. But don't worry, if you have balls, then attack. My father and I will stare at you and we will definitely kill you before you are killed by others. Oh right, I forgot to tell all of you something. Before I came here, I informed the Alliance headquarters about your actions. I think all of your sects have no leader and no peak combat strength. The Alliance can just casually send out one of their strongest 9-star generals, and they will be able to wipe out your sections. Even if you kill us when you return, you will only have a ruined sect waiting for you. When Lin Fan said these words, everyone was stunned. The situation changed. There was an uproar in the crowd. Impossible, do you think that the Alliance is your home and you can say whatever you want? A sect leader hollered in rage. Lin Fan smiled. Heaven-covering old demon, don't look at me with such a furious gaze. Tell them who destroyed your heaven-covering demon sect. That moment, someone reacted. Wasn't Lin Fan and the strongest 9-star generals the one who destroyed heaven-covering demon sect? To be able to make the strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance attack, it wasn't something that could be achieved just by talking about conditions. When they thought about how their sect didn't have a peak expert, they were terrified. They didn't know whether or not Lin Fan was speaking the truth. But if it was true, then the outcome would be catastrophic. The strongest 9-star generals were all Dao Realm Stage 7, and the sects didn't have such experts. There was only one outcome, which was to be suppressed by the Alliance. Instantly, everyone panicked. Some people wanted to head back to check on the situation. Just as Lin Fan had expected, the key was that the people who came were from the 4 alliances. There was no trust between them at all. Some of them doubted one another and even wanted to stab one another. Water Emperor said, Brother Lin, I told you that it is better to follow your son than the imperial dynasty. Look at this. Even I am afraid, but your son isn't afraid at all. I really respect his courage. Lin Wani felt much better. Naturally, he was in a good mood when people praised his son. But he waved his hands. This unfilial kid doesn't know his place. If only he was 30% as smart as me. Water Emperor squinted his eyes and felt like that was enough. This old fellow was addicted to acting. Just at that moment, heaven-covering old demon stepped out and raged. Don't be tricked by this kid. Did you not hear about the Alliance's situation? The 2 strongest 9-star generals have been captured. So why would the Alliance work with him? Since all of you don't dare to attack, then I will open a path for all of you. Lin Fan frowned. He forgot that heaven-covering old demon hated him so much. Now that there was such a good chance, if others were willing to give up, then how would he give up? As expected, His words were useful and they really stabilized the hesitant people. If heaven-covering old demon attacked first, they would be willing to try. Damn shit stick. Lin Fan cursed. These sect leaders were just a bunch of shit. Who knew that heaven-covering old demon was willing to be a shit stick? He stirred up a huge pile of shit and it gave off an even thicker stench. It seemed like this battle was unavoidable. Father, what is going on with that dragon? Lin Fan asked. Lin Wani said, don't count on it. Thinking about it, they were prepared to kill it and now they wanted it to work with them. Unless there was something wrong with their brains, they wouldn't agree. But to Lin Fan, he could give it a try. Bug controlling technique could control numerous bugs, but there were many different types of bugs. He was a learned person. There were 5 types of bugs. Ho, scale, hair, feather, kuan. That dragon should be one of them. Scoff. He wasn't afraid that one's cultivation was strong. He was afraid that they were cultured. He was such a person. At that moment, the special Tao essence of the bug-controlling technique spread out and targeted the dragon. The dragon and old ancestor Zhao looked at one another. How did Fanner do it? It was a little terrifying. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.